perfect. And I came to my wastewater interview with beautiful long nails, fancy hair, all the makeup, and the operators and the team behind the table, they looked and they were like, what is she thinking? We sat down, we had a great conversation. They had confidence in me, and it happened. I was like, I don't know if I want to do this. This is crazy. The change is so big. I decided to go for it. I figured, I had 4 sons at the time, and they deserved better. I looked up to my mother. She also was a single mother. We were living in New York, in the Bronx. She went back to Puerto Rico with me, where I went to school, went to high school, some college. I looked up to her, and she was always so proud of anything I did. That was very encouraging to me, to see that no matter what, how simple something I did, she was always a big cheerleader. 2 of my sisters were older than me, and they also were accomplished. So I had that to look up to. So I had a lot of females to look up to. Of course, my favorite color is pink. This is a very male-dominated field. I want to say I've met 4 to 5 females operators. So I always keep my office as girly as I can, because I tell the guys I am part of this team, but I'm still a girl. I'm very proud of what I've done. I'm very proud to work for the city. I'm very proud of what we do. I'm proud of the water we put out. We do it for the environment. We do it for our children, for your children, for our families, for the families out there. You have to be driven in life. There has to be a goal, and there has to be a reason. There will be obstacles, but you have to be the person sitting back figuring out how you're going to approach those obstacles and how you're going to get through them. My definition of a trailblazer is a person that has a vision and can see an opportunity come their way. Just grab onto that goal and know that you have a meaning and a reason, and go for it.
Well, there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really.
It was just a second-classness that I wouldn't want to behold be on anyone, because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human.
We African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station, I determined that the police department wasn't totally integrated.
The locker rooms were most definitely segregated. They were put in the corner. Patrol cars that they did have were the old ones, but maybe not in very good shape.
We African American police officers were always assigned to work in the African American neighborhood only. We could only investigate complaints from citizens of color. We could only arrest citizens of color.
You know, you're trying to enforce the law and trying to get respected or be respected, and you know, you're getting disrespected by the people you're working for.
In 1965, there were 15 African American police officers on the St. Petersburg Police Department. That includes 1 sergeant, 2 detectives, and 12 uniform officers.
They wanted equal responsibilities. They wanted to be able to police white neighborhoods like Snell Isle, like the Old Northeast, and they wanted to be able to arrest a white person and take them in without having to have an assist from a white officer.
So we 12 uniform officers started having meetings among ourselves at different one of our homes to discuss the racial attitude that was against us as the police department.
And at one point, finally, I think it might have been Fred Crawford who said, "The heck with it, let's sue them. If they fire us, they fire us." And that's actually where that nickname came from, you know, the Courageous 12, because every one of those guys put their jobs on the line when they decided to sue the city.
On March 31st and April 1st of 1966, we went to federal court in Tampa, and Judge Joseph Lee ruled against us and ruled in favor of the police department in the city. That meant that we had lost the lawsuit. The NAACP agreed to file the appeal for us at no cost. On August 1st, 1968, the appeals court ruled in our favor, and we had won that lawsuit. When we won that lawsuit, we had different assignments. I'm the first African-American police officer assigned to work in an all-white neighborhood. It was 100% white. We were very proud and honored because we felt that we accomplished what our mission was set out to be. We were honored at City Hall City Council meeting on September 13, 2007. And they gave us the key to the city and a proclamation. And we really thank the city for what they did for us. I never dreamed that I would see a black chief of police here in St. Petersburg. They have one African-American chief now, and they had one previously black chief before. And it's part of what we was put that lawsuit for.
We want to make sure that when people enter our lobby now, we want to recognize the doors that you walk through are the doors that these Courageous 12 open for minorities here in the St. Petersburg Police Department.
Police department in the city put a plaque in the police station with all our names and our pictures on it, and a narrative let people know what we did to be honored.
I have put into place that every sergeant and lieutenant shall read the lawsuit, and they will be tested on it to make sure they are aware of what happened, so we make sure that never happens again.
What we did help these young men that come on the force now, that came on the force after.
I look around now, I see deputy chiefs, I see chiefs, I see majors. It sort of makes you feel good.
That is the first 4 African-American police officers that were hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department in 1949. That's the Courageous 12. When I see these 12 faces together as unity, we was closer, just like brotherhood, that's what I think of. I'm the last one of the Courageous 12 left. And I think about those 11 other officers that are going on, because we were brothers. We were just like brothers. We were so close. And I am going to carry the banner on for those other officers that are going on. But I tell the younger generation to stand up and for what you got and what you believe in, and stand your ground and don't back down. And think about the Courageous 12 as what we did. We stood our ground and we did not back down.
2 million visitors, 26 acres of waterfront. The St. Pete Pier, a district alive with activity. Outdoor spaces. Spa Beach Park. Family Park. The Glazer Playground. The Splash Pad. Coastal Thicket Boardwalk. Fishing Deck. 6 buildings. 7 restaurants. Retail. A museum. A marine education center. 25 boat slips. Public art everywhere you look. More than 100 events each year. Concerts, festivals, pop-ups, fitness classes, and holiday celebrations. And behind it all, thoughtful design. Accessible, sustainable, resilient. Protecting our seagrass, recycling oyster shells, planning for sea level rise. The pier is more than a landmark. It's our waterfront gathering place, where St. Pete comes together.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
The Sunshine City Mosaic is a mosaic sidewalk on a surface that you can walk on, so it's an interactive piece of public art. My name's Alex Kaufman. My focus is design of large-scale public art.
I hope it's a nice addition to the legacy of what is public art in St. Pete, and that it can continue to grow.
My name is George Redkish, and I'm primarily a sculptor. My expertise came to the fabrication and installation.
Sunshine City Mosaic is 175 foot long that tells a story through different ecological and environmental illustrations. My name is Laura Miskrit Spencer. I am an illustrator, a graphic designer, and a muralist. The mosaic is really our love letter to the city of St. Pete. It's our love letter to Pinellas County. It's our love letter to the state of Florida.
The Sunshine City Mosaic is a piece of public art that was commissioned by the city of St. Petersburg for the west side of town.
Good public art is placemaking. We saw that there was an open call for the city of St. Petersburg. They were trying to feature local artists.
The city wanted to bring people into Sunset Park.
We actually took that, and a sidewalk actually physically brings you into the park.
It seemed like a natural fit. Instead of making a freestanding piece, physically step on the piece and come through the park.
First, we have design. There's overall design, what you're aspiring to make.
It started out as napkin sketches at a local bar. The three of us met and talked about kind of the concepts and ideas that we wanted to include in terms of the imagery. We really wanted to celebrate the things that the three of us love the most about Florida.
And specifically with the whole story of the sunrise in the bay, the sunset in the Gulf, and attributing the specific animals and plant life to whether it's the bay or out on the beaches.
And that's how we developed the sort of 9 vignettes that you'll see as you walk along the sidewalk. And it was my responsibility to come back to the studio and bring those illustrations to life.
That is where Laura really comes in, and she's setting the vision and the visual aesthetic and style.
Once I finished all of the drawings, I passed that on to Alex.
I'm taking her intention, figuring out how technically it all works.
I would say the biggest challenge we faced was actually sourcing the tile and getting a nice breadth and range of colors.
The funny thing is, when we first started this, I was like, okay, tile. We can get whatever color we want in tile. That's gonna be the easy part. And that is not at all the case. Challenges like that are some of the unforeseen ones, but those are also opportunities. When we first started, I think we had maybe 15 color choices. And then by the end, we had like 30 or 40.
So Alex took the mosaic, all of those individual pieces, clustered each individual color together, and then nested it onto these large pieces of tile. We took that tile, placed it on the water jet.
The water jet cut every single piece, over 15,000 pieces. That was really what the water jet allowed us. Have these nice, organic, flowy, elegant, curvy lines.
Then we brought them into our studio and layered multiple pieces of plywood with our drawing, plastic wrap, mesh, and then began gluing all of the pieces of tile.
I described it as like, I was the puzzle maker and they were the puzzle assemblers. There's actually a point where I would come in and I would just look at him and he's like, you're so lucky. Like, I want to be doing the puzzle part. Like, this is the fun part.
I mean, the whole project was a challenge. It was a major learning experience for the three of us as artists.
There's what you intend, and then there's what you end up with. Only things can go wrong between those.
Some challenges with the water jet. There was some extended periods where the machine was down and we weren't able to continue cutting for the tile.
We, of course, faced challenges where we needed to request more time.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Laura Spencer, and I am the designer and project manager for the Sunshine City Mosaic. As three emerging artists, it's a project that has been quite large and quite ambitious, but we are so excited to share this love letter with the city of St. Pete.
You have a duty to serve the city. The city has an expectation that the work of artwork is going to represent the government as well as the people.
Thank you. This is such a beautiful project. I mean, I can't wait to see it when it's finished.
There was no point where we were over budget. There was no point that it didn't look like it wasn't going to get done. It was just to carry through the quality through the entire 175 feet. There's just no way to rush that.
This is an awesome project, and I'm so pumped to have this in District 1. We do not have anything like this. I want to make sure that you can complete it. I'm super excited. Nobody will be smiling larger than me when we reveal this thing.
And then after that, we were able to take everything out to the park and physically install it on the sidewalk that the city had cast for us already.
So initially, we thought that'd be the easy part, like going out and installing it.
We then took each 3x4 section, placed a primer, crack isolation membrane, and then thin set all of the different sections onto the mosaic in succession.
That moment where we're taking all of our tile, bringing it out there, trying not to break it, trying to set it so it's just right. The gaps and the grouts between the sections need to be just right. I find that part to be very, very, very stressful because you only have like a 10 to 15 minute period where you can move the tile around and adjust it, and then it's stuck.
Each little component was really a minute, fine kind of motor skilled, detailed work to assemble this much larger piece.
We never really got to see more than 3 or 4 subsections together at once. So it was a huge impact on us too when we finally got out on site and started to lay this whole thing out and really see it come together.
You're trying to keep the width exact, right? You're trying to keep the gaps exact. There maybe was a piece that wasn't glued on right. You're trying to identify that in the time and adjust it. And then the next day it's set. That is the worst part. Then after that, it's great. Then it's exactly what you designed. Then you're putting in the grout and it's like done.
Okay, well, so what is this?
That looks like a seahorse.
A seahorse? What's that? Is it a manatee?
A horse.
It's a manatee.
It was a really great opportunity to have Copley Gertis come out to the sidewalk during the process.
How are you? Good to see you.
Pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
He brought his kids, in fact, out to see what really went into making it.
How many total pieces?
15,000. There's 9 different pictures and silhouettes. I haven't even counted how many animals. I probably should.
It was great to have them come out in person and see our progress and see where we were at and see it start to come together.
What is that?
It's red.
Stone crab.
So to have Copley come out there and to see it and feel it and to be excited about it, I think at that moment we were like, okay, like this is all gonna work out.
Well, that's cool. It's awesome.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for coming and visiting and experiencing it. And like, we really cannot wait to have like an official ribbon cutting and for everybody to see the much.
Yeah. I know, it's awesome. We can't wait to celebrate with you.
There were a couple like milestone moments as we were getting closer to finishing up the install. You know, once we finally thin set down the last bunches of tile was kind of a big like woo moment. But you know, I think really those emotions and feelings came when we were there at the unveiling and the dedication ceremony with the city.
The dedication, the ceremony was such a wild experience. I mean, we could not believe how many people turned up to share it and celebrate it.
3, 2, 1.
It's kind of like the nice end of the chapter to have everyone come out, see it, celebrate it, the sun sets, and now it is City of St. Pete's.
Selfishly, I'm thrilled we get to enjoy this here in District 1 on a daily basis. Thank you for joining us on one more piece of art that makes St. Petersburg a beautiful place to live.
Art is for our entire city, and we want it to be in every corner. It's educational, you have to see it. It just tells the story of St. Pete and Florida in a really beautiful way.
It's gorgeous. I think that as public art, just what it adds to this neighborhood, I cannot wait to come back and see it at sunrise.
I love it. It's so amazing. There's so many details and it's just so colorful.
It's very beautiful. You can see every layer of what Florida is, from like the sky to the sea, and a perfect snapshot of Florida.
I love it. I think it's really impressive. It's one of those pieces of art you really have to see it in person because there's so many details and the texture and the different types of tile and glass. It's absolutely stunning.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park, where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
My name is Michael Kottman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we managed to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
Hi, I'm Jane and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have 2 that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
District 1 is located west of 49th Street North, from 7th Avenue South to 40th Avenue North. It's where the city meets Bogosiega Bay. I'm Councilmember Copley Gertis, your representative for District 1. Standing here by the baseball fields at Northwest Park has a special meaning to me. This is the park where I spent my childhood racing in the pool, playing youth baseball growing up, and where countless residents have enjoyed all kinds of outdoor activities. Northwest Park is also the home to the J.W. Cate Rec Center. District 1 is filled with an abundance of beautiful large parks. Residents can enjoy a run around Walter Fuller Park, the boardwalk's water views from Abercrombie Park, or a round of frisbee golf at Azalea Park. Swimming pools, dog parks, walking trails, outdoor gym facilities, and more serve whatever you seek this side of town. I love that the neighborhoods surrounding the parks, such as Jungle Prada and Jungle Terrace, inherit the lush landscape and wildlife we love within the park system. As if these parks aren't enough to keep you in touch with nature, some of the best beaches in the world are a quick drive or a bike ride away. The proximity between the Gulf beaches and downtown St. Pete make this part of St. Pete one of a kind. This side of St. Petersburg has become a mecca for local shops and restaurants like Alessia, Two Graces, the Wheelhouse, and the Nosh Pit. With long-standing institutions like St. Pete College, St. Pete Catholic High School, and Admiral Farragut all help support the diverse culture throughout District 1.
There's no denying the vibrant display of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses when you spend a little time in District 1.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People was kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together, to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office. So we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right, most
Sure.
people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here.
True.
Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business, the chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain and a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off. And he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy
Sure.
and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry
Sure, yes,
if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this
That's
publicity.
exactly right.
My goodness.
Dear reader, you are loved more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up. You are loved for exactly
who you are.
I promise. The world needs you in it.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla de una ciudad en un mapa, como una esmeralda en la oscuridad o un ojo de pelícano. Oh península de sol, mar y baños. Aquí somos tan diversos como las conchas, la flora y las muchas aves que nos visitan cada invierno. Sí, somos banh mi, empanadas, knishes, injera, roti. Somos reggaetón, rap, cumbia, trap, jazz, rock y folk. Caminemos por el St. Pete Youth Farm para encontrar todo tipo de raíces entrelazados, alimentándose de la misma tierra. Aquí hacemos espacio para todos. Mira las historias pintadas en las paredes, calles y intersecciones. Neón, prismáticas y sin miedo de hacer ruido porque el arte brilla aquí, donde pintamos el arco iris por la ciudad con orgullo y decimos gay. Donde las vidas negras importan y donde una hija de inmigrantes puede ser su poeta laureada.
Thank you.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla, en una ciudad, en un mapa. Acércate. Respira el aire salado. Mi gente, miren a su alrededor. Somos St. Pete. We are St. Pete.
Sit. Hey. Go. Go, go, go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. The idea of a police athletic league is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school. I started mentoring and having lunch with them and just giving them some positivity. And the teacher told me that they were doing better in class, that they were looking forward to having lunch meetings with me. So that made me feel really good, and it felt like I was definitely making a difference.
When these kids come in, it brightens their day to see the consistency of having a positive role model in their lives.
Foul on 3. 1, 2, 3.
A lot of times when they first start here, they may not take on to us as well, but as time goes on, you can see a relationship develop. There's one kid that started when I first walked into the center. He would hide behind tables. The beginning to the end period, from when he wouldn't even talk to me, he would hide from me, to now all of a sudden he can come up to me and give me a hug. That was a huge, huge difference. I always feel great coming to work. I mean, I know I'm gonna be having a good time with these kids, and we're here for a cause. We're here for the kids, and we want to make sure that we're putting them on a path to success. So being in a position where I can directly impact these kids on a one-on-one basis every day is a pretty good feeling, knowing that, hopefully these kids are changing for the better, and hopefully I have a role in that.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Chrome Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, although life was very stable and all that. We wanted just to have something of our own and kind of work a little bit more like the life-work balance, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So we are one block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Before we open, we didn't know this is gonna happen. We have a stop right here, less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house,
and you can watch us do
it.
People just enjoy coming here and being part of this little family local restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where people come to work or people come to sit on their computers all day. We do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here. They want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and everyone loves bread. Everyone loves pastries. So it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. This is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete. So it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there? Teaching motivated, talented young people. And obviously you were called because You taught, how long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
My name is Niveen Naruz, and I'm a lead chemist in the Environmental Compliance Division Laboratory. Our lab here is a monitoring lab, so we tested the water to make sure it meets the standards. It's Water Resources Department, so we test all the water resources within the city and outside the city to make sure it's safe for consumption or for recreational reasons, and make sure the community is safe and the environment in general is safe. After all, everyone needs water. So we test drinking water from all over the city on a monthly basis. So every month we cover all the areas in the city. And also we do beach monitoring. We do the beaches on a weekly basis. We found that we have more control over the data and we produce more reliable data in the lab here than the private labs. We make sure that all the water in the city is safe for you, your family, your pet, the animals, the aquatic life, to protect the water. I feel I'm giving back to the community as well. I do a lot of troubleshooting and problem solving. I'm like a scientist and detective as well, so it's very interesting. I really like my job because it actually has a real effect on people's lives. You know, like no one can live without water.
to the Legislative Affairs and Intergovernmental Relations Committee meeting of March 26, 2026. Clerk, can I please have a roll call?
Gabbard. Hanowitz.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Blake Sanders.
Here.
Harding.
Barely, I didn't have coffee. Okay, we have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
We have the February 19th, 2026 minutes. I'll entertain a motion for approval. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, welcome everybody. We are here today to cover what's happening in Tallahassee and DC. We are going to first start with Laura Beamer. Good morning.
Good morning.
I don't know if administration, do you want to start us off, or we can just start off with Laura? Okay, great.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Current status in Tallahassee is nothing's happening in Tallahassee right now.
But a lot has happened.
It has. So David just asked me to give kind of a general overview of kind of where we are, and then I'll come back at the next layer meeting after we hopefully have a budget and we have more of our legislation has been signed by the governor. Only about, I think, 10 or 15 bills have actually been signed so far. So as you know, we ended session 2 weeks ago without a budget, without a tax package, without any legislation in regards to property tax reform. So we don't have an actual call yet. We don't know if the House and the Senate are going to be the ones that are going to call the special session on the budget, if the governor's going to call it. But the rumor right now, just FYI, it's a rumor, anything can change, is that they're going to come back the week of the 13th, April 13th, and start the budget. And then that will lead into the special session on redistricting. And then they will adjourn and then come back later for a special session on property tax reform.
Okay.
There are some rumors that there may be some additional legislation that were governor priorities that may be included in the call. You know, it's yet to be seen if that happens. But there are some rumors that there may be some more policy added to the special session, one of the special sessions.
When you say there are rumors, on what issues?
Well, I don't know what to say because they're rumors.
Oh, okay. But I don't know how concrete it was.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Just rumors.
Okay.
There were some bills that did not pass that were priorities of the governor that he may want to have included in the call. So that is kind of where we are. We still have been told the Senate does not have an appetite for the House property tax proposals. Again, it's still standing strong and just maybe increasing the overall homestead. You know, I've heard higher numbers lately, but that's all that the Senate is interested in looking at. The budget, you know, they never really got to a point where they even agreed on allocations and a number. So they're going to have to agree on those numbers before we even go back into session. So hopefully they can come to some kind of agreement before the 13th, so we're not just back again for another special session trying to finish the budget. I know David gave you a list of some of the priority bills that passed. I think the ones that I'd like to, let's talk about the fix to Senate Bill 180 that did not get passed. We talked a lot about that legislation. It was Senator Sigley's bill. The Senate passed the bill. The House refused to take it up. It was such a priority of the Senate and of the senators that he actually tried to amend a House Bill 399 on day 60 of session. They were told that if he put that amendment on the bill would die in the House. And it was an important bill for a lot of senators and House members, and so he did not put that language on the House bill. So it just shows the House had no appetite at all whatsoever to fix that legislation. So that's where that ended up.
And where is that? Is that going to come back next year, or?
Well, I'm sure some version of it will come back next year for sure. But, you know, remember now we have a long break because we have late session this year. So we don't actually go back into session until March of next year.
Yeah.
And then just other high level, you know, sovereign immunity finally passed. It wasn't as bad as we thought it would be, but it did end up passing. Yeah, and I don't know if David wants to go into the bills, but
Can you talk a little bit about the sovereign immunity bill and what the raised limits are and all that?
Yeah, so I'll go through. So I think the best way I can move this downstairs looking, characterize this session is, you know, the last few, there's been attacks on home rule. It was kind of, I would say, limited to land use and, you know, the short-term rentals and things like this. This one is probably one of the broadest years of all these different things that are impacting local government. So as Laura mentioned at the top line, the sovereign immunity caps, which is the limit on how much a city can, under normal circumstances, settle for an illegal dispute, were raised, or bill finally passed, I should say, to raise them to $350,000 per person and $500,000 per incident. And Jackie probably knows what the previous numbers were. I think at 200 was the, yeah, it was 200 and 400. So there had been a lot of, this has been an ongoing issue for several years. The House and the Senate could never agree to a number, and they finally did, and that's what they ultimately were. A couple other bills that are worth talking about that passed. There's a local government spending bill, HB 1329, that has new reporting requirements for local government budgets. It does not go into effect until next year, so that's not going to disrupt what we're doing at the moment. Okay, that's what you're looking at me. Until next year, so that won't disrupt our government, our process at the moment, but that is going to create some additional burden on staff on how they manage the budget process going into next budget cycle. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the DEI bills, the net zero.
That's SB 1134.
Yes, SB 1134.
And then SB 1628 is a net zero.
The net zero bill, yes, prohibited government policies regulating to greenhouse emissions, some new preemptions over public sector unions has come up. So a pretty broad variety, and the utility services bill that changes the way that we charge our extraterritorial surcharge. So I think the long way of talking about this is over the next several months as these bills, we wait for them to, I guess, one, be signed. It's going to be a lot of staff time analyzing the final language to understand how each of these things are going to impact us. The positive ones that I can talk about are related to the electric bicycles. That one was one that we had talked about, the safety concerns that the city had brought up, creating some new limits on e-bikes on shared use pathways, and creating a micromobility device task force, which will do what we can to be involved with it. There is a dedicated representative on that committee through the Florida League of Cities, but certainly, you know, our team is top notch, and will stay engaged with that. One thing, as we're talking about all these things impacting local government, the repeal of the local business tax, that did fail. And there was a very broad preemption to the state bill, SB 1444 and HB 1227, that would have preempted local governments in a bunch of different areas, and we had some concerns it was going to be used as a catch-all bill. That failed, as well as the transit-oriented development bill that we had talked about broadly at council, and the CPCC talked about. The Florida Starter Homes Act, which would have been another preemption-related bill that would have largely drastically decreased our minimum lot limit size, as well as some other items that also failed as well, but they did move pretty far during session, so I wouldn't be surprised to see those land use change bills come back. And maybe I'll pause at the bills, and then we can talk a little bit about our specific appropriations.
Okay, so and before I get to committee questions, I want to bring up two things that came up from between the last LAIR meeting and today's LAIR meeting at city council meetings, and that was the SB 1134 DEI bill and SB 1342, the TOD bill, which is sponsored by our own delegation. And that was something, the SB 1342 bill was something that the CPPC sent a letter on because they wanted to make sure that they put on the record how they felt about it. So now that we have you here, Laura, let's talk a little bit about how can we improve it so we don't get flat-footed in the future, because we have lobbyists here, we pay you all a lot of money, and honestly, and I know Chair Gabbard isn't here, but I'm here for her, Like, there were people that were very upset at City Council on this issue because we felt like we got flat-footed. So I just want to make sure that we discuss this at the committee because it really wasn't discussed before, and the importance on some of this stuff, especially like SB 1342. I mean, this is stuff that our own delegation put forward, undermining local government. That's a preemption bill. So, and it wasn't discussed.
I think I can take
Yeah.
for the, so we hear that feedback, and I think we're going to work really hard to make sure that we're communicating these things in the process. I think we'll need to think and reflect on what in the interim, right? Because we meet about once a month during session. How can we better engage? I think we send the weekly updates, but that may not be the best way to highlight individual pieces of legislation. And now knowing that we also have committees outside of Lair, right, within the city, who are locked in on this legislation, that's something Doyle and I have talked about what that looks like of having a broader conversation. But to that point, we heard the feedback that's part of in the packet. You'll see that there's several federal bills that are actively being discussed. While the state legislative session is over, we did want to take this as an opportunity to show that we were listening and add these additional points so we can be discussing that, and we'll work to get better through the state process.
Because and I appreciate that. One of the issues that was brought up is that we have the power to do a resolution and put it before City Council to show what the body thinks of whatever legislation. And that opportunity came and went on some of this stuff. And sending a letter is okay, but I will tell you, my legislative aide went and sent a letter on SB 1134, and then you have to send a letter to every person. It is not efficient, and I guarantee you they get lots of letters and they probably don't review it. It's very different than sending a resolution. So I think it's something important because we're just talking about these bills, but it could be something else that's important in the future. And that's an opportunity that we should not be missing in the future. So I don't know, I appreciate that. Laura, do you have anything to add to that? To what?
I mean, I think moving forward, as far as these two pieces of legislation, I think we need to engage with them this summer and, really educate both of them on the impacts and, how the community feels about the legislation. As far as, how we advocate during session, I mean, I'm happy to have resolutions. I mean, for me, it's always really powerful to have, this is how this bill affects the city of St. Petersburg. And if I can go to the member or the sponsor of the bill and say, listen, this is a really, really big deal to my city because of X, Y, and Z, and here are the fixes, right? They always like for us to bring them solutions, not just say we don't like the bill. So that is what's most helpful for me during session, is to get that information from your staff that I can take directly to the member and try to amend that bill and make it better, or work with the sponsor to, maybe just not push that legislation.
Okay, well, and it's helpful for us to have the information so we can do that for you. I will tell you, nothing prevents one-on-ones, I think, in the future. If you think it's something sensitive, if you think it's something that the one-on-ones are also great opportunities to reach out to council members individually on issues, whether it was a DEI bill or the one where we have our own delegation doing something that we may find is not what we want, based on the fact that it's just preempting local government. So, okay, I'll leave that there. Committee members, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for the update, for all the work that you've done. Thank you for your comments, Chair. I think we need to stop thinking of Lair as a seasonal thing. It's a year-round effort. So I love the idea of, let's do it this summer. Let's get out in front of these things. Getting the weekly, so I appreciate getting the weekly tracker, but look at how many. It's so much to keep track of. And I just don't feel like that's enough. So I feel like Lair maybe needs to be scheduled on a regular basis every month so that we continue these conversations and really have an ongoing conversation about where things are at, what people are saying, how we can respond. And then, if we need to add a meeting here and there during session, that could be really helpful. when you look at our legislative priorities and this great sheet that we have together, these are our priorities. But I think we do this too early. And I don't want us to be reactive. I want us to be proactive, but this doesn't reflect, it's not long before this doesn't reflect what we're talking about. Because what we end up talking about is bills. And I know that that's reactive. But if you go to Tallahassee in February with this, we're not talking about these things anymore. We're talking about what, other things that are going on. And so I think that comes from trying to have stronger communication with our delegation, finding out what they're working on. If it's something that we're against, then yeah, let's talk about how we make it better. And I think that can go a long way, because once somebody decides to file a bill, they're just going to do it, So let's say, let's ask ourselves, what does better look like, and go from there. Then, as far as the resolution, I think that we need to be bringing those forward on a regular basis as session is going on, and have that collective voice, which is so much stronger. Within that, and then with the conversations, it's not just about being, if we're for something, yes, we support this, yes, this is in line with our goals, and here's a specific example of how this will make St. Petersburg better. This is a specific project that's going to help turbocharge it if you can get this passed. Let us, and ask them, what can we do, If it's something that we're not in favor of, give an example of a local project that will be negatively impacted by it. How will pedestrian safety be impacted by this? How will, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but how will this slow down a flood mitigation project that we're all trying to work on right now and get moving? So thinking about what's important to them and really bringing it home with specific examples could be really helpful. So those are the basics of what I would like us to look at going forward, is meeting more often, having ongoing plans that we're working to get better success in the future, and then having a legislative agenda that maybe starts out with, what our priorities are, but maybe this becomes something that is dynamic. So that no matter when you go up or go and hand this out, it's something that's related to current activity in the legislature. With the things that have been signed, and there's more signings to come, we're going to have to make some changes. And I think maybe by the next meeting, or whenever it's appropriate, I'd love to hear from the city attorney's office on, okay, here's what we can and can't do with e-bikes now, stuff like that. Because we'll have some repeals coming up. We'll have some opportunities coming up too. And I want to capitalize on that. So I want to take what happened and really look at how we can put it into action, the stuff that's good, and how we're going to have to deal with the stuff that we don't like so much.
Understood.
So, and I know Janine wishes that she could have been here today, but that could be something for the chair of the LAIR committee to consider, having a section where you guys speak and say, here's what we got to do now.
We're happy to do that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
And as to the DEI bill, I know Janine couldn't be here today, but my understanding is it's awaiting the governor's signature. But once it passes, it just, if we have anything on the books is null. I think if it's contrary to that.
It's a little, it depends on what it is.
Okay.
So it's
a very complicated and broad piece of legislation. So I think, as you're aware, our office will be working closely with administration to review everything that could fall under the purview of that law if it is signed. And that will be a lengthy exercise.
Yes,
obviously,
I figured.
It spans across every administration. So to your point, Councilmember, we're happy to give updates on what we can at the next layer meeting in terms of impacts. Some of them, because the process of evaluating the impacts will be lengthy, could take a little bit longer. But we can also keep you posted in one-on-ones as we're learning more and evaluating more. But I just, in terms of that legislation in particular, that will take months.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I think the one-on-ones may be very helpful on it because, like you said, it is very complicated, very comprehensive, and so having the one-on-ones before we have a public conversation about it is going to be very helpful for every council member.
Sure, we're happy as the process, as we continue the process to get periodic updates through those one-on-ones, and then when we have between us and administration kind of have our arms around all of the impacts, be able to come back to layer and give a larger overview if you would like at that point. But we don't have to wait until that point to give you updates along the way.
Great. Well, I'll leave that for the chair of the LAIR committee to schedule that. But yes, go ahead, Councilmember Driscoll.
Follow up. So with the timing, assuming this is going to be signed, it doesn't go into effect until January 1.
Correct.
Yeah.
Does that mean we got to have everything done to comply by January 1?
Yeah. Yes.
So
And there's some
the
other
action has to be taken this year in order to be in compliance by January 1, which somewhere along the line, I think somebody thought about that we need time to make changes.
Right, 100%. There's a variety of other provisions in the agreement that we have to be, in the legislation that we have to be looking at from a timing standpoint, some references to things being void, et cetera. But you're correct, in terms of the effective date, the process has already begun. I don't think Doyle would mind me mentioning that this is already underway.
Okay.
But it is going to be a lengthy process just because of the scope.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you. First of all, good morning, everyone. My question would be, when we receive these spreadsheets, and they're very informative, but they can also be very confusing. And it doesn't help me to know where we stand as a city, which one of these are our priorities. And we do know that manpower is short, especially with SB 1134 possibly happening. That's going to consume a lot of time. So what would be helpful for me are the relevant bills that are current. As we say, we have our legislative priorities, but they don't always align with where legislation is actually happening. So if there's any way that we can receive these as to what our city priorities are, number one, what are the current priorities right now? What are we focusing on? What are we putting manpower on? And if they can be listed by impact, like, this next one is going to be very impactful for us, but we're not getting that until our once a month or every other month legislative updates. We may get a memo, and if we have in that memo, can you give us the top order that you're concentrating on, what we're concentrating on as a city? So, for example, when I hear the comment that there are rumors are, well, guess what? We're not meeting again until next month. So if anything happens in between time, if we can be alerted as to which one of these bills do we really need to pay attention to. Because there are a couple that I kind of want to ask questions on that are not moving. They're just been filed or whatnot. So I'm reaching out to that legislative to see where that is. But it would just be helpful for me. This is really good to share. But for example, I was on a call with another organization last night that wants to be proactive in some of the legislative activity in Tallahassee. I don't know what to tell them. I don't know what to tell them what the city's priorities are. I can tell them what our priorities were, but they're outdated based on where we are and what we have. So I couldn't share with them as to where we are as a city as far as our priorities, and I definitely don't know which ones are our top priorities. I can't tell from this sheet. So that's my request, is that we be a little bit more informed currently
Mhm.
with where we stand. And I don't know, I know we meet once a month, but again, that's not conducive to us being proactive. I know some things we have to be reactive, but it's not really conducive to us being proactive, and I can't tell from this sheet.
Yeah, thank you,
Chair.
Councilmember. And hear that it sounds like you all are okay with me getting a little bit more time on your calendars during sessions. So hearing that.
David, we'd like to see you.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Can I let me just add something to that? And I think what Councilmember Driscoll said, excuse me, about having real life examples is the best tool for me for advocacy. It really is. That is a great idea. And what I'll tell you about this session is that they moved really, really slow on policy. I was just telling some folks earlier that I think we had 2 weeks left of session and they'd passed 17 bills. They ended up passing almost 300. So they moved really fast at the end. So to your point about only meeting once a month and how do we, advocate in such a quick time frame, I think we probably need to look at how do we communicate that. Obviously can't have a layer meeting every day, but if there's a way that we can all communicate better, and that the update that our firm puts out every week, it has every single bill that affects local government that moved that week. So it's not a broad update of just like, here are all the bills that affect us. It's like, this is what's moving. And these are the bills that we're, advocating on your behalf for. So maybe that could be a tool for us too as we move forward on how to better be timely with our advocacy.
Yeah, and I think to that point, I think something that we can do is me explaining before we get into a situation what every attachment that I'm sending you is, because that's one of them, but it may not be clear that what that Southern Group Weekly recap is actually all the bills that moved that session. So that's feedback that I can take and be proactive with you all so you know what you're looking at when you're getting that update.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, the reality is we get so much information. Today's a perfect example. We have all this information for our committee meetings, and then you look at our city council book, and it's huge. Mm-hmm. And so it's hard for city council members to sometimes parse through things or a list of bills or whatever without being told, and this is why we rely on the experts and people that do this for a living, that they spend their time doing, like, this is what we have to focus on. So I agree with what the committee says. We may have to look at more time and layer, but at the same time, there's always the opportunity to reach out and doing the one-on-ones, especially on things that are extremely important. Mm-hmm. Like the DEI bill, I think that one we could have had one-on-one on and had those discussions and maybe had a discussion as to whether or not, even without a layer meeting, do a resolution at a city council meeting. And we could have still had those discussions and brought it up to the chair, because I would have absolutely brought that up and put it on an agenda for a city council meeting. So I just want you to be aware, those are all options in the toolbox when we have to do something. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I almost hate to suggest this, but because we can only have so many layer meetings, and because things move quickly, I think we could consider having a report to council when you do have something important to share, because we do have to operate in the sunshine.
Right.
So it's not like we can start a group chat.
Right.
We'll leave that to, anyway. So it could be a report item. That gives you not one, but two options to get it on an agenda, the deadline and then adds and deletes. Mm-hmm. It can be brief. It can be not to bypass the power of this committee, but to give us the information in the sunshine, let us respond. If somebody says we need a resolution, imagine if we were operating at that level of communication, how much stronger that letter that the mayor sent could have been if we had had an opportunity for some input. So I'm thinking that, city council with great respect and consideration for this committee could be another opportunity for you to communicate what's going on, and if some action needs to be taken, if there's a resolution. I think we need to start looking at this as we need to be more nimble. I think that's one of the big lessons that I've learned this year. And now we just have to figure out, all right, what can we do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I wanted to throw that out there, and I do think we should look at more resolutions for sure. I also wanted to bring up, and I think Laura, you may have mentioned this in a meeting a while back, that when you get time with with a legislator, their time is limited, their attention is limited, they're going to say, tell me the 3 things.
Mm-hmm.
Is it you that said that once?
Probably. It sounds like, yeah.
So you look at our sheet, and it's got like 17 things. Does she know what 3 things to say? We want to make sure. And so that's why I think this the priorities need to be nimble as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we have some opportunity to really get things together to have a much stronger influence next time around. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just say, I'm sorry to interrupt real quick, and I'll say that during the committee process, when the bills are going through the committee, if we have legislation that we know impacts the city and one of our delegation members sit on that committee, we reach out to that member before the committee and give them, kind of where we stand on the bill. So to your point, if we had some real life examples on how this bill is going to affect the city of St. Petersburg, and I can take that to them with our advocacy, that would be
right.
wonderful.
So even like talking about e-bikes, we've got statistics.
Yep.
Ask Forward Pinellas. Ask the police department. So you've got those nuggets. So you'll have those facts. So that's a real life example. Can be data or a specific project.
Right.
We've got this stuff. We just have to remember how to use it.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix-Andrews.
Thank you. And to that point, that leads back into the impact and priorities. And so that would be something that I think our representation would actually need to have on a weekly basis, because you're there. You know what is being talked about and what the priorities are. So that would help us. And I don't know what a good number would be in regards to prioritizing as you said, we went from 17, we have 17 and you're asking for the top 3. So how we determine that, I don't know. May it be because of the real life examples, may it be because of the percentage of impact. I don't know how we're going to get to those priorities, but I do strongly feel as though that would help us in putting these resolutions together, as well as it not adversely impacting what it is that we're trying to do. Right. So that once a month thing, I don't know if we want another meeting on our calendar, but I would take it just so that I'm current with what's going on. I would definitely take it. So is that something that we're going to allow to be sent to us as to what the recommendations are for moving forward?
Well, the other thing we can do, and I'm not the chair of Lair, and I think she's not here, and I would love to hear what she thinks of it. So I'm here on her stead, but I do want to also point out we have other committees, and a lot of these bills, if they're related to other committee work, they can be brought up at another committee and added. And so that could be a good way to talk about something, because when you look at all these state bill trackers, there's different departments that it's attached to. Yeah. And a lot of them are just general government. It could be PSI, it could be a BF&T item when it has to deal with the budget, and right? I mean, we just talked about a bill. So I think you could think of it broader, and we could be nimble with those committees, and the discussion doesn't have to be long at the committee either. It's not to circumvent Lair, but if there is something that comes up, I think that the chairs of the committees are going to understand, look, this can't be heard in time to wait for Lair, and this is why. And I think every chair is going to be like, I could find 10 minutes or whatever to talk about it.
And
so I think
you all are comfortable with that.
And we're fine with that, as long as it fits within whatever the framework of the committee is. So I think that shouldn't be a problem.
Thank you.
So that's another option. Okay, great. So appropriation requests was that thing you wanted to talk about?
Yes, just to update. So as Laura mentioned, we're still waiting even the allocation, the top line numbers for the budget, but the 4 that we currently have in the budget, I just want to recap on, are the Denver Street Stormwater Drainage Improvements Project, the Mahaffey Theater renovations, the St. Pete PD K-9 facility, and the Child's Park storm drainage improvements. So those 4 are still live in the budget, and whenever we get back into special session, we will continue to work on those.
When we look at this, how do we know that those are still live?
So, again, explaining how the sheet works. I appreciate you asking that. So on the appropriations request tracker, going all the way to the last 3 columns, you'll see what the requested amount was. The House amount means what is in the budget. Right. And then where it says NA, that means there's no allocation currently in that. Right. And this is again where things are moving quickly. When we get to and part of this is from me knowing, but the back and forth of them sending offers back and forth between the House, the numbers will be different up until the final budget. So I'm trying to track, all right, we got 1.2 in the House, but there's only 750 in the Senate, and trying to keep a track. So right now, these projects are only funded in one chamber or the other, but there will get to be a point where the Senate says, all right, you know what, we're willing to give you this much, and it may not be the same. So that's what that is. But if there is a dollar value in one of the final 2 columns, either House amount or Senate amount, that means that they're still live in the budget. The NA, if there's NA in both columns, that means there's nothing there.
Okay, and then you separate the top from the bottom.
Yes, and so those are, the top is projects the city itself submitted. The bottom section is projects that through our conversation have been identified within the community that are important to City Council, but we did not ourselves submit them.
Could we show that?
Delineate that, yes.
Delineate it, because otherwise it's just a list of things and it doesn't show that there. Okay, great. Okay, is that all?
Yep.
Yeah, and I would just say we've never seen them come back and do a special session on the budget and start over, right? So we're going to be starting from this point. So that's why we say they're still alive, because when they go into special session and they start their budget negotiations, they're going to start with the same budgets that they had when they adjourned.
Okay, great. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you. So going back to the clarity of the spreadsheets that we're getting, if we can add or put it in bold so that we know that they're still alive.
Yeah, okay.
So we don't have to kind of figure out what is
absolutely.
what and what does NA mean, and because when I look at this, I wouldn't know the difference between the top and the bottom part.
Right.
So I was going to ask, because you said 4, but then I saw 6 that actually fit some of that qualifications that you shared, so I didn't know how you chose the top 4.
Yep.
So, yeah, so if you can bold it or something for
Absolutely.
clarity, that would be great.
And what are the 4 again?
So the 4 projects that the city submitted that are still in are the Denver Streets stormwater drainage improvements, Mahaffey Theater renovations, the St. Pete K-9 facility, and the Child's Park storm drainage improvements.
So a line above each one of those to say city submitted, and then bottom say other or whatever. Color coded or something. Okay. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you so much, Flora, for your update as to what's happening in Tallahassee. Now we move on to Washington, D.C., and Mr. Diamond. Hello there.
Good morning, everybody. How are you?
Good. How's Washington?
Well, thanks for letting me be with you again this morning. I'll start, and I want to say thanks to David and members of the council that made their annual spring visit up just a week ago. Great to see everybody in the nation's capital, and we had a productive series of meetings both with the administration and on Capitol Hill. So thank you for that. I'll start with Department of Homeland Security, which, as you know, we still do not have a federal appropriations bill for. The bad news is that that is still not looking like going to be resolved anytime soon. Unfortunately, the sides are very far apart. The reason we care about this, not just from what you're seeing day to day with impacts at airports and everything, but a number of our outstanding community project funding requests for FY26 are in that bill. As you know, we talked about previously, so we continue to watch that and those negotiations closely. The good news is they are talking, which they weren't even doing last time I reported to you, but remain very far apart. the hope is with impending scheduled recesses around Easter and Passover that might actually force some action here before they are required to cancel their own recess and scheduling. Just on that note of community project funding, as I mentioned, we're still waiting on those two final from FY26. We did get our FY27 submissions in to the House delegation, and I want to again thank the mayor's team and the council team for our timely work there. Those were always tight turnarounds. We did meet with the delegation, as did members of the council, to talk about those priorities and encourage and advocate for them directly to the members' offices as they're considering their full suite of submissions, and we hope to have more information from them soon as to how many of ours will make it essentially into the next round of consideration as they submit their top choices to the appropriations committees themselves. It does not look like we'll have any opportunities on the Senate side for submission this year under their as our offices. I don't, and David, unless you have heard anything different, we don't believe they'll be submitting their CDS requests this year. Couple other updates. We expect the president's budget on or about the 31st of March, so next week. We'll kick off in earnest our FY27 budget season on Capitol Hill. That is always a interesting dynamic. We just had Congress pass 11 of those 12 appropriations bills for FY26, and so they've really put down a strong marker as to where they want to see these agencies going. The expectation is that the president's budget will be very different, and that's going to set up quite a bit of dialogue here into the spring as those budget hearings kick off. Last thing I want to touch on is just the discretionary grant universe, which again, we've been very active over the last few years, although the last 12 months has been a very, there have not been many opportunities under the first year of the administration, as you all know, with the amount of downsizing and reorganization and quite a bit of fighting over clawing back of previous grant money. There was not much opportunity over the last 12 months. As I've been alluding to and predicting in previous testimony, that is that I expected that to change, and I think that we are now at that moment. We've seen in just the last week or so, particularly led by the Department of Energy, so not exactly the type of ones that the city's typically looking for. These are more on the utility side. But we are there was about $3 billion of federal discretionary grant money coming out of DOE, which is an indicator for me that other agencies are going to be coming online. So ones that we've worked with quite a bit in the past, whether that's Department of Transportation or HUD or Commerce or others, because again, we have alignment on actual budgets for this year. We have alignment on agency reorganization and staffing, and their leadership are in place. And so that formula is the right one to get the discretionary competitive grant spigot open finally after nearly a year and a half. So we'll continue to work closely with the team and be scrubbing every opportunity that will come out to pursue those dollars in addition to our community project funding requests. I'll stop there. As always, welcome any of your questions, and again, thanks to the folks that came up to do their advocacy.
Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit what's happening with the SAVE Act?
Yeah, so
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. The SAVE Act is a piece of legislation that's asking for a series of voting reforms, if you will. Reform might not be the right word, including changes to vote by mail, ballot deadlines, election execution, et cetera. It is being pushed extremely hard by the president at the moment but it currently does not have the support in the U.S. Senate to pass. There's a 60 vote threshold, as you know, in the Senate for this legislation, and it is still well short of that. It has spurred a secondary fight, which you're hearing the president also talk about eliminating the filibuster, which is that 60 vote threshold. The reason he wants that eliminated is to be able to pass this bill on a straight line majority. But there's also, very strong opposition in the Senate to eliminating the filibuster for the reasons, because that would radically change how the U.S. Senate operates for the rest of its future. So, long story short, it is actively being considered on the floor of the U.S. Senate right now. It currently does not have any votes, the number of votes to pass, and our expectation is that it will not pass.
Okay, thank you for that. Council Member Driscoll, first of all, thank you for going and representing us in D.C. We want to hear about D.C. and how it went.
Thank you. And Rob, thank you for that update and for being such a great partner while we were in D.C. last week. It was great to be able to go, around the Hill and have these meetings and really highlight what St. Petersburg is doing. Personally, I had meetings with Ashley Moody's, Senator Moody's office, with her staff. Representative Castor was there. That was wonderful. Staff for Representative Luna, and then also with staff for Representative Daniel Webster, who is not in the Tampa Bay area, but he serves on the House Transportation and Infrastructure Services Committee. So that was like a bonus meeting for me, and I really appreciate that was set up because I was able to talk about the Basics Act. In the Federal Advocacy Committee that I serve on for Transportation and Infrastructure Services, the big topic was the Basics Act, and thanks to you guys for putting together some information that was included in the agenda packet for today on the Basics Act and what it does. I mean, the biggest thing is that it really streamlines the process so that local projects can be funded faster. There are plenty of local projects that we can use as examples when we talk about that, and so I think we should sort of follow the same path that we were talking about before with state level stuff is, here's what this does, here's why it's good for St. Petersburg, and here's a specific project. So, locally, this would help things like our locally owned bridges. We could use the ferry dock as an example. And then the Basin Sea Bartlett Lake / Salt Creek project for flood mitigation. These are all examples of projects that we either have or will have that could be funded more quickly through this bill. And I know there's a whole sheet on it, so I won't go through the whole thing. But we also talked about the Railway Safety Act. And then, and I did several meetings about this or workshops as part of the conference, including one that was specifically for MPO leadership to talk about how entities like Forward Pinellas will also be able to benefit by being able to help the cities that it serves. So that was fantastic. There were also...
Councilmember, could I intervene on one thing there? I just want to point out, too, an important aspect of timing around the Basics Act, and this came up with our conversations in Representative Webster's office. This is being considered under the broader Surface Transportation Reauthorization bill, which I have talked about previously. That is in negotiation in real time as we speak. We were told in no uncertain terms that the committee is negotiating that bill. That has to be reauthorized, by the end of the fiscal year in September. This Basics Act is not a hypothetical. It's in front of the committee for consideration and negotiation under Surface Transportation Reauthorization. So I just say that to encourage any additional advocacy work around it, whether it's direct to our delegation or other members of the Transportation Committee. Now's the time to be doing it. Our meeting was perfect timing. I know the NLC and others are advocating strongly. U.S. Conference of Mayors, the county organizations, et cetera, are all aligned on this and pushing hard. But certainly this one is under consideration as we speak.
Yes, thank you for that. That reminds me to tell everyone, this is something that within the next 4 to 6 months, this is something moving now, which we don't often get to say. That means the next couple of months are critical in our advocacy for this. National League of Cities gave some different ideas for how to advocate. I've shared that with David. One would be to send a formal letter of support. And so as we were talking about earlier, I would very much like this committee to approve a letter of support, a resolution to go with it, to really take a strong stance on this. And NLC has, they have a template for a letter. They couldn't make it easier for us to do this. So rather than me sending one as a city council member, I would love for the mayor and city council to send a joint letter of support. So I'm hoping that, I haven't figured out timing yet, but
that's what I was going to ask. What is timing here?
What I would like to do, if it's all right, since we're talking about this and it's not really a new business item kind of thing, I would like to submit and work with David and Rob and submit a draft letter along with a resolution to bring to the next LEAR committee meeting to send up, because that'll be next month.
Well, actually, when's the next one? I have it here.
We have
It
one in
is
April?
May 28th. No, it was canceled
Oh.
because they're scheduling a special session. But you know what I was thinking? HLUT, it's transportation, and you're on it.
Okay, I'm going to do that. Okay, so coming to an HLUT meeting near you, we'll take it up and then. So we'll work on that. We'll figure out with the chair of that committee how we can make it happen, because I think that's a great opportunity. Another thing they want to do, and we have a great opportunity here to invite our members of Congress to come and put their feet on the ground and look at one of our local projects that either is moving forward or could be positively impacted by the passage of the BASICS Act. April and May is when they're saying would be the best time to do it. And, we have a few examples, so we can pick some, David David and Doyle can figure out what the best matches are to invite them to do this. And then there are also, and I can't remember if this is in your fact sheet, but there's a couple of really good articles. One was written by the NLC TIS Committee Liaison, Brittany Kohler, about the benefits of the BASICS Act. And then Smart Cities Dive had an article about it too. So maybe that can just be sent to everybody for follow-up fun reading. And then May 17th through the 23rd is the United for Infrastructure Week of Action. And there are a lot of great opportunities to partner with NLC and also just recognize our staff who work, our departments that work on our infrastructure projects, and really make that a big deal. That can also help to elevate our voices to DC in light of this, because the BASICS Act isn't just about transportation. It involves much more than that. So that is, I also wanted to mention, because it's on our list, the 21st Century Road to Housing Act was another priority that National League of Cities had put forward. Since I'm focused more on transportation for these things, I didn't go to those. And because Councilmember Givens went as well, we wanted to go to different things because of Sunshine Law. Jackie? So I know you appreciate that. So I'm sure at some point he'll be able to share some things that he gleaned from his activities there as well. But overall, it was a fantastic trip. It was cold. It was so cold. But
Left us out there us Florida people out there outside the Senate building.
yes, exactly. In like 27 degrees. I couldn't feel my toes until we got in and I was
Hold
able
on a
to
second.
thaw out.
Your toes were exposed in 27-degree weather?
No, even covered up. No, they were. I even had socks on.
Okay. I was going to say, because that would be a Floridian thing to do.
Oh, socks and Crocs.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, it was like 27 degrees that morning. And I'm like, David, I'm over here in the line and it's around the corner. So yeah, it's a busy place in DC right now. Lots of people advocating for lots of different things. And yes, it was cold, but the conversation was hot. And we did great. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you again, Councilmember Driscoll, for going and representing us, and Councilmember Gibb.
That was good. Good morning. Welcome to the best week of the year in St. Petersburg. Absolutely. Without question, this is the best week in St. Pete. My name is Sean Druin, and I am pumped to be your MC today, surrounded by champions, local champions, national champions, international champions. If this doesn't get you fired up, I'm not sure anything will. This is the point in the speech where I bring up our weather. So you see exactly who I'm looking at. We'll be at the chamber here in a little bit. But I'm going to take the Kevin Savory approach. Last night we were at the track, and he was very matter of fact. He said, nope, we're going to have a great race Friday. He said the R word Friday night. Saturday is going to be great for the inaugural trucks. And Sunday is going to be incredible for the 22nd running of the IndyCar. And so I wholeheartedly believe in the Kevin Savory approach, and he's going to be spot on. It will not R word, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. So, yeah. There's someone else that gets equally as pumped up about this. This is his 5th time now being right here at this podium, and every year when we talk, I think he gets more and more excited. He is really jacked up about these trucks. We don't have motorcycle racing on the track yet, Mayor, but maybe one day. So please join me in welcoming our mayor, Mayor Kenneth T. Welch.
Thank you, Sean. Did y'all see Sean's red shoes? I think everybody needs a pair of those red shoes, man. Looking good. Good morning, St. Pete. We feel the need for speed. We are fired up and ready for the Firestone Grand Prix, which is one of the most exciting traditions in our city. It's a weekend of events that bring energy, international visitors, and a spotlight to our beautiful downtown and waterfront. And in addition to Kevin's guarantee, Chair Hanowitz and Council of Guarantee, we're going to have good weather on Saturday, so we know that's going to happen. My thanks to Kim and Kevin and to the Green Savory Racing Promotions for bringing this race to St. Petersburg for over 2 decades now. Your partnership has helped make the Grand Prix a signature event that reflects the vibrancy and momentum of our great city. It's also great to see a familiar face in our own Nikita Johnson, who's joining us once again. Y'all show Nikita some love. Nikita, you've grown up with this event, and we're proud to watch you continue to rise through the ranks. We look forward to cheering you on. We're also equally proud of another hometown driver, Ryan Leach. Ryan? Man, they look so young. Or I'm feeling so old. Who's racing the Mazda MX-5 Cup. Both of you show our young people what dedication, opportunity, and hard work can lead to, and we're so proud of you. One of the best things about the Grand Prix is the number of people that it attracts to our city year after year and the economic impact of those visits. Those visitors and their support for our local businesses generate about $60 million in economic impact for the city of St. Pete. That's real support for our restaurants, hotels, shops, and our employees. St. Pete excited about our partnership with IndyCar and proud to be the place where NTT IndyCar Series season begins every year. And as Sean said, this year brings something new. For the first time ever, the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series will be racing through the streets of St. Petersburg. We're excited to welcome NASCAR teams, drivers, and fans to our city and add another layer of excitement to an already incredible weekend in St. Petersburg. We also send a warm welcome to the millions of fans who will be watching the live national broadcast on Sunday. The city is ready. Let's give a shout out to our city team for getting the track ready in record time. As always, Tony Lino and the team, all of our administrations who help out in making that happen. The race teams, especially the drivers, are ready, and all that is left is to raise the Firestone Grand Prix flag and say, drivers, start your engines. Now join me in welcoming Council Chair Lisette Hanowitz to the podium. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. There is nothing quite like the Grand Prix week here in St. Petersburg. For 22 years, this event has transformed our downtown into one of the most exciting street circuits anywhere in the world. And every single year, it still gives you that same rush. I love the speed, the energy, the excitement. But what truly makes this weekend incredible is the transformation. On any other weekend, you'll walk along our waterfront parks, you're visiting markets and festivals, you're watching planes take off from Albert Whitted, you're heading to the Mahaffey for a show or stopping by the Dali Museum. You look over Tampa Bay and see the sunshine dancing over the water, and it better be happening this weekend because the R is not happening. And then almost overnight, it becomes a racetrack. Concrete barriers rise, grandstands go up, the streets close, and suddenly the racing world is watching St. Petersburg. You can stand in the exact same place and not even recognize it. That happens here because St. Petersburg believes in bold ideas. And when partners, planners, and this community come together, we can turn one of the most beautiful urban waterfronts in America into a global motorsports destination. To the drivers, teams, and sponsors who have traveled here from near and far, welcome to St. Petersburg. We are proud to host you, and we hope you experience the spirit of our city when you are here. To last year's winner, Alex Palau, felicidades and welcome back. We're glad to see you return and defend your title. And to the Green Savory team and our outstanding city staff, thank you. This event takes vision, coordination, and an incredible amount of work, and you deliver it year after year. However, sometimes the future of racing doesn't just come to St. Petersburg, it comes from St. Pete. So it is my honor to introduce St. Petersburg's own Nikita Johnson. A hometown talent with an impressive international racing resume, competing in the Indy Next by Firestone Series, the final step to the road of IndyCar. He represents dedication, discipline, and the courage to chase big dreams. And he represents our city in the national stage, St. Petersburg. Please help me welcome Nikita Johnson.
Thank you everyone for being here. I mean, it means a lot. This is my 4th year doing the flag raising and racing in the St. Petersburg Grand Prix. Obviously now I stepped up another class, so that's very cool. But I want to thank Mayor Welch for everything that he does for the city, and then also with the Grand Prix, also Green Savoy Racing. I mean, every single year I come here, I just feel like it's getting better and better, and it's just an incredible race. It's my favorite on the calendar, so yeah, with that, I want to thank all the workers and everybody part of the track build, everybody that just comes together and makes this possible. I mean, we couldn't do it without them, and it's just such a great event to be here and be a part of. So just want to thank everybody for coming out, have fun, come out, watch on Saturday, Sunday, and yeah, watch some fast cars go around. Thank you, everyone.
It's awesome to watch someone like Nikita, you know, I think 4 years ago, he was 13 or 14, and the running joke was like, how can you drive 100 miles an hour and you can't even legally drive on our roads? Like, we were just perplexed. He's 13 and 14 winning races and can't actually drive. So we're like proud aunts and uncles watching him, win races, and I'm checking Instagram and checking to see like how good Nikita does, and so keep making us proud, my friend. All right, we have another hometown driver, which is so awesome. Ryan Leach, come on up. He's a proud resident of St. Pete. He's in the Mazda. He's being sponsored by our friends over at Power Design, another incredible partner of ours. Ryan's story is one of determination, resiliency, and a little bit of moxie. So I'll let you hear from Ryan.
Thanks, everybody, for coming. Yeah, I'm just super grateful to be here. I definitely would not be here without Power Design, so I got to give all the thanks to them. I also want to give thanks to the entire city, the mayor, Kim and Kevin, Steve, really everybody who helps put this event together. I know it's a lot of work, but I think it's well worth it. So look forward to seeing everybody out at the races this weekend. And yeah, I think it's going to be a great one.
Again, look up his story. I was doing some research, and it's a pretty incredible story of where he's come from and where he is today. So we mentioned earlier, this race would not be possible without the hundreds of employees that make this possible. Shout out to our guiding light, Tony Lino, wherever he's at. 22 years and counting. Man, he keeps us going. Beth, who tries to keep us in line as best as she can. She checks in daily to keep us going. The Greg Mitchells, the Andy Cheese of the world, this would not be possible without the team. So shout out to the team. It wouldn't be possible, obviously, without that, but we have the best promoters in all of sports, all of racing, I don't care. And what makes them so special is they put their money where their mouth is, and they literally raise money and give it back to our programs, to PAL, to other programs. They're about building a legacy that their children are proud of and our children are proud of. So these guys listen to us. They're part of the chaos that we bring, and I think they bring a little chaos to us too, but we welcome with open arms. So please join me in welcoming our dear friends from Green Savary Racing, Kim Green and or Kevin Savary.
I don't know who's...
Rock, paper, scissors.
I guess I lost. No, I don't know. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for being here. And, it just seems like yesterday we were here negotiating to bring a car race to St. Petersburg. And, Beth has a different role now, but way back then she was still a part of it. So, Beth, so thankful for you to be a part of it now. And, again, Tony as well from day one. It's just so many relationships that Kim and I have developed down here, and just so proud to be a part of this community. But, more so, I think, they mentioned Kim and I's participation with Police Athletic League and giving back to kids that, obviously are going to be a bigger and bigger part of this community going forward, and we're so proud of that. And having said that, obviously we've got some community events this afternoon with the Party in the Park and the 5K, and literally the 5K sold out this year, so we're really thrilled about that, which means Kim and Kevin are going to write a bigger check to PAL, which, as a bean counter, that drives me crazy, but it's going to a good cause. So anyway, we'll look forward to that on Sunday morning. But, I think for us, one of the things we feel really strongly about is the enhancements that we're bringing to the fan experience this year. So Green Savary invested this past year in some enhanced grandstands, and then also we brought a lot more video boards. So Kim and I made an investment in those, and I think that's going to enhance the fan experience. So I don't think you can go very far without seeing a video board, and we're trying to create fan zones where there's food, there's drink, a video board, and you don't have to have a grandstand seat. You can be a general admission fan and still have a great experience. So we're really, really looking forward to that. And obviously, the thing that this is all about are the race car drivers in the series. And, so thrilled this year not only to have IndyCar leading off its season, but also the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. And so excited about that. First time that they've ever been on the city streets. And I'm telling you, they're going to put on a hell of a show. And rain or shine, which, again, it's going to be shine. We all know. this is not the Sunshine City for nothing. So again, we're going to be fine. And again, I think just so exciting to see that. And to me, for the city to have literally 2.5 hours of Fox primetime on Saturday and 2.5 hours of Fox primetime on Sunday, so excited for that and the ROI that's going to create, not only for the city and the Convention and Visitors Bureau, but also, again, for our great sponsors. And they're the ones that, really allowed Kim and I to make our dreams come true, and for those dreams to come true here in St. Pete. Just again, thank you to everyone. Obviously, we thank Tony and Beth and again, the police, the fire. We just ask them, can you help us do this? Can you help us do that? And they just always step in and it's not how, it's, yep, we'll take care of that. So again, a big thank you to everyone that helps make that happen. And again, just looking forward to get the weekend started, and we'll see you out there. Thanks so much.
All right, let's hear from our IndyCar president. Y'all make some noise for Doug Bowles. There he is.
Had to put my good St. Petersburg coffee down there. Mayor, Madam Chair, council members, first responders, everybody that works for the city, and mostly the residents of St. Petersburg, thank you so much for kicking the IndyCar season off every year. Kim and Kevin are great partners with us and obviously great partners with you, and this has become a huge tradition. I was thinking last night when I arrived here, over the 22 races that have been here, I think I'm probably on average 4 nights that I spend in St. Petersburg. So if you look at that, it's almost 3 months of my life. So I'm not truly a resident, but I feel like it. And to watch this city grow over the last two decades, this is such an amazing city, and it's such a great place for us to kick off the NTT IndyCar Series. I know our drivers love coming down here. They bring a lot of their fans. They bring a lot of their partners. This is a big event for us. In fact, I think we talked a little bit about how big this can be for the economy, not just the people that come for the race, but what they do when they're here. And most of us that come here, we have places that we go eat, and we do those kind of traditional things. My wife comes down. There's a really cool boutique here. She plans out all of the special events we've got for the whole year and buys all her stuff here in St. Petersburg. I broke a pair of glasses yesterday. I'm seeing an eye doctor in St. Petersburg this afternoon to get some new glasses. So we do more than just spend money in the restaurants. We spend money in the community. And this really does feel like a second home to those of us in Indianapolis because of the way that it kicks the season off, but mostly because of the way that all of you embrace us. We feel like this is an event. When we look at our 18-race schedule, what we really want is not just races, we want races that are events. And this is a perfect example of something that's much more than a race. And when you have promoters who give back to the community as well, that's what makes it so special. And that's the heart of Kim and Kevin, is not just putting on a great race, but putting on a great race as great neighbors and giving back to the community here. And your community embraces us, and it really means a whole ton to us. Last year, though, the season started out pretty cool for a guy by the name of Alex Palou. But for the remainder of the series competitors, they didn't like it because it was just the beginning of what was going to be one of the most dominant racing seasons that an IndyCar driver has seen for almost 50 years. Alex Palou went on to win another championship. He went on to finally win the Indianapolis 500. And he's back here to defend that championship. And the question that everybody has in the NTT IndyCar Series is, can Alex Palou continue the Alex Palou from 2025 into 2026? There will be 24 drivers who will be trying to make sure that that is not the case. But there is one driver that if you had to bet on somebody who's going to be successful, I would put all my money on Alex Palou. Alex Palou is an unbelievable race car driver. More importantly, he's also another guy with a huge heart. He's a family man. He loves our series. He loves coming here. Ladies and gentlemen, your defending champion, multi-time NTT IndyCar champion, and last year's Indianapolis 500 champion, Alex Palou.
Well, that's a great introduction. Thank you. I didn't expect that, but thank you all for being here. I'm so happy to finally kick our 2026 season here in St. Pete. We have, as a driver, you want to be competing every single weekend, but our season, we're talking about it, it's long, although we're very busy. It's long, and finally here, it's when we get to go racing, we get to compete with other teams, other drivers, and our team. So we've been preparing a lot to try and continue what we started here last year with an amazing season. We know, as Doug said, there's another 25 drivers and 10 teams that are just trying to beat that number 10 Chip Ganassi racing car. But we've been working hard to try and still keep on that performance. But most than anything, I'm just excited to get the season started here in St. Pete, one of my favorite tracks, and for sure my favorite weather. So yeah, cannot wait to get started and to have a great weekend. I hope everybody enjoys. Thank you for all the city and everybody that is making sure that we have such a great event, such a great track as well, with the grandstands, the fans that are so close to us, the drivers. So cannot wait to get racing tomorrow when we start in practice, and then excited to see the track race as well. I think it's going to be very exciting to see, but most than anything, the IndyCar race on Sunday. Thank you.
I'm glad soon-to-be resident Doug brought up the dominance of Alex because I'm a sports nut, so I equated that into some numbers. So Alex won or was on the podium 13 of 17 races last year. So to put that in perspective, he was more likely to win a race or be on the podium than it was for Wayne Gretzky to score a goal in an NHL game. He was more likely to win a race, be on the podium, than it was for Michael Jordan to make a shot or Steph Curry to make a three-pointer. He was more likely to win a race or be on the podium than it was for Tom Brady to complete a pass, for Nolan Ryan to get a strikeout, or for Messi to get a shot on target. Not a shot, not a goal, but just to get a shot on target. He was more likely to win a race or be on the podium than any of those things. That's what he did in 2025. Let's hear for Alex Palou. But that has nothing to do with 2026. So we will see what you do this year, my friend. Just saying. All right, let's wrap this thing up. So this race is so much more than just fast cars. It's about building core memories. It's families coming together. It's spending time with loved ones. It's showing the world who St. Petersburg is. Every year I get to walk around and talk to people, and more now you see families, and it's a young father, a young mother saying, I came here when I was a kid, and now I'm getting to do that with my children. So this is a generational event. It's not just a racing event or a car event. It's becoming a generational event for families to build core memories. I think that's something that we can all be very, very proud of. So with that being said, let's do what we all came here to do. Let's raise that flag. Thanks for being here.
We're going to strike this. We'll do a photo.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, right.
All right, thank you so much. And welcome to Skyway Lofts, formerly 65 units, now 131 affordable housing units for our city's hardest working families. My name's Scott McDonald, the principal with Blue Sky Communities, and I want to welcome everyone here today. I'd like to start off by recognizing the dignitaries that are with us. Mayor Kenneth Welch. Council Chair Lizette Hanowitz. Councilman Mike Harding. And County Commissioner Renee Flowers. Is there anyone I missed? Okay, thank you so much. I'd like to invite our Vice President of Asset Management, Brad Bartlett, up, who's a veteran of the Army National Guard, to say the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Brad, thank you so much. The Skyway Loft sits in the Skyway Marina District, and I want to take a second and talk a little bit about the district before we get going. I think this area represents what can happen when state and county and city and local interest groups come together to really revitalize an area. Over the last 5 years since we first put a shovel in the ground across the street at Skyway Lofts, the changes have been incredible. Thousands of units, improved transportation, commercial, like Zaxby's, a Starbucks, and a Sprouts Market. It's extremely exciting what's happened here. But I think what I'm most excited about is with all this growth, through the hard work of many people in this room, we've been able to preserve affordability in the Skyway Marina District, and that's something we should all be proud of. And that's growth that's hopefully going to continue to happen, but the affordability will not be pushed out. The land under all three of these buildings will be affordable in perpetuity, and that's extremely exciting. The team that came together to make Skyway Lofts occur is truly a public-private partnership, all the way from the federal level down to the city level, and there's a lot of people in this room without whom that could not have happened, and I want to thank them. St. Pete was really at the forefront of setting aside ARPA dollars to go towards affordable housing, almost $50 million, in fact. And Blue Sky was fortunate enough to be entrusted with 2 awards. The first was for Bear Creek Commons that we opened last year, and here at Skyway Lofts Phase 2. I want to take a second and just thank the City of St. Pete and the staff, Rob Gertis, Amy Foster, Mark Van Loo, Avery Sliker, I think I saw, and the whole staff. The administration of federal funds and state funds that they take care of is a huge responsibility, and getting those dollars out the door to make sure that they go to work for the citizens of St. Petersburg. So I want to thank them so much for everything they do. And with that, I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Mayor Ken Welch.
Thank you, Scott. Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? What a fantastic day, and I'm so honored to be here. We prepare to cut the ribbon on 66 additional new affordable homes right here in St. Petersburg. Now, as Scott said, it wasn't that long ago when we cut the ribbon for Skyway Lofts 1, and although I live in the neighborhood, I literally live 3 stop signs away. And although I lost my shortcut to Dunkin' Donuts, I was upset about that. But we were so excited to partner with Blue Sky and all the other partners to make this a reality. And as we finished Skyway Lofts 1, we looked out at what was then a vacant lot, or was there, used to be a Ponderosa here back in the day, right, Commissioner? But we looked at this and we said, can we? And the answer is yes, we can, and yes, we did. Today, we celebrate the completion of Skyway Lofts 2. And this is an important moment for our city. As Scott said, it reflects the power of partnership and vision and intentional focus on the critical issue of truly affordable housing. As part of our city's Housing Opportunities for All program, the City of St. Petersburg is proud to invest $6.5 million to help turn this vision into a reality, and as Scott said, in perpetuity. I want to thank our council for your strong partnership. Thank you, Scott, for recognizing the best housing team in the business in our St. Pete housing staff. Y'all stand up. I want to identify you. Doctor, get up. I know you hate it. Where's Amy? Well, since you didn't stand, I have to call you out, Administrator Foster, as well. They just do such innovative work, and they're always focused on the goal. These 66 homes will serve residents, and you've got some information in your handouts. For residents earning between 22% and 80% of area median income. That is folks making $6.50 an hour up to $22 an hour. So that is real affordable housing right here in the midst of all this market rate development that we're seeing and proud to have. That means working families, seniors, and individuals who are essential to the strength and vibrancy of our community. Skyway Lofts 2 was thoughtfully designed to meet real needs. These homes are both beautiful and functional. That's why I love working with Blue Sky. These homes are supported by amenities that truly enhance the quality of life, an outdoor play area, a library, and computer space, a fitness center, and bike parking. And the fact that this community is already at full occupancy shows how critical investments like this are and will continue to be. Across our city and county, we're seeing impactful housing projects take shape, and one thing they all have in common is partnership, and I want to end on this. Skyway Lofts 2 is no exception. I want to thank Blue Sky Communities, the Pinellas County Housing Finance Authority, TD Bank, the Pinellas County Commission, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, Raymond James Affordable Housing, and everyone who played a role in bringing this almost $25 million development to life. And so today we celebrate real progress, and tomorrow we will keep moving forward. And to the Skyway Lofts 2 residents, welcome to your new home. We are St. Pete. God bless you.
Mayor, thank you so much for being here and being at Phase 1 as well. So
I notice you still have all your hair and no gray hair. I need your help.
if you look closely, there's a couple gray hairs that come in with every one of these projects. Before we move on to our next speaker, I want to take a second and acknowledge some of the private funders in the room that the mayor just mentioned. One of Blue Sky's core values is stewardship of public dollars. And we hold that near and dear to our hearts. And one of the ways that we do that is to leverage the public dollars that go into these communities with as many private ones as possible to extend how far those dollars go. Raymond James Affordable Housing Investments was responsible for purchasing the low-income housing tax credits that funded this property. Raymond James, obviously based here in St. Petersburg, they actually are officed in the same complex we are, and they are one of our most valued relationships. I was totaling it up, and we have now invested over $500 million together in affordable housing across the state of Florida. So, thank you. TD Bank was the investor through Raymond James, and they also provided the construction loan for Skyway Lofts 2. And Raymond James Bank, another local institution, will provide the permanent loan that will remain with the property for the next 15 years. So thank you very much. Next up, we have newly elected Chair Hanowitz. And before I bring her up, I just want to thank her for the time she spent with me and the interest that she has shown in learning more about affordable housing so we can make a difference in this city.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is such a wonderful day today. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership. And I must also thank my colleagues who are also the reason why you're here, because it doesn't just take one vote to make this happen. It takes a majority, and this was unanimous. And that is a testament to the work that Blue Sky Communities does in our community. The ribbon cutting, by the way, that was mentioned earlier, was one of my first ones as a city council member for Skylofts. And this is one of the first ones I have as a city council chair. So it's especially meaningful to me. And I can't believe how lucky we are to have Blue Sky Communities in our community doing this meaningful work. It is a full circle moment and a reminder that progress happens in phases. And today's ribbon cutting marks a very special phase, one that brings people home. And as been mentioned before, we have 60 new affordable homes that adds a total of 131 affordable units in the Skyway Marina District, which has changed drastically since I first came to the first ribbon cutting, just like was mentioned. These homes are reserved for households earning less than 80% or less of the area median income and will remain affordable for perpetuity. And I have to emphasize that, perpetuity. It means forever, a very long time. That permanence matters because public dollars are best invested in solutions that are built to last. So I'm very proud that the city of St. Petersburg stewarded $6.5 million of ARPA funds alongside with Pinellas County's $3.4 million in investment to bolster significant private and nonprofit financing of this $22.9 million project. Because when public, private, and nonprofit partners align around shared goals, we can actually deliver real outcomes. I want to thank Blue Sky Communities, the Pinellas County Commission, Pinellas County Housing Financing Authority, TD Bank, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and Raymond James for your partnership and dedication in bringing this project to life. We may be celebrating a building, but at the end of the day, this is about people, and it's about ensuring that individuals and families can afford to live in what they call their community, and this city, St. Petersburg. It's about creating stable housing to support stable lives. So congratulations to everyone that made this project a reality, and to the St. Petersburg residents who are going to call this their home. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take a second and talk a little bit about the team that came together to make this community a reality. Teamwork is another core value at Blue Sky, and that means not only our team within Blue Sky, but also the external partners that we work with. So the ones that came together for this property was civil engineer High Point Engineering. The architect was Place Architecture and Tim Clemens from St. Petersburg. General contractor Park and Eliezer. Landscape architect Dark Moss. And our sister company Carteret Property Management, who will really keep these buildings community assets for hopefully as long as Blue Sky owns them. And we have the utmost confidence that they will, because they have on every building that they've done that with in the city of St. Petersburg, and we're so thankful to call them our partners. And last but not least, I want to take a second and recognize the Blue Sky team. There's about 20 of us, and every single one of them has a hand in every project that we do, and it's truly an honor of mine to work beside you every day to create assets such as this. Before I introduce our last speaker, I just want to talk about Pinellas County a little bit further. As both the mayor and Chair Hanowitz stated, they invested $3.4 million of penny funds in Skyway Lofts 2. That came in the form of $1.4 million for vertical costs and construction costs here, and $2 million for the purchase of the land underneath this building. And I want to take a second and thank the staff at Pinellas County, Bruce Bussey, Stephanie Raymond, and Sherry Harris that administered those vertical funds, and Catherine Driver, with the Pinellas County HFA, who administered the funds to purchase the land here. And with that, I would like to introduce Commissioner Renee Flowers.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not going to recap some of the things that was said. They stole my thunder by sharing how much money we gave. You know, I could spend $1, can't I? But about 4 years ago, we were just across the street celebrating the number of units that were going to open over there so that residents would have a safe, clean, and affordable place to live, to call home. And today we have an opportunity to put into the fold 66 more units. And while we know that that does not put a significant dent in the needs of our community, we know that we are well on our way to make sure that we are working extremely hard to put a roof over the heads of those who not only want one, but deserve. I am so grateful for the Advantage Housing Pack that the city of St. Petersburg and other municipalities are a part of, along with the county. Instead of fighting over projects and fighting over land, we've come together and pooled our resources. And that's why just not long ago, you guys were up in Ridgecrest dedicating units for our senior population, who are also finding it very difficult to find a place to live and remain in our community. One of the other concerns that we've had is allowing individuals to stay in the heart of where they grew up at. Projects such as this, for individuals earning $16,000 a year. Wrap your head around that. $16,000 a year does not adequately take care of a family during these economic times. That's 22% of area medium household income that a person will be paying to live here in these particular units and the units that are to come. That is huge. I don't know if you've been able to grasp the significance of that. We're talking about people who are on Social Security. We're talking about families who receive SNAP benefits, temporary assistance to needy families, and are still working a 40-hour-a-week job just to make ends meet. I am forever and eternally grateful for the residents of Pinellas County who thought it not robbery years ago to vote for the Penny for Pinellas. We are doing exactly what we said we would do with your tax dollars. And that's important, especially in a time when individuals are looking for elected officials to keep their word, to be honest, and to be true to the residents who voted for them and put them in office. And I believe the partnership between the county and the city is strong. I am forever grateful for the city council members, as well as the mayor, all of the staff. I have to throw in a name, though he's not here, and that's Tom Almonte, who is over the housing department with the county. They knew that coming in, housing was my heart and soul. It has been for a long time, having grown up in Jordan Park and knowing what it is like to have people look down on you because you need a little help and a little support to be able to make your ends meet and have a place to live. So I don't want to forget him and the staff that's here from the county. Again, on behalf of myself, on behalf of Dave Eggers, who is our chair, and Commissioner Chris Latvala, our vice chair, Barry Burton, the administrator, and the remainder of my colleagues. Thank you all so very much. And I have to say, it is an honor for us to be able to be a part of Blue Sky Communities.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And I want to thank you for highlighting something very important and kind of bringing it full circle to how we started talking about this project in this district. You know, Forward Pinellas and the city of St. Petersburg both worked hard to make sure that this district came to a reality, and the county was willing to step up here and put dollars into the city, and they continue to do that. And a lot of places that we work around the state, you don't see that kind of collaboration, and that's something that's incredibly important and valuable here, and I don't take for granted. So thank you very much. That pretty much concludes our presentation for today. I want to thank all the speakers and everyone in attendance for helping us celebrate today, and Before you depart, we will be cutting the ribbon out front, so I'd like to ask all of the speakers and dignitaries to join me out front. We have refreshments in the club room, and then we'll be gathering by the elevator to in case anybody wants to tour a unit. So thank you very much, and travel safe.
I might take my little.
It's very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple. It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime program. Even though Japan is on the other side of the world, I have another host family out there. I have another family out there.
It's really a great opportunity to exercise that interest in culture and learn more about Japanese culture specifically.
Not only is it educational, but it's also inspirational. It really inspired me to get out and travel more. And there's so much more for the world to see, different cultures, different foods, different lifestyles. And it's just so important that people realize and seek the world around them.
I started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, you can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens, so you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames, and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening, but we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here, and folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you can say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
This time we're going to go ahead and call the order. We go ahead and stand and pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and introduce the CPAC members, starting to my left.
Hello, I'm Nicolette Love.
And I'm David Russell.
And I'm Terry Ballier.
And I'm Craig Baumgartner.
Ray Petty.
Okay, at this time, we're going to go ahead and do the opening remarks. Welcome to the St. Petersburg Police Civilian Police Advisory Committee meeting, held quarterly, excluding holidays and other changes to the schedule, at 6 p.m. These meetings are held to review, discuss, and make recommendations for the provided St. Petersburg Police Department policies and procedures. The purpose of the Civilian Advisory Committee is to review and analyze the St. Petersburg Police Department policy and procedure from a civilian's perspective. Though it reviewed, the committee will determine if, through the review of the committee, it will determine if there would be any recommendation provided to the Chief of Police for his consideration. In order to facilitate the committee, it is effort to conduct its business. We ask that we observe the following 1 through 5. If you speaking under the public comment section of the agenda, please observe the time limits and indication. Please do not address committee members or other panelists from your seat. If asked by the chairperson to speak, please do so from the podium. Placards and posters are not permitted at this meeting. Please do not pass notes to CPAC members, panelists during the meeting. Please be courteous to other members of the audience by keeping your side conversation to the minimum. At this time, we're going to transition to the public comment instruction. You must sign the public comment sheet and fill out the yellow cards with the recording officer prior to the meeting. If you wish to address the Civilian Police Civilian Police Advisory Committee about subject within the committee are responsible. Speaker will be called to address the chair in order to which they sign the public comment sheet. Comments are limited to the issues under discussion. Citizens will be given only 5 minutes to state their position, make comments, or ask questions. The nature of the speaker's comments will determine the manner in which the response will be provided. The response will be provided by the chair of the CPAC liaison. It may be in the form of a letter or a follow-up phone call, depending on the request. Okay, we're going to move into the policy review section of this board we're having today. General Order Roman number 3-40, mobile video recording system. Policy review process. Policy review process discussed by, okay, I'm gonna read the question. We start to my right, to my left. Will the St. Petersburg Police Department General Order Roman number 3-4, mobile video recording system policy outline and the review materials?
Yes.
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 Specify in ways the supporting documents did or did not assist your review of the mobile video recording system. My left.
Well, I thought the revisions as well as the additions outline the controls of the process as well as designating the supervisors that are going to, I guess, follow through with any of the recommendations that are violated. So I thought it was very well put together, and it was you can follow it. And to me, it was very seamless with the code of conduct that I was able to review as well. So it was a good job.
I agree to the same. It was well written out, well understood. Any officer who read the policy they would know they won't go wrong with it. So it was well put together.
Agreed. I felt like it was very descriptive on how to use the equipment.
I agree.
I agree.
Were you able to thoroughly investigate the policy in light of the materials provided? To my right.
Yes, I was.
Yes.
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 Are there any additional comments anyone wish to make regarding this policy review?
I don't have any at this time. I think it was thoroughly put together. Like I said, the revisions as well as the additions where you can follow it. The officers will be able to get a clear and concise description of what their job entail. And if they follow that, I think they should do a great job. So I don't have any comments.
I agree.
I agree as well.
Agreed.
I agree. When we get the thing you plug in,
Yes, sir.
if there's any changes, it would be nice to put it in a different color so we can find it quickly and not have to go through the entire document for everything.
So, are you referring to any revisions to the policy? Okay. So instead of gray, you're recommending like a highlighted yellow? Is that what you're advising?
Or if it's highlighted yellow, fine, but I haven't seen a highlighted yellow in a long time.
Okay. Yeah, typically how the policies, if there are any revisions and they're distributed, the written directives to the police department, which we all review and sign off on, they've typically been grayed instead of in highlighted yellow.
Oh, that'd be fine. If it's highlighted yellow, that's fine.
Okay.
They usually being gray, like you said.
Right, because the yellow sometimes can get, I don't know, it can be too much, depending on how many revisions.
Right.
But if you have a desktop and you have a preview on the side, you should be able to determine which ones were highlighted just by the color scheme of it, if that helps in the future.
I have a question. So when new policies come out with the PD, and when the officer log in to their MDT or their computer in the office or whatnot, do they have a screen come up requesting them saying a new policy is going into effect? Do they have to like sign off on it and then before they go any further?
Yes, sir. So whenever a new written directive or a new general order or policy is revised or issued, it's broadcast to the entire police department through our internal intranet system. And it's called CARS for the police department. And the officer will review and then sign off utilizing their city payroll number, advising that they've reviewed and acknowledged the newly issued written directive.
Yes, so everybody's in the loop.
Yes, sir.
Are there any recommendation the committee wish to make regarding the St. Petersburg Police Department policy under review? And at this time, I'm gonna open up to any member at this time.
Not at this time for me.
Same, not this time. Well written, as all the policies. And my thought was this here, when the policy was created, they put all thoughts and they put real thoughts into making this policy and cover all the bases. What if, shoulda, coulda, woulda. That's where I read it. So if an officer deviate from that, they ask for it.
I think it's good because it goes through a variety of officers to be approved, including the chief.
Yes.
So it's well reviewed before it's finalized.
Exactly, yes.
So not a recommendation per se, but for you, Detective Deloach, I just want to personally thank you because we've met a handful of times now, and you have been very thorough in your practice, and so in all of our feedback that we've had. So I just want to thank you for that. It definitely makes our meetings go much smoother.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I second that.
Thank you.
Me too.
I'd like to follow up, mentioning the follow through. The last meeting we had, we reviewed our weapons policy, and it was brought up about revisions. So when a policy is revised, when you see the grayed out highlighted portion of, or the gray highlighted portion of the policy, there may have been an addition or a revision, and that's why it's there. You don't see the workflow. It's cleaned up and presented as such with the final revisions that are made and issued to the police department. But to answer Mr. Baumgartner's question from our last meeting, there is an archive. There is, through our professional compliance unit, our accreditation supervisor, Erica Hassan, she spoke at our 2 meetings ago. There is an archive at the police department of prior revisions and additions to policy. So they are retained at the police department. It's just not illustrated on the newly issued policies at the police department.
So when an officer get hired, do they still have that thick binder with the general orders? Did they get issued that, or do they have it on a thumb drive now?
So yeah, everything's electronic, including our.
Yes,
sir. Yeah, the safe paper. Yeah, so everything has gone digital and electronic. When I first started, there was a lot of printed copies and hard copies of things, including statute books. I'm not sure if we're still issuing statute books or not, but they're all made readily available through the state's website for Florida state statutes too.
Yes.
But as far as like the policy book, I don't believe so, no, sir.
I'm telling my age now, so. Yes, so is there anyone else, any more comments?
I just have a question.
Yes, sir.
You know, these refer to the state laws sometimes, and I'm sure that's a hyperlink the officers can hit then and see the current state law. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if it's a hyperlink, but it's it's referenced in the index of the policy. Yes, sir.
I saw, you know, I don't know what it was on Instagram or Facebook, but there'll be some changes to the laws effective, I think, June 1st. And so, you know, if the policy refers to that, I didn't know if officers can see what the current law is if it's changed from now to June 1st.
If there are any applicable statutes that are relevant to law enforcement, we get legal updates through our legal division. So whenever it's job specific, when it comes to statutes, because there's a lot of them, our department does a good job of issuing legal updates and legal memorandums related to updated case law or updated statutes that apply to our job and how we function. So if it's referencing a policy that's relevant to what we do and how we do it, typically our legal division will push out legal updates for that. As far as like a hyperlink, I'm not sure if it's a hyperlink, to be honest with you, but it's referenced. So the officer could easily search it and review it at that time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So,
No, I'm good.
So I'm not full of question, but every year after the legislature, you know, the state statute book, Miami-Dade, back when I was in, you get they issue another little book with the new laws in effect. Are they still doing that too, or that's the same thing on thumb drive too?
Yeah, everything's electronic and digital now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Anything else? Anyone else? Question? Concerns? Questions? Concern? Question? Concern? At this time, it's adjourned.
Good job.
You can go ahead and shut it down.
Hi, I'm Sarah De La Torre. I'm a firefighter paramedic with St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, and I'm here to talk to you today about being wise with your lithium-ion batteries before, during, and after the storm. So first of all, you want to make sure before the storm that your batteries are fully charged just in case we lose power. You want to make sure that you have good quality batteries, and you want to make sure that they're not damaged, that they're not swollen, leaking, or cracked. You want to make sure that anything with a lithium-ion battery, such as e-bikes, cars, even your power tools, that they're moved up and to higher ground, and preferably that they're out of your home and away from your property. A lot of times when the salt water mixes with these batteries, that's how fires begin, even up to 2 weeks after exposure to the water. Well, during a storm, this could result in a structure fire, and the fire department may not be able to get to you to put that fire out. So it's important to always get that to higher ground and away from your property. Have a plan for your electric operated devices or vehicles. In the event of a battery fire, water will not help, so don't use water. Make sure that you use either a Class B extinguisher or an ABC dry chem extinguisher. As a pro tip, make sure to follow @StPFL for all your up-to-date information before, during, and after a storm.
Hi, I'm Jane and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have 2 that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Chrome Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Yeah. Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know, although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we opened, like we didn't know this is gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do it.
Yeah.
People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local
Yeah,
restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here. Like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread. Everyone loves pastries. So yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. Like this is so exciting.
That's one of my goal. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete. You know, so it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the neighborhood association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say Drains to the Bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay, so they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? Or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
Hi, I'm Austin Smith, a Sanitation Support Services Coordinator, and I'm here to give you the do's and don'ts of residential recycling. Our city crews work hard every day collecting the garbage and recycling throughout the city. Our residential recycling program began in 2014, and every city or county has their own recycling processes. So here's what's important when recycling in St. Pete. First, let's talk about great examples of things that we can recycle. Plastic bottles, jugs, and jars, aluminum bottles and cans, steel or tin cans, paper such as newspaper, office paper, and letters, paperboard, think flimsy cardboard like a cereal box, and of course, cardboard, glass bottles, and jars. Now, there are some common don'ts that we encounter when collecting. Let's talk about them. Nothing in the approved list with food residue or liquids. Think about carry-out containers and pizza boxes. No styrofoam. No plastic bags. Please, let me repeat, no plastic bags. This means no trash bags and no grocery bags. If it's flimsy, please do not put it in our bins. Plastic bags are considered tanglers at the recycling plant and jam up the equipment and can cause damage to the facility. Pro tip, we have a waste wizard on our website and a mobile app called St. Pete Collects, where you can search what items can and cannot be disposed of. And lastly, we have 7 drop-off sites throughout the city where you can drop off items at any of these locations. Visit stpete.org/recycle to learn more about recycling, to use our waste wizard, and to find other handy information, such as the Pinellas County Recycle Guide.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regatta del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is La Regatta del Sol Al Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations, and we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
We are here at a groundbreaking that's going to provide over 40 units for our residents to be able to provide shelter and a safe place for their families. We're adding to the housing stock. We're actually trying to uphold the commitment that the mayor has set for the city of St. Petersburg to provide more affordable housing units, and this is one of the great steps toward that accomplishment.
It's the second project with Habitat for home ownership and multifamily here in the city of St. Petersburg, and it's at the southern end of the Deuces. So I think it's important as we see that transformation happening in the Deuces and in South St. Pete, that we have a project that folks that live here can afford, that 80% AMI and less, some as low as 30%, will be able to get into home ownership through the Great Habitat program right here on the Deuces.
Projects like this are important to the city because when you are creating housing and the opportunity to own the housing at 0% down with 0% interest, that is a tool in the financial universe that we call the unicorn. It doesn't exist. And so when we're able to create this with partners like Habitat for Humanity, you got to celebrate it and you got to let people know.
This moment represents more than just the start of construction. It's the beginning of new opportunities, stronger communities, and brighter futures. St. Petersburg is a city that thrives on diversity, resilience, and community spirit. Pelican Place will reflect those values. It will be a neighborhood where children can play safely, where families can grow, and where neighbors support one another.
Everything that we see being built will not be unaffordable. We will have an affordable base, and that's what the Housing Opportunities for All is focused on. This will remain a priority for our administration, and we know how important it is, and we're dedicated to it.
Wardsville. That was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that people say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
Last year, Milton was really bad. Even though I wasn't home, I know there was Milton damage almost everywhere. I wasn't really sure of, the condition of my roof. To find out that yes, there was damage, I let my insurance company know what happened. So I did the paperwork with them. They were able to help me, like half of what the cost was. I said, well, I don't think this is enough money to fix my roof. That was really a terrible feeling because I'm thinking, okay, finding out that I was only gonna get half of what the damage cost, I said, oh, wow, I just feel kind of devastated because I say, there's no way I can afford it. I heard on the news that the city of St. Pete had funds for Milton's damage for homeowners. So I thought, oh, wow, well, this is an answer to my prayers because I didn't know which way to go. So then I applied to the city of St. Pete, and the process was wonderful. Before you know it, they say, yes, you're approved, so they started the process on getting my roof done. I'm just very thankful for all the work that the city is doing in not only my situation, but everyone else, and that makes the everyone to kind of love St. Pete because it's such a good city. It's been a blessing to me and my family, and I'm very thankful for.
Hey St. Pete, I'm Amber Bolding, your Emergency Management Manager, here to explain the difference between floodplains, FEMA flood zones, and evacuation zones. Understanding these terms is key to protecting your safety and property. First up, stormwater floodplain. This is where water naturally collects during heavy rainfall due to the terrain and our stormwater infrastructure system. If you're in a stormwater floodplain, your property may be at greater risk of flooding from heavy rain. Next, FEMA flood zones. FEMA identifies these areas based on flood risk from storm surge or proximity to water. This affects flood insurance requirements and building regulations. Finally, evacuation zones. Set by Pinellas County, these zones indicate areas at risk from dangerous storm surge during hurricanes or tropical storms. An evacuation order means you must leave. This is about protecting lives from potentially deadly storm surge. Pro tip, being in a non-evacuation zone doesn't mean you're in a non-flood zone or outside the stormwater floodplain. Heavy rainfall can still cause freshwater flooding. In St. Pete, you need to know your zones. Visit stpete.org/hurricane and use the Prepare St. Pete map. Just enter any address or click a location on the map to see its stormwater floodplain, FEMA flood zone, and evacuation zone. Understanding these differences helps protect you, your family, and your property. Stay informed by following us at St. Pete FL before, during, and after storms. Stay safe, St. Pete.
Hi, my name's Barbara Stallbird, and I work for the City of St. Petersburg Parks and Recreation Department, and I'm here to talk about debris. No matter what type of storm we experience, there's a certain way that debris needs to be handled. First, it needs to be separated. It needs to be separated by vegetative debris, which would be trees and limbs, construction and demolition debris, which would be flooring and drywall, and also household goods, such as appliances. Step 2, placement of your debris is very important. Place your debris on the curb, not on the street and not on the sidewalk. This will allow the call to come and grab the debris. Pro tip, never put your debris next to infrastructure or any obstruction for the claw to grab the debris, such as near a fire hydrant, a mailbox, a sign, or even under a tree. Number 3, please do not place your debris in bags. Monitors need to be able to view the debris to ensure that it's not mixed. And remember, always keep up to date with what's going on before, during, and after a storm at St. Pete FL.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing, where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there, was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Callier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
Hi, I'm Andre Allen, Stormwater foreperson for the City of St. Pete. I'm here to talk about sandbags. First important thing you need to know about sandbags, we have them year-round. We distribute sandbags every 2nd Saturday of the month You can get sandbags at our complex, 1744 9th Avenue North. The best way to use the sandbags is to get some visqueen or a heavy plastic tarp and lay it down like in an L shape from the ground up against your door garage and stack your sandbags just like you're stacking bricks right in front of your doors. If you didn't have no flooding in your area and no flood water touching your sandbags, you should store them in a safe area just in case another storm comes through. If flood water touch your sandbags, we recommend you take it to Pinellas County Dump. For more information, you can follow us on social media at St. Pete FL.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circles. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you could just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out.
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, you know, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator too, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. It's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you gotta go and say, oh, you gotta get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, you would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it will make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand buildup, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100% because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Correct.
And of course they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the Manhattan?
Absolutely, they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park, where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
Mi nombre es Lisette Hanowitz y yo soy parte del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de St. Petersburg. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sees opportunities that others can't see. Sometimes they see a world that doesn't exist. And I think people that are trailblazers has this burning desire inside to do something. And that doesn't end when they blaze that first trail. I see more and more people coming from different places and calling St. Pete home. And I think our city council is reflective of that. It's shocking, but we're still in an era where there is first. What really became clear to me what my trailblazers were as I got older is my mom and my family. And you don't appreciate the struggles they go through until you're older in life. And then you can see how difficult it was for them. And my family came from Cuba in the 60s through the freedom flights. And they left the country to go to another country where they didn't speak the language, completely different culture, and brought nothing with them and started anew. And if that's not a definition of a trailblazer, I don't know what is. My mom passed away last year. And when I won the primary, my mom was alive, and I was able to share that with her. And I wish I would have been able to share it with her that I won. The fact that my family left Cuba for freedom, and here I am being an elected representative. My family left a place where there are no elections, and I was elected to represent our city. That made me very proud, and I wish my mom would have been able to see it. It made me so proud that my daughter saw me be elected. She was so excited, and all the other little girls, her friends. And in me, they saw themselves. And I think that's important because there were times when I was a child, I didn't see elected representatives that looked like me. We all bring our life experiences that are so different from each other. And the more diversity you have, the more life experiences you have, and you're not in an echo chamber. You're able to make better decisions if you do have diverse points of view. I think people think it's better when everyone agrees with them, but the only places I know where everyone agrees are places like Cuba and not free societies. In a free society, you should have discourse. And with discourse, diversity is important. I think everyone needs an example or someone to look up to. I think our kids need an example of what can happen in their future. And I think we have a diverse community, and that diversity should be expressed in every institution in our country. So once we do that, I think we're going to see more and more people participate. It's never too late. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my mom work and pay the rent. And I went to school at night while I got my bachelor's and my MBA, and I went to law school at the age of 30. My path wasn't the normal path. And I think sometimes people think that it's too late for me. I can't get that degree. I can't learn that skill. And it isn't too late. I think if you want to do something, you should do it no matter what age.
Dear reader, you are loved, more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up.
You are loved for exactly
who you are. I promise.
The world needs you in it.
I was really blessed to grow up in a multi-generational family. So my mother and both of my grandmothers were very influential in my life. They were women who were very family-oriented. That commitment extended to the larger community, and that created a very secure and safe environment for me to grow up in.
Most of us growing up in the 80s were latchkey kids. When I started going home after school, Alone was the very first Oprah Winfrey show. And I really looked up to Oprah in the way she was able to talk to people and learn about lives that were things that maybe I didn't see in my own community. Back in small town Louisiana, opened up a whole new world to me.
My childhood was full of family, so my role models were my immediate and extended family members. And while many of them are no longer physically here with us, I still have all of their teachings, the lessons, the love for family, the hard work ethic, laughter and talking that applies to my life now, that I hope my daughters will carry into their lives and hopefully eventually their families.
My mother is definitely the strongest role model in my life. She was the instrumental person in getting us out of Cuba. She taught me the importance of being independent, being resilient, and also as a working mom, she taught me that you could balance a career, family, and God.
I am very hopeful about The future of women leaders in St. Pete, it's very promising.
Already we have women in management positions and in leadership positions.
We have women in some of the places that we've been wanting to be for decades.
There's lots of women in every single role in the city, whether it's police officers, firefighters, and leadership.
The one thing that I love about the female leadership that's in place is that they are making a path for other women to follow.
But we also have a lot of work to do because I think we can diversify that pool of women still.
You have to have people of all walks of life. Everyone brings something different to the table, and it's important to hear all of those perspectives in order to find something that works best for everyone. After all, we're representing a very diverse, very large city now.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor women in your life.
This month and every month.
Evan?
My name is Evan. I graduated from St. Pete.
St. Pete High? All right, good to meet you.
My name is Mario.
Mario.
St. Pete.
Another Green Devil?
We have a license A, B, and C that allow you to move up through the ranks of a treatment plant.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, everybody.
The Mayor's Future Ready Academy is an innovative approach to providing opportunities for our young people and also fulfilling some of our workforce needs in city departments like Parks and Recreation, Sanitation, and Public Works. This was an innovative way that our departments thought to open the doors of opportunity to let our young people know about the career path, not just a job, but a career with the city of St. Petersburg.
Hey, good morning. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send y'all with a field group. I think one is going to be manhole inspections.
Our Future Ready Academy really consists of going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. You get to learn a lot.
Well, I'm with Water Resources Department right now, and we came out here to this manhole to see if the float should be moved.
The blower is ventilating the air right now, pushing all the toxin gas out and bringing fresh air in.
Today, we're trying to get the flow meter changed from one manhole to the next one. And one manhole, there's a lot of sludge, and then the other one, we just found out it is sludge in that one as well.
We have to use a blower to blow all the toxic gas out and put fresh air in the manhole so it's safe for somebody to go down there.
It's a good way to look at what they do behind the scenes. Coming out here, you actually see like they test the waters for how fast it's traveling, and they test the waters like to see like the gases and what's in it.
They clean out at the lift stations things that come through the toilet filtration system. That's like the flush wipes, they're really not flushable or biodegradable. There's just a lot of things that people flush that don't need to be flushed.
Today I'm with Park and Rec, the construction crew.
They building a clay pit. We had to stack all the bricks up and then make our own mix, spread it in so it can lock.
Cadets have opportunities to earn some other certifications outside of the classroom. These cadets were working on their CDLB, which means once they complete this particular program, they will be CDLB certified, which means that they'll be able to operate certain vehicles that you have to have the CDLB permits for.
So y'all did it. I'm proud of y'all. I swear I'm so proud of y'all.
Today I'm with the SPTO department and I'm with the traffic group.
Across the road, there's another pole box. Once we pull it through there, we're gonna run it up the pole
out onto the arm.
Today we were setting up radars, which kind of scan the cars when they pull up to the lights, giving signals to the lights so that they could turn.
We have sensors that will see cars. And what we did is we needed to add 2 sensors for north and south coming out of the dog track and coming out of apartment complex.
I've never been up that high, other than in like an airplane, but seeing the wires and how everything works was really cool. I want to have a job with the city so I can start my career, and then from that point on, just keep moving up.
You are a leader. You are important. You deserve everything that you desire. And St. Petersburg is a great place for you to achieve those things. Is that right?
The program was good. At some points it was a little hard to kind of, I guess, keep going, keep pushing through it. But being here today, it's really good. I feel very accomplished.
He started out and he continued and completed everything that he set out to do. So I'm proud of him.
I just think it's incredible when we talk about this program. 9 graduates, 6 full-time opportunities, 3 CDLs, 1 part-time. I mean, it's just incredible to think about what you've accomplished in that time period.
I feel like I'm real proud of myself. I feel like I did a good job throughout the whole program, you know, not giving up and just keep working so I can better myself in life.
I'm just so thankful for the program. It gives him a start in life, and I'm really, really proud of him.
You are the first. You set the standard, and you've proven the concept of this program. We want to make sure that whether you're with us for 5 years or for 50 years, that you know that you have the foundation to move forward in life and achieve anything that you all want to achieve.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors. So we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders could be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit. It's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. We're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, the weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the City of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
Today we're cutting the ribbon on a building, but what we're really celebrating is a major step forward in the city of St. Petersburg. Our first purpose-built, nationally accredited environmental compliance laboratory.
This has been years in the making. Our original water laboratory was in a repurposed metal building. It wasn't designed for the purpose of being a laboratory. You've got to think of humidity and air temperature. You've got to think of air control. You don't want to contaminate the samples. And so we have a brand new building that's been designed to be used as a laboratory, but it was also designed to withstand hurricanes. It operates through a storm, and that's really important so we can get our systems back up and running.
It's so neat to see what they're doing. I mean, you're talking about drinking water, beach water, storm water, essentially any water that comes through the city, they're testing, because not only are they worried about what's coming in contact with us, they're worried about the environment too. I mean, it's just a massive project. It's a massive undertaking, and the work they're doing is just so important.
This lab provides analytical results to the Hillsborough Health Department, Pinellas County Health Department. We provide a regional benefit. We ensure that we're providing the results that are of the highest quality standard.
We take our water for granted. We take the fact that the water is safe to use for granted. So much work that goes into making sure that it is safe to use. And so that's why this is important to each and every one of us, because that water that we are using every morning has been tested to verify that it is safe for your use.
Our team is mission focused, and every day they come here as residents knowing what this water means to the community. This is the lifeblood of the community, and they are focused on ensuring that it is of the highest quality that is possible.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. Inside an art studio, it was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience and working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water
conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it. To not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there. That's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
Morellis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
About a year ago, I was in some financial straits and really struggling with some personal hardships in my life, with just relationships and lack of support. I signed up for these emails and all these newsletters like a year ago, and I got an email about the Youth Opportunity Grant. It kind of was a design to support foster youth. You get a $500 stipend for 12 months, no questions asked, no strings attached. It just gave me that confidence in myself that even if I was going to have like a lack of income, I always had that to rely on, no matter what was going on. And I was able to save it for a new vehicle. It showed me that with, you know, the right follow through and the right discipline, that it can change your outcome. It's very important for a lot of the foster youth and underprivileged to have that chance to just be believed in. The goals that you have aren't just going to be dreams anymore. You know, you can actually see the possibilities because you have your whole team there with you and you have the funding to support it.
It's very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple. It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime program. Even though Japan is on the other side of the world, I have another host family out there. I have another family out there.
It's really a great opportunity to exercise that interest in culture and learn more about Japanese culture specifically.
Not only is it educational, but it's also inspirational. It really inspired me to get out and travel more. And there's so much more for the world to see, different cultures, different foods, different lifestyles. And it's just so important that people realize and seek the world around them.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained. And that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we call the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new History Center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that. So that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was going to fly in a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
The lateral lines are the lines that lead from your house through to the city sewer system. And it's really important for the total functioning of a house. Maintaining an older house takes a little bit of attention. And so because it was a 60-year-old house, I wanted to make sure that I had the most up-to-date improvements that I could make on this house. And so the city lateral line rehab program was that resource for me. It's a pretty simple program. They've made it about as simple as possible, and the city is a great resource to work with. I filled out a form that was sent to me, and then they approved the application and sent me a list of authorized plumbers. Was very happy with the plumber that I chose, and everything took a fairly short period of time, as these things go. I think the city's resiliency infrastructure is a critical piece of quality of life in a city. The lateral line rehab program is one of those very important programs that allow for improvements to take place at a very base level. It's a piece of the overall big pie that I can contribute to through my participation in the city's lateral line rehab program. It makes me feel more comfortable living in my house and not worrying about this portion of the infrastructure of my house.
Good afternoon. My name is, am I on here? My name is Kevin Reale, Chairman of the Development Review Commission. I'll be presiding over the hearing today. On behalf of the Commission, welcome. The Development Review Commission is a voluntary group of citizens appointed by the mayor, confirmed by City Council. The Commission is responsible for considering requests including special exceptions, site plan approvals, variances, reinstatements, redevelopments, and street vacations. Copies of today's agenda are available at the podium to my right, your left. Certain proceedings, actually all proceedings on today's agenda are quasi-judicial, meaning that all parties will have a chance to present evidence and testimony to assist the Commission in making its decision. If you have questions regarding the quasi-judicial procedures, there's a guide available from the clerk at the Center Console. All persons who plan to provide testimony today will be required to take an oath prior to speaking. Anyone speaking before the Commission on a quasi-judicial item must fill out a blue card and will be sworn in by the clerk prior to speaking. A representative for a group or organization may be designated, but the representative will be allowed only 3 minutes. The pooling of time is not permitted. For each quasi-judicial case on today's agenda, a presentation will be made to the Commission by a representative of the City Administration. Staff, the applicant, and any registered opponent will each have 10 minutes for their presentation. Following presentations, all persons in attendance who have filled out a blue card located in the podium will be given 3 minutes to speak. If you have filled out a card, you'll be called by name and asked to approach the podium. All statements, questions, or testimony must be stated in front of a microphone located at either podium on each side of the room to ensure all audio is recorded for the record. When addressing the Commission, please begin with your name and address and state that you've been sworn. Once members of the public have had a chance to speak, cross-examination will begin. During cross-examination, City Administration, the registered opponents, and the applicant will each have 5 minutes to ask questions of any witness. Questions should be directed to me as chair. I will, in turn, redirect the questions to the appropriate party. Following cross-examination, rebuttal and closing statements will begin. During this phase of the proceedings, City Administration, the registered opposition, if any, and the applicant will each have 5 minutes to provide a rebuttal and closing statements. After rebuttal and closing statements, the public hearing will be closed and the Commission will go into executive session. The Commission may ask questions of the applicant or the public at any time during the proceedings. All motions of the Commission are made in an affirmative manner. With a quorum of 5 or more Commission members, it takes 4 concurring votes of the Commission for any motion to pass. Once the Commission has voted on your item, we ask that you continue your conversation outside, if weather permits, so that we can move forward with your fellow St. Petersburg citizen DRC matters. I expect that most people are here for the last item anyway, so I'll ask the group. I will address the group, the public, before we start speaking, but I'll save that now just so we can go through the first item and go through the presentations. But for now, please everyone turn off your cell phones and similar devices so that we can begin. And now please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're gonna make you all.
Yeah, sorry, I should have asked you to stay standing. It's we need everyone who's going to speak today to stand and take an oath.
Please raise your right hand. That should be everybody. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. Roll call. Reale.
Here.
Flint.
Here.
Lemons. Blatt.
Here.
Conroy.
Here.
Gonzalez. Griner.
Here.
Battleout. Here. Hugglestone.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. Next item is approval of the minutes from the April 1st, 2026 hearing. Does anyone have any of those changes? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval of the minutes.
Second.
Third.
Conroy and Flint, you're my second. Reale.
Yes.
Flint.
Yes.
Blatt.
Yes.
Conroy,
Yes.
Reiner,
Yes.
Badalow,
Yes.
Huddleston.
Yes.
Minutes pass unanimously.
Do we have any non-agenda
We
comments?
do not.
Just for the record, we have one deferred case today, case number 2654-000010. That's for 160 16th Avenue Northeast. If you're here for that item, your item is not being heard today. And now we'll go into our public hearing agenda. Our first case is case number 2654-000012, 2593 34th Avenue North. Staff.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Mike Larimore, Planner 2 for the Zoning Division, presenting case number 2654-000012. The subject property is located at 2593 34th Avenue North, a corner property in the St. Pete Heights neighborhood. The property is comprised of portions of 2 fully platted lots, originally platted in 1924. The existing home was constructed in 1949, and the current homeowner purchased the property in 2019. The property is zoned Neighborhood Traditional 1, or NT1, is roughly 63 feet wide and 133.5 feet deep, approximately 8,410 square feet in size, exceeding minimum standards for both lot width and lot area for the district. The application today seeks approval of variances to minimum interior side yard setback and architectural design requirement to install a storage shed. The property owner proposes a new 12-foot wide by 20-foot long storage shed to replace an existing 10-foot by 10-foot shed in the property's rear yard in the northeast corner of the property. The proposed storage shed will be 240 square feet in floor area and roughly 14 feet in height. The roof will be shingle to match the existing home, and the siding, while similar in appearance, will not match precisely to the home. City code allows for accessory structures such as storage sheds to be installed or constructed on properties that have an established principal use and principal structure. One storage shed may be exempt from matching the principal structure if the following criteria are met. One, the shed is located in the rear 1/3 of the property, does not exceed 200 square feet in size, nor exceed 10 feet in overall height, and is screened behind a 6-foot solid fence or wall. If the structure does not meet all 4 of these criteria, the structure must meet standard building setbacks and architecturally match the principal structure. As proposed, the new shed meets one of the 4 of these criteria. Regarding public comment on this application, the applicant provided signatures of no objection from nearby owners of property to the north and east. The subject property is shown here in the center in yellow, and the supporting owners of property in green. No inquiries nor comments from the local St. Pete Heights Neighborhood Association nor the Citywide Council of Neighborhood Associations were received, and no comments or questions from the general public were received. In analyzing the request for variance review, staff found that the requests generally do not meet the guiding criteria of the code. These analyses are expanded upon in the published staff report before you. Based on the stringent standards of approval contained within the city code, the zoning division staff cannot recommend support and recommend denial of the variance request subject to the conditions outlined in the published staff report. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Questions for staff?
Mr. Larimore, in the application, there are photos of multiple other sheds that appear to be exceeding the 100 square feet and potentially height and encroaching. Are you aware of those? They're in our package. Do you know if any of those ever obtained permits? Are they permitted structures to your knowledge?
I wasn't able to ascertain whether they received permits or variances.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they may not be allowed either.
Correct.
In other words. Okay. Thank you.
Is the existing shed conforming and, within the code as it is right now?
Yes, I believe so. I didn't get a height measurement on it. That's the only thing that I'm not 100% sure on. If it's 10 feet or in height or less, then it would be conforming to code.
Other questions for staff? Okay, thank you. Is the applicant here?
Hello.
Just your name and address for the record and confirm you've been sworn, and then you have 10 minutes.
Anna Philippone, I'm the agent. I confirm I've been sworn, and it's my address, or?
Yeah, it can be your business address or your...
220 22nd Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33704.
And I'm Kristen Shambaugh. The address is 2593 34th Avenue North, 33713. And I also confirm I've been sworn in.
Thank you.
Okay, so you can, oh, this is the clicker, right? Okay. As you know, she wants to do a 12 by 20 foot shed in the rear side of her lot. That's encroaching 33%. It's 2 feet into the interior side lot. The interesting thing about this lot is that the house was built much farther past the front setback than you typically will see. So as you guys know, 25 feet is a typical setback, and hers was built within 44'8" of the front setback line, which has resulted in her house and everything around the house starting much farther back than is typically seen, which has also made it difficult for her to place the shed in an area that does not interfere with her backyard and what's going on in that area. Something to know is that next to her on the side yard where she will be encroaching lives her brother, who of course is in full support and has not come here to argue against putting the shed 2 feet into his side yard. There are also lots of similar instances in the immediate neighborhood of people who have sheds that are larger, that are in worse condition, that are encroaching. Whether or not they got a permit, that was not something that I was able to verify, but you can see in her vicinity that there were many, and there was even more that I did not provide just because of how many there was. Furthermore, we're arguing that wanting to put it tuck it in the corner as much as we can it does not have to do with the applicant's actions, because she's not the one who originally built or constructed the house where it is, the 44-foot back. And yes, okay. Is it the minimum necessary? We did speak with zoning, and we originally wanted to put it encroaching 33% on the street side. But the street side is more visible and cars are driving by it, and so she suggested that if we were to potentially have support from the city, we should go on the interior side lot. So this was our secondary option. It was not the first option. And we felt like because it's tucked away in that back corner, you can't see it from the streets, and you have the neighbor who's the brother. So this would be the most ideal circumstance for the client as far as spatial requirements into the back and dealing with the city and their requirements. It is also a much nicer shed. If you look at the pictures that we provided, there's a lot of torn, just ugly, not taken care of looking sheds. This would probably be the nicest shed that you could find in the neighborhood. Also, in commentary to the aesthetics, the client, and maybe this was missed, but the client is 100% willing to make sure it meets the house design. And so that means, like, for example, the shed comes with vertical siding, but they're going to put it horizontal in order to match with the house. The window styles, the door. This is a custom shed, meaning that these elements can be changed to match the design. My understanding is you're also willing to put a decorative fence in the back, happily, be that with some planting or whatever needs to be to hide it as much in that corner as well. So there were changes made in order to adapt for that as well. And here you can just see a few pictures I picked out from what I had sent you. That's the existing shed. It actually does go over 10 feet, correct?
Yeah, the height is taller than 10 feet.
So it's taller than 10 feet. It's in really bad condition, practically just not, looks a mess. And you can see a little image of the proposed shed, which Michael had shown earlier. Here, the Best Barns is an example of like what this shed kind of looks like. The elevations are intended to show you the design that we're actually putting forth, because again, these are custom, so the image there is not exact to what she's proposing. And then on the bottom, you can see some of the sheds that we've taken images of that seem to be encroaching, that are not as good in condition, and don't really fit the bill of being aesthetically pleasing for the neighborhood or enhancing its character. Is there anything you want to add to that?
She already mentioned that the shed that's currently on the property has fallen into disrepair, so I need to get a new shed, and we plan to continue to live on this property. I have no plans to move. This is our future home, our current and future home. I do plan to make other changes to the property in the future, so the intent is to, do things the right way the first time in meeting with you all. But we have already outgrown the size of the shed there. The house itself, as she mentions, is set pretty far back on the property, and it's not a particularly large house at this time. I don't have any extra room for storage. We've grown out of the space that I have. I need to find a way to make a little bit more space. In the long term, there are other ways that I'd like to use the property. So for the purposes of having the shed in that back corner, really future-proofs and allows me to do what I would like to do with the property going forward. And as she mentioned, we were hoping to actually have it on the other side so that there was even more space in the backyard. But if this, if moving it to the inside where my brother lives and my immediate neighbors do not care about what I do with my property, as they said very directly, it really future-proofs the space for me, and I'd really appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
I did want to just add that the square footage of her house is approximately 1,000 square feet, which is relatively small, and has contributed to the lack of storage for her at the house. I think that's it.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
I just had one. Can you, recognizing that square footage is incredibly valuable, I totally understand that. And looking at the pictures that were in our packet, it looks like there's more than 2 feet of pavers right in front of the existing shed. Can you just describe to us the reason that the shed can't slide away from the side yard 2 feet to negate the variance request?
So we want to get a longer shed and turn it because long-term I did want to make renovations to the house. I'd like to add on to the house, and I'd also like to add a deck and a pergola. And where we're looking at doing that, if I extended it out right where it is, the deck, the future plans would immediately clash. There would be something right up against something else.
It interferes with a comfortable walking path. 36 inches is like comfortable in order to be able to pass, like if you were to add a pergola and a deck to her existing house, like the shed, if moved 2 feet in, would be essentially touching the pergola as they want to pursue. So it's just not, I am an architect by trade, and so as far as like having comfort to go around the pergola, that is not ideal. So otherwise, I think she would be happy to put it the 2 feet in. But again, we're dealing with the house being set back really far and then having to work around that. And so that 2 feet was ideal.
Okay, but it's relative to future expansion plans?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Since the shed is custom built, would it be feasible to have a 12 by 18 foot shed instead of a 12 by 20 foot shed?
It is custom on the outside. My understanding is the ones that we were looking at, there wasn't a 12 by 18, it's a custom kit. So there's like a there's certain sizes, and 12 by 18 was not one of them. It was 12 by 16 was, I think, the next size, which is significantly smaller.
And would you consider a 12 by 16 shed as an option?
We're already outgrowing where I'm at, and the long-term goals of the house are to renovate and put more space towards the front of the house. So like in 10 years, I'll have more storage. But at this time, I'm engaged and about to get married and hopefully having kids soon. So the rate at which I will be able to accommodate future storage needs, I think that a smaller option would not be ideal.
Well, also because, you know, she has what she can use for storage in her house. Like the ideal situation with the shed is to get a little bit more than what she has in her house, or then what's the point, you know? So there's like a minimum that she's trying to hit in order to be able to fit all the things she wants to put in there.
Thank you.
Looking at the aerial, this house does appear to be significantly further back than houses, what I believe to the west of it. Yeah, to the west. But your setback appears to be consistent with everybody on your same block. So it sounds like, and you've even mentioned here, that you have the ability to expand out to the front. The problem we have here is variances are forever, setback variance. I can see on your proposed site plan where you have that 2 foot that you could shove this new shed that doesn't even exist yet 2 feet to the west. I know you're talking about a pergola, but could you do a smaller pergola in the future? There's a lot of what ifs here. And I'm seeing a lot of potential options on this. Do you have a garage on this home, or is it?
It's a partial garage. The homeowner before renovated into the garage, so it's not a full garage space. It's enough room for my like washer and dryer.
Yeah, like we're talking like it's 8 feet max in depth. I mean, it's not actually a garage.
That might be opening another can of worms as to whether or not he was permitted to be expanded into there to convert a garage to make it an 8-foot garage. So I want to avoid that can of worms here right at the moment. How big is your current shed? Is it a 10 by 10?
It's a 10 by 10, but it exceeds the height. It's not 10 by 10 by 10. I want to say it's like.
But a 10 by 10, you can go 0 lot line. You could tuck it up against the property line and not be an issue if it's 100 square feet and under 10. I understand your need for storage, but could you give me reasons why a pergola could not be designed smaller to meet your clearances should the new shed that does not exist be shifted 2 feet to the west to meet code?
By shifting it to the west, if it's the same size, I do believe outside of the pergola, it's where my back gate is. If I took that size and scooted it, it would actually be over the line of where I have like a back gate, like where we park our cars. So that would be moving it into where my back gate opens up.
Could you relocate the gate?
Not, it also has like a drive path. Does that make sense?
Could be site work done to accommodate it. It's just, it would affect other things. Like it would start affecting the driveway, the gate, you know, a bunch of other stuff, so.
I would have to repave. I'd have to pull down another gate because I actually have a dog run gate. So where the gate is like.
And understand that you're engaged, getting married, potential kids, storage, et cetera, and you're looking to expand out to the front of the house where you have a lot of room out front. What is setback, maybe 35 feet, 30 feet?
What is what?
What is the question?
Do you know what the setback in the front is?
25 feet.
25 feet, so you've got a good, what, 20 feet in the front to
I mean-
expand. Again, I'm having concerns that, you know, that's a permanent setback where you can solve it in other ways. So I don't know if I've got any additional questions at this time. Thank you.
I will say that yes, in the future, I would maybe be able to solve my storage issues by renovating to the front. But at this time, that is not in the financial budget for like 10 years. And we're
Understood.
already at the point now that I'm struggling with storage, and the shed that is on the property needs to be fixed. Like the roof is.
Understand,
Okay.
completely separate issue. Thank you.
Is there a provision, you know, that if they were to ever expand forward, which I mean, that is a huge endeavor.
You're talking about conditioning the variance.
Okay, I don't know, maybe not. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. No registered opponent? Blue cards? No, okay. Staff? Do you have any cross-examination questions?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you all have any questions you'd like to ask staff on the record? Okay. Staff, do you have any closing remarks?
No, sir.
All right, you all have 5 minutes for closing remarks.
You know, it's tough with the size of this house to find storage, and they've been struggling with it for a while. We were trying to work with the city to find like some sort of middle ground, you know, so we hope you take that into consideration, that we are willing to meet the design aesthetics, that nobody is arguing against it, that it would really, really help her circumstance. And we're not asking for 50% encroachment either, which is what we originally wanted to go for. We're asking for 33. That's another element of this that we reduced down in order to potentially get this through.
I just appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go into executive session. Anyone have any comments?
Can I actually ask a couple of questions of staff now that things have happened? I just want to clarify a couple things. So, number one, if they put it on the other side, would they still need a variance? I mean, they were saying staff recommended not having it closest to the road, but if they did, would they still need a variance?
So it's a 12-foot standard building setback from the street side.
Okay.
So it would still have to meet the 12-foot, which about is where the house is right now.
Okay. And the other question is, they're claiming that their design standards are meeting the requirements. Is that your understanding as well now? Is that no longer one of the variances?
Well, the latest application materials that I have is that the siding, you know, initially during the pre-app meeting, it was vertical, but the staff planner had mentioned that it would have to be horizontal. But the actual material itself typically has to match. We don't have any real gray area written into our code that says the material just has to be similar. It has to match. So the shingle roof is going to match the shingle roof of the house, but the siding material itself, it's not just the orientation that's the issue, it's the actual material.
So you would still consider that a variance request for the design requirements?
At this point, what was submitted would still require the design variance.
Okay.
But if that part of the variance wasn't carried forward, that would just be something that dissatisfied with you during permitting, correct?
Yes.
And it's going to be pretty impossible to match that material literally because
Right.
that's asbestos siding.
Right. And yes, and I understand that, yeah, but there's certain wood products and composite products that would match, that have been developed to address this.
Yeah, like the height of the boards and the overlap.
Correct.
Other questions or comments?
Just a comment that I get the sense that Commissioner Flynn and I are on the same board, or on the same boat. Possibly, I just see so many other solutions that could possibly work and not require a variance. I understand planning for the future, I certainly understand small homes. I have a family of 3 in an 1,100 square foot home with a detached 1-car garage that I can't get a car in, so I get it. But just have a real struggle understanding if there's a path to approving a variance here.
Are we in executive?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. It can be rotated, it can be shifted, it can be reduced. I mean, if the size is something that is a must, then it has to, one has to accommodate, what's the priority? Is the pergola the priority, or is the storage the priority? And you just have a set amount of square footage to work with, and we've got to play within the sandbox.
There may even be different manufacturers of a shed that's going to meet those square footage needs that would be able to meet the setback at that point. It's another one of the asks that we are asked to review sometimes, and there's nothing wrong with it, but it doesn't meet the code for setbacks, and this applies to everybody, and we have to be fair with everybody when we're applying setbacks. We understand your situation, but there are options here to meet the setback with different manufacturers, different sizes, whatever. And planning for future here, we're dealing with the shed and where it sits right now, or where it's planned to sit. I couldn't support it because it doesn't rise to the level or meet the criteria for the variance at this point.
Yeah, I concur. I don't see a way in the code that allows us much interpretation on this, frankly.
Yeah, I mean, I would echo and just say it's a very reasonable request, but there's no, the criteria and the hardship, it just doesn't meet that design. You have anything to add?
I'd like to make a motion for the approval of variances to interior side yard setback and design to allow for the installation of a storage shed, subject to conditions of approval.
Second.
What?
No.
Really?
No.
Lynn?
No.
No.
Reiner? Conroy?
No.
Hugglestone?
No.
Battleout?
No.
The motion fails.
Sorry. That does take us to the next item, our last item, which is case 2632000001, 100 and 128 Pinellas Bayway.
400 supplements there. Where's this from?
More so.
From the county, apparently.
Well, that's
County code.
it's the county code, but who submitted it?
I think that's Corey giving it. They're using county code.
No, I know, but that was in their staff report. With references to this. I didn't know why.
I think it's just that we have it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Excuse me.
Actually, I might have one.
You here
No, I don't
months
have
ago also? Were you here also a few months ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Can't remember which case it was for, but I remember you were taking records. Okay.
We taking a break here?
Yeah, I don't know. No, I think staff's getting ready to go. Oops. You ready?
Yeah. Should I wait to?
Clerk needs a minute. Clerk needs a moment.
No.
Kayla needs a moment.
After, we've seen a lot of them, so it's easy. But
Kayla said she needs a minute, so we're waiting for Kayla.
there are other alternatives, and staff doesn't support it. It's like a waste of our time.
Is that stack?
There's some compelling reason. I just don't like that shed, or I need a bigger one. Even though I haven't built a pergola, it won't fit. Oh, come on. It's just design. Yeah. And I don't know how much it costs. What does it cost to get on the docket?
They're not going to say no to that.
The opponent are each going to give their presentation.
Go say hi to them.
And applicant.
Sorry, Chuck, I left the T off of your name when I pronounced it a few minutes ago. I was like, Flynn.
We'll take breaks.
Close enough. Close enough.
It's Flint.
You knew what you were.
Irish.
My 16-year-old misspelled his own last name a few months ago at school on Saturday.
Yeah.
He's never going to live that one down. He left the T off.
Okay.
Everybody leaves the E off of the end of my name the first time they try it. I'm like,
Ready?
I don't know why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, please quiet down. All right, we're going to begin the item now. Staff?
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Adriana Puentes Shaw, Urban Design and Development Coordinator with the Zoning Division. The property we're here discussing today is located at 100 and 128 Pinellas Bayway. It is comprised of approximately 7 acres and is located on the west side of Pinellas Bayway, north of Madonna Boulevard and east of First Ave North. This unique property in Terra Verde, which is part of the city of St. Pete, follows county zoning regulations. It was annexed into the city of St. Petersburg in November of 2008 per ordinance 86-7G. The applicant is seeking approval of a major modification to a previously approved Type 2 use for a marina. The property is subject to all land development regulations under the Pinellas County Code of Ordinances. It has a future land use classification of commercial general and is zoned C2, which is a general retail, commercial, and limited services district. C2 zoning classification allows for a variety of commercial uses, including retail sales of vehicles and boats. The original Type 2 use and site plan associated with this development was approved by Pinellas County in August of 1990 under case SP 3757. The approved 1990 site plan included 57,000 square foot high and dry storage building with 384 dry slips and 110 wet slips, as well as approximately 7,000 square foot office building. The plan also identified retail spaces of approximately 37,000 square feet. The property was later granted approval for a minor modification under case 1532-00013. This approval authorized the establishment of boat sales use with outdoor display, as well as the construction of a restaurant and marina office. Here's some photos of the property today. Some photos of adjacent retail uses, as well as adjacent commercial uses. The proposed development will be constructed in a single phase. The proposed development also includes the construction of a new marina office, a restaurant bar, which will be open to the public, and a club pool area for members. The project also includes approximately 1,200 square feet of public retail space, 2,400 square feet of office space, the surface parking lot for all these uses, as well as 2 new boat rack and storage structures. The 2 new storage structures will provide additional slips with a maximum height of 72 feet. Several key site elements that are remaining unchanged include driveways from Madonna Boulevard and Pinellas Bayway, the existing cell phone tower, existing haul outs and dock structures, and current storage structures. There are existing 89 wet slips which are permitted by code that will remain. As part of the redevelopment, the applicant will upgrade the fueling facilities. This service will be accessible to both members of the facilities and the public from the waterway. Lastly, the proposal incorporates environmental and safety improvements, including approximately 70% increase of stormwater retention capacity to enhance water quality and help mitigate post-storm flooding. Parking requirements for the developments were calculated in accordance with Pinellas County Code Section 138-3602. The property qualifies for a 15% reduction due to its proximity to the Pinellas Bayway, which is a multi-use trail, and the parking breakdown includes spaces based on dry storage, wet slips, multi-levels of restaurant and bar, marina office, locker facilities, retail space, office, and public sales area, as well as storage. The perimeter landscaping will be enhanced to improve the screening from the adjacent neighborhood and the right-of-way. Overall design integrates building placement, landscaping, and site circulation to create functional and visually cohesive commercial marina development. The applicant incorporated design enhancements to improve the aesthetics of the community compatibility through architecture upgrades to the rack structures, enhanced screening, and reorientation of the restaurant and bar. Here's some elevations of the proposed development. This is the existing high and dry. Some more enlarged elevations of the proposed boat structures, storage structures. And in Rack 2, there's a public-facing retail component that is incorporated at the base. What is referred to in the staff report as the Harbor House is a multi-level restaurant and bar that it will be open to the public. There is a pool cabana component that will be available for use by marina membership holders. The elevations of the structure. And the rooftop bar that is referred to is actually just located on the 3rd floor of the structure and has a roof over it. Is not something that is open to the sky. The applicant also proposes a new Marina Club building, which is situated near the rear of the property and by water and provides office space, locker areas, as well as small retail space and bathroom facilities. We're here today reviewing this approval as a Type 2 under county and land development regulations. The applicant may request a modification to a Type 2 use approval from the reviewing body as delineated in the Table 138-355. The authorized reviewing body, which is you today, may prescribe appropriate conditions to ensure the proper compliance with general purpose, spirit, and intent of this chapter. The proposed development is required to be reviewed as a major modification and needs to receive approval for the plan. Since the application is expanding the approved Type 2, modifying the site circulation and altering the intensity of the site by more than 10%, this review does not qualify for a minor modification, and that's why it is here before you today. In approving a Type 2 review, the authorized reviewing body may also establish additional required safeguards to ensure proper operation, use, and provide protection to the surrounding areas. In order to authorize, come on, clicker, there we go. In order to authorize the Type 2 modifications, you shall review this application per the criteria listed here. Staff reviewed the criteria and provided detailed analysis in the staff report. In response to criteria A, staff's analysis finds that the proposed development is consistent with several elements of the policies in the Pinellas County Comprehensive Plan, also known as Plan Pinellas. Specifically applicable portions include Tierra Verde Community Overlay, which states that the use should be compatible with the island's established residential development pattern, and that it also allows for recreational boating opportunities. It also promotes the natural surroundings of Tierra Verde and will be preserved and enhanced as they provide vital coastal habitat and are resource-based for recreation functions on a coastal location. There are several strategies from the coastal management chapter that also meet this criteria, as well as the recreation, open space, and culture component of the Plan Pinellas. In response to criteria B, is adequate separation of the proposed use related to structures from adjacent and nearby uses. The applicant proposes a series of enhanced screening, buffering, and design measures to improve visual compatibility and reduce impact on the adjacent areas. In addition to the landscape, provides for the significantly increased planting density, incorporating various plant heights and tree species to strengthen visual screening and break up the views of the racking areas. In response to criteria C, staff finds that the proposed development incorporates all required vehicular connections, pedestrian connections, and provides minimum parking. The combined Phase 1 calculation results in a total requirement of 266 spaces. In response to criteria D, staff finds that the proposed use will not create excessive vehicular traffic or other traffic problems. The applicant provided a traffic impact report, which was reviewed by the city's transportation department, and a memo was provided in the staff report. In response to criteria E, staff finds that the drainage problems will not be created on the subject property or nearby properties. The added retention volume will also help reduce post-storm flooding, as well as allowing for surface water to drain more efficiently, improving this site recovery and accessibility after significant weather events. This development was reviewed by our engineering department, and the memos were provided in the staff report. In response to criteria F, staff finds that all provisions and requirements of the applicable county code are met, and there are no variances being requested. At the time this report was prepared, staff had received over 200 emails in opposition to the development. The main concerns that were expressed are compatibility, environmental impact, hurricane mitigation, noise pollution, and traffic impact. Staff also received emails in support of the development. There is a registered opponent for the development, and all public comments have been included as attachments to the report. Staff received a total of 5 memos from city staff, and since publishing the report, staff had received additional correspondence in opposition, and it has been provided to you today. Based on staff's analysis of the review criteria set forth in the county code, staff recommends approval of the major site plan modification of a previously approved type 2 use for a marina, subject to the special conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation. Thank you so much. Sorry, guys. I get happy when I'm under the wire.
Do we have questions for, actually, let me address the commission first, right? We're going to hear a lot of testimony. So when we're asking questions today, let's try and keep them to questions and then save the discussion for executive session. But with that said, now's the time to ask, the first time to ask questions of staff. Does anyone have any questions?
Did you guys talk to, I understand this is a weird one, right, because of the Pinellas Land Development Code, but city staff review. Did you confer with county staff about what their intent was of the Terra Verde overlay and how that would be compatible with this site and get their input on, as part of your recommendation?
I think our role is, because it's in our city, we have to review to those, the codes ourselves as the city staff.
Right, but it's their code, so.
Yeah, but so again, I think we reached out, but there was not an instance where we would be able to reference their input on it because it's under our jurisdiction. So again, the intent of a comp plan is typically on a broader base, not just specifically to one site. So I don't know if Corey wants to add something for.
Terra Verde Overlay District is designed specifically for this area, right?
Correct. It was adopted before we annexed the city.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, what is their kind of take on?
We didn't consult with them on that.
That's the answer.
Because it's within our jurisdiction, so we reviewed it against their zoning.
Okay, that's fine. That's all I wanted to know.
So in comparison to Skyway Marina District a few months ago with the apartment complex, where we thought there was a Skyway Marina District overlay, but then during the hearing, we all realized that actually was never adopted. So we could not require that they comply with that Skyway Marina District overlay, correct?
Chair, if I-
This is, oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, sorry, you can go.
So you're correct. Last month, we had a neighborhood plan, which are referenced in our comprehensive plan, the city of St. Petersburg's, but you are correct, those aren't binding documents. The difference with this overlay is, even though the terminology is similar, is it's not a neighborhood plan, it's actually a part of Pinellas County's comprehensive plan. So if you think of our comp plan, we have the different visioning elements that have the plan goals, and then you have plan policies, and those are what you find your compatibility with some of those criteria, like LU 3.1, 3.6. This Tierra Verde overlay is just another chapter of that, so it will have a list of plan goals and objectives for you to find compatibility either with or against.
So unlike Skyway Marina District didn't actually exist, this overlay is enforceable.
It's treated like a comprehensive plan, so you do that weighing and that balance test of the compatibility elements, yes. It's not like a LDR where you would make, these are the criteria that you must use. It's the weighing test that you would do and balancing for a comprehensive plan.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for staff? You're thinking about one? Uncle Stone?
I guess it wasn't clear to me, and I know that the height doesn't seem to be the biggest concern of the citizens.
Hey, okay. Whoa. Excuse me. We have a court reporter, and all of this is on the record. You cannot outburst like that. That's especially going to be true when we have these people over here speak, who I know you don't agree with. If you outburst, you are ruining the record. You are creating a problem for the thing that you believe in. If this gets approved or denied, whatever happens, if it goes to court, those outbursts are a problem. Please control yourselves. Do not do that again.
Sorry about that. So is there a specific maximum in the code when it comes to the height of these structures?
Yes, Corey, if you want to discuss this to the governor.
So the allowed height by right is 75 feet. You could go through approval for 100 feet. They chose to go to 72 feet, so they're below the 75 feet, which is allowed by right.
Okay, thank you.
But does the Tierra Verde overlay prescribe a 50-foot maximum?
No.
No.
No? Okay.
Is the height, how is the height measured here? Is it to the highest point of the building, or is it some sort of average based on the architectural feature of the way this roof is designed? I guess is the better way to say it.
On the top of the roof?
Yeah.
Top of the roof?
Top of the roof. Okay. Other questions for staff?
I'm thinking. In the packet that email, we don't have it printed. It might be actually, there's so much paperwork on this one. When this was approved by Pinellas County, this entire property had been approved at a maximum of 42 feet in height. So is the existing enclosed marina that's on site, the enclosed building, is that at the 42 feet maximum height?
Yeah, but there's nothing in the documents that were provided to us that states that it's above it was built past what they were allowed to do it when they originally developed the building.
So we're assuming it's at 42 in height? Okay. How does that impact the decision here when the what's provided in our packet mentions that the overall site, which is the marina portion, the barn, and I believe even the retail component, mentions a maximum of 42. Are we held by that original agreement to the 42-foot height?
So again, you're doing a modification of that plan. So it's your decision of whether you think that this modification that's being proposed today is appropriate based on the criteria that Adriana outlined. But currently, the zoning, as was asked by Commissioner Hugglestone, that is at 75 feet today. So they're not, again, asking for any variances to what's otherwise allowed, but they are asking for a modification of their previous site plan.
Overall, zoning would allow for 150 feet
If they were asking for a height bonus.
if they were asking for a height bonus.
Yes.
100 feet, not 150.
100, yeah, 50%, that's the big one. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you. Applicant.
Good afternoon, DRC members. My name is Nicole McInnes at Barbas Kramer Law Firm. My address is 2002 West Cleveland Street for the record. Here today on behalf of the applicant presenting case number 26-32000001. We have our full development team here today. This includes a range of experts from our civil engineer, landscape architect, expert noise consultant, environmental engineer, architect, traffic, and land planning. Before I jump into this presentation, I want to recognize that there are a lot of people that are here today that are going to make very passionate feelings and opinions about what should be developed on this property. And as I go through this presentation, as you listen to all this testimony, I urge you to remember what the code and the comprehensive plan requirements are for development of this property and keep that framework in mind as you listen to all of this testimony. As discussed by staff, this project is located in Tierra Verde. It's about 7 acres, and it's in a very unique but unprecedented situation where the property has been annexed into the city of St. Pete, but it is subject to the Pinellas County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code. This property has a lot of history. It was originally approved for a marina in 1990. It was annexed into the city in 2008. That went through a round of litigation where ultimately the property owner was successful. There was a comprehensive plan amendment and a rezoning that was added to the property that was ultimately not successful due to the maximum allowed residential and hotel density, and that with the evaluation of hurricane evacuation times. So that was overturned by the Florida Administration Commission. This application did go through a minor modification in 2015 to add a restaurant that was ultimately never built. And then we originally filed another version of this application in 2025, which was ultimately withdrawn, and a new version was filed in 2026 that is subject to your review today. Many of you may be aware that Pinellas County has the second highest number of registered boaters in the entire state of Florida. There is a very significant boating demand in this area. The project will provide for an opportunity to store larger vessels that is currently a need that's not met in Pinellas County. This will allow for the storage of boats that are 30 to 40 feet versus many of the existing dry spaces allow for boats that are much smaller. Marina redevelopment is not new. Many places in St. Pete are facing marina redevelopments based on the age of the structures and wanting to come into compliance with current building code and development regulations due to issues from the hurricanes. This is the existing property today. This is the original 1990 plan that was approved for the marina. This will show where the barn is, and then it also shows there were existing commercial and retail structures. This was a 2015 modification that was never built that would have allowed a restaurant on the property. So today we're here requesting a major modification of a site plan. It is not a rezoning, it is not a comprehensive plan amendment. The policy decision of what are the allowed uses on this property has already been made through those decisions. So here we're today proposing a site plan that is completely consistent with the land development code. In yellow, you can see that's where the existing barn is in the bright yellow color, and then there are some perimeter racks that are proposed around it. In the darker yellow, that is the proposed racking systems. In purple in the back is the Marina Club, which would have limited retail opportunities for sunscreen, last minute boat purchasing options, office space, and some lockers. In blue is warehouse space that would be allowed for storage of some of the items related to the marina. In green is office and retail. In orange is the Harbor House, which, as staff mentioned, is the restaurant and the bar. And then in red is the pool amenity that is open to members of the storage facility only. To break down the dry spaces, there are currently 260 spaces in the barn. The barn is about 40 feet right now. In blue are perimeter spaces that would be around the barn. That is being reduced by 13 spaces from what's currently there to 54. In the purple is the proposed racking systems. That would have 186 spaces at 72 feet for a total of 500. This shows the public and private areas on the property. In green are areas that are open to the public. That's the restaurant, the bar, the retail and office space, and then some of the retail that's located in the back of the property. In red is areas that are for the marina or for members only for the storage facility, and that's the pool amenity. It's an aerial rendering of the property. This is an intersection, a view of the intersection at Pinellas Bayway and Madonna Boulevard, looking north. As staff mentioned, this is a type 2 review. What that means is in Pinellas County Code, they have in their permitted use tables, uses that are type 1 are permitted by right. There is no public hearing, those are administratively processed. Type 2, those are for specific types of uses that are allowed but need to go through a further review. And then there are type 3, 4, and 5 applications as well. There are 6 review criteria that this DRC is allowed to consider when evaluating this application. Ranges from consistency with the code and comprehensive plan, separation of the proposed uses from other uses, adequate drives, traffic, drainage, and then ensuring that all provisions of the applicable zoning district are met. Breaking down each of these criteria, the property is consistent with the commercial general future land use category from both a use, FAR, and impervious surface area ratio perspective. It's consistent with a countywide plan for the same reasons. With respect to the Pinellas County plan, there are several goals, objectives, and policies related to the preservation of water-dependent uses. Specifically, Objective 3.3, retaining and expanding water-dependent and recreation-related uses. There are also several policies and objectives related to protecting private property rights and how that should be considered in local decision-making. With respect to the C2 zoning district, this is a very intense commercial district in Pinellas County. The range of uses that are allowed on this property by right with no public hearings would be administratively processed include car washes, drive-through facilities, restaurants, retail sales greater than 80,000 square feet, an indoor shooting range, a hospital, and multifamily and affordable housing. We are completely consistent with the C2 zoning district from both a use, setback, height, and development standard perspective. The height of the proposed rack systems is 72 feet. This is 13 feet less than what's allowed on the hotel across the street from the property. That hotel is less than 500 feet. It was approved by this DRC in 2015. In addition to our east and to the south are multiple 4- and 5-story condo buildings along Pinellas Bayway. So we are not introducing a height that is not currently found on the island today. From a compatibility perspective, this shows the 85-foot hotel that is behind us, as well as the 4-story buildings that are to the east of the property. The rack distance to residential is significant. From the racking system to the closest single-family home, it is nearly the length of Raymond James football field. It is 68 of me if I lay down on the ground from head to toe from the rack system to the single-family home, and it's about 90 feet longer than the tallest ride at Busch Gardens. So we're talking about a pretty significant distance between the 72-foot structures and any single-family homes. With respect to adequate screening and buffering, there is significant screening already between the barn and the existing single-family homes. We will be adding more as part of this application. This is a rendering that shows the view from First Avenue North looking at the property over that landscaping area. Adequate drives and parking. There is adequate circulation on the site. As staff mentioned, we do meet the parking requirements. There are 2 allowed parking reductions in the Pinellas County Code for proximity to a multi-use trail and proximity to wet slips that are allowed to use to access some of the uses, such as wet slips that are allowed for the restaurant. This provides, with those allowed reductions, a reduction of to 197 spaces, and we're providing 210. With respect to traffic, there is a decrease of traffic from both daily AM and PM peak hours. Drainage, we're providing 70% more drainage on site than what currently exists today. So from a stormwater perspective, this will significantly improve the conditions of this property. We are not asking for any variations from code. This is a fully code compliant site plan from a use, height, intensity, FAR perspective. Staff is recommending approval. They did a great job walking through all of the review criteria and the policies that they considered. We did engage in community engagement for this project. We had multiple meetings with members of the community. We have met with leaders from several of the neighborhood organizations that have formed. We've also received letters of support from the St. Pete Chamber and the Tampa Bay Beaches Chamber. And our team is available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, because I saw when you were nodding your heads in disagreement, but thank you for keeping that to yourselves. That's really important and helpful. Do we have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I do. And Nicole, this may be for members of the team, but can you talk a little bit about hurricane safety and hurricane preparedness, particularly from the wind and the potential outflow of boats from a dry storage in a major weather event? Are you prepared? Is somebody prepared to talk a little bit about that?
So the project would still have to go through all of the permitting for vertical construction. It would have to go through all of that. We do have our engineer here. We do have a hurricane management plan that I did submit into the record, so I can walk through that plan. If you could pull my PowerPoint back up, I do have a slide with the hurricane management.
Yeah, and I saw that somewhat hyper-technical, and so I was hoping there was somebody who could translate.
I do have the marina manager here who's operating the site today, so he can talk about what some of the procedures are they go through in the event of a hurricane for the existing marina. Because the new proposed structures have not been gone through Florida Building Code, they do have a plan for how they would handle things, but he can talk through kind of what existing.
And Corey, that is a condition, one of the special conditions of approval, right? Okay. Thank you.
I think I'll ask a question of the manager, though. Did you have a follow-on question?
No, that was...
So as you described that too, well, I'll wait. So I'm going to address his question, then I'll have a follow-on question.
Yeah, so sort of layman's terms, hurricane coming through, what happens currently, and to the extent you're able to explain what the difference between a 41-foot structure and a 72-foot structure, what techniques or preparedness you would do differently?
We would take most of the boats that are up high and move them to lower racks and put them on the ground floor. Or we would ask everybody to take all their stuff out of their boats, lock up all the hatches, stuff like that, definitely to make sure that nothing would be airborne.
Yep.
Can you describe what damage, if any, the property undertook during Helene and Milton?
Basically water damage. Water got so high in the docks. The floating docks got destroyed, but nothing happened to the actual high and dry.
Did the high and dry, well, I mean, I know it's just a warehouse type building, but did water go into the high and dry?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, with the new redevelopment, so there would be 70% more retention opportunities on site to allow for some of that water to go into designated areas. We can update as we go through permitting, update the hurricane management plan with the city again, because we haven't gone through that part of the process yet. We have a preliminary plan of how we would handle the hurricane, evacuations and making sure that the boat owners are responsible. They're locking down all of their facilities. One thing, and you'll probably hear it come up in public comment about the boats, and are these hazards? Are they going to go flying around the community in the event of a hurricane? These boats weigh a lot. They weigh sometimes up to 20,000 pounds. And so we don't hear about Yukon XLs going flying through the air. Those are about 6,000 pounds. So when you're thinking about what could be flying, we worry about things like life jackets or something that's unsecured on a boat. And again, from their management plan, they do require boat owners to lock all of that down. Thank you.
Commissioner Flint.
Couple questions here, and might involve the marina manager again, but there were comments about oils and potential contamination in the waterway. I guess there's a fueling element here that is a potential source of contamination in the water. Is that fueling done at the dock over the water, or is that fueling done on the land? Because a comment that was made is boaters in general that are not at the marina could come to the marina and get fueled. What systems are in place so that you don't have spillage there? How does that work?
It's on the boat owner themselves to make sure they don't spill the fuel. But there's nothing that we're doing that's going to be any different from what we do now.
Okay, so it's like filling up your car at a gas station. If they spill it, they spill it.
Yeah, we have things in place. If it does happen, we, obviously clean it up. And
there, I had a question on the open one, and I believe the marina manager might be able to answer that. I was curious, when you look at the drive aisles in the existing enclosed high and dry, they're relatively narrow, but then on the proposed structures, you have a significantly wider gap between the buildings. Now that I understand you're looking to do 30, 40-foot long boats, is that why it's a significantly wider separation between those two buildings?
Michael Coffey with Greenleaf Capital, 1000 Century Park Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33607. So real quick, if we can go back.
Sworn?
I am, yes, sir. If we could go back to the hurricane safety, just remind everyone, we have not gone through a building code review. The codes today are much more stringent.
We're not answering that right now. If you could focus on what I've asked.
Okay.
It's about those aisles and the separation
So
to the building.
The aisles between the two rack structures is now 72 feet, and that accommodates for a fork movement, and we've had maneuvering analysis has been done, that all that.
And is that because the existing marina, much narrower, what, 20, 25-foot long boats, maybe? 30?
There are some 30s in the garage, but the thing is, they'll have to do a 3-point and maybe a 4-point turn sometimes, depending on where it is in the racking for the high and dry. With this is industry standard for that size of boat for the forks that you have on the tractor to make basically a 2-point turn.
Okay, so that drives the width between the two, because I was curious about why, is there a way to bump back from a side property line, but that drive aisle is significantly wider because of the longer boats. Okay. I think we know the answer to this, but a lot of the comments in the public emails that we received were hurricane evacuation of residents, but in this case here, you're not calling for any residential whatsoever on the property, correct?
No, there is no residential that is.
So we do not have to worry about getting residents of this particular property off the island.
No, we do not.
How, when you have a named storm coming to an area, Helene, Milton, whatever, how many days prior to a storm such as that does the facility shut down, where there's no removal of boats, racking of boats at that point?
3 days before the named storm. Preparations start earlier than that, but that's when the facility is considered locked down and you cannot take your boat in and out of the water.
Okay, so during that residents evacuation period, you're saying there's no interaction with the facility and people evacuating the island. Is that what I'm gathering?
No, so people can't come and like take their boats away within that time period.
And then I'll have more, but that's all I've got at the moment. Thank you.
Anyone else have questions?
I did have a question. From looking at this, are people able to bring their boat on a trailer 7 days a week, pull into the property and back it down into a ramp? Or is this strictly they have to be loaded by the forklift into the water?
So it's a haul out only. There is no ramp existing there. We're not proposing one. And you would have to be a member, and that all goes to liability reasons of Duncan boats with the fork and, you know.
Do these boats have to be trailered to the island and pulled in and unloaded into the rack, or do they have to come by water? Because again, this is going to a lot of the comments about a lot of vehicle traffic and potential trailers. So I'm just trying to get an idea of how that affects the ingress, egress, and backups on the bridge approaching Tierra Verde.
I believe the boats would be able to come by water or by land, and the ITE study addressed the traffic.
But so nobody would be able to bring their boat, drop it in the water for several hours, and then haul it back out. Unlike you have on Fort DeSoto, people bring their boats in, they have to navigate the traffic circle at the base of the bridge, and then come back out later in the day.
Yeah, I believe that is the closest boat ramp to us, right? Fort DeSoto.
Okay, thank you. No further.
Thank you.
Anyone else have questions for staff? Yep. Okay, thank you. Registered opponent?
Mr. Chairman, board members, my name is Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. I've been sworn. I'm here as an agent for more than 1,000 persons who are registered with Tierra Verde Next, as you see here. And you have not only one overflow room, you have two overflow rooms of residents who are here this afternoon. Compatibility is the central pivotal criteria found throughout the Pinellas Comprehensive Plan, overlay policies, type 2 major modification. That is a thread through all the review criteria. This site is located in a sea of residential, single family, multifamily, as indicated by the future land use category of the city and the county. And by aerial, of course, you can see it is a sea of residential, multifamily and single. This is adjacent, you can see a boat here to the right, adjacent to the west, and the continued single family, and this is the multifamily adjacent to the west. The other was, to the east. This proposal is a fundamental, revolutionary, and transformative change which will increase impacts and devastate the immediately adjacent residential communities. Fundamental change number one is the height. As some of the board members indicated, the 1989 original height approved was 42 feet. This is from the Board of Adjustments in 1989. They bring up 2 points. One is 42 feet and potential noise concerns. So this is not a mission creep. This is a major light years change from the original approval of 42 to 72 feet. That's almost a doubling. Fundamental change number 2 is exterior. The great majority, almost all the existing uses are interior. Is that compatible? We don't believe it is. It's our opinion it's not, and our private planner, AIC planner, which is in the file, is here today to speak, will tell you as well it is not compatible. So when you look at exterior uses, that changes substantially and tremendously of the site. Currently on site, as you saw, is the enclosed shopping center, 1 story, and the dry racks barn. Of course, now proposed, as staff and the applicant have shown you, they're adding 2 towers at 72 feet high, longer than football fields, which are exterior, open and active marina. They note in their plans exterior racking. Fundamental change number 3 is that they are adding 173 new, again, exterior dry boat racks, which is a fundamental change to the site and impacts on the site and adjacent and abutting to the site, which includes an industrial type activity. I'll show you more of this in terms of the forklift activity that you find typically and normally at marinas for this type of use. Interestingly, as I saw in the report from their sound consultant, they note the noise will be blocked, largely contained within the footprint of the boat rack buildings, but as we estimate and expect and take an impression that those forklifts have circulation throughout the site. If they're busy between the 2 towers, they can bring forklifts around the other way, so we see a lot of use potentially by the forklifts, which are a major impact. Now, another fundamental change which is interesting is mass and the FAR. Floor area ratio, as you know, is square footage of building floor area versus land area. Now, these are examples. On the left, a marina boat rack is looked at as just a 1 floor, but a typical building, you count all the floors as gross areas. So what's before you, Mr. Chairman and board members, recognize, not included in the FAR or gross building footage, are the additional 4 floors, 3.5 floors really, above the first floor. So when you take all those fundamental changes, what you have is a magnified and aggravated compatibility issues. Noise, exterior and open, visibility, tremendously higher and open, activity level, many more racks, increased aggressive activity, noise, odors, fuel, exhaust, more mass, more density. It's interesting because when you look at their data table, they are telling you on their data table that they actually are reducing gross floor area. But you've been told, you've seen that they are adding 4 floors of racking, of activity. Now, we tried to make an estimate as best we can with the materials that we had. We showed that at about 96,000 square feet. And we tried to make an estimate as best we can. I would ask the applicant if they think these numbers are incorrect or not right. We did the best that we could estimating. We found that they'd be at about a 0.44 FAR, which is roughly about double what the applicant states on application materials in terms of how gross floor and FAR is looked at for this type of use. And again, here's the data table for floor area. A reduction of floor area is shown, yet again, they're adding these 2 towers, larger, longer than football fields at 4 stories. Fundamental change number 5 is that they moved the swimming pool, which is an outdoor activity, right on the west to the residential, as shown here. And this, you can see the boats just peeking out on the right and the single-family residential that they would be basically abutting or adjacent. To switch gears a little bit in transportation, Kimberly Horn was asked to look at their report. That report from Kimberly Horn notes the generation has been done for weekday AM and peak hours, but they note since the marina is used mostly on weekends, it should be conducted for Saturday peak hour generator to truly see the difference. They also note under Kimberly Horn the difference in trip generation between existing and proposed scenarios for 89 wet slips. Even though it's the same land use intensity under both scenarios, there's a difference between those, and the land use and structures have been closed for over a year, cannot be considered as existing traffic, which is a standard practice that's enforced by all agencies, including FDOT. Switching to the hurricane element, the residents did ask, I was not involved with that, but residents did ask about hurricane impacts, which they, as I understand, they were not giving any feedback on that. And of course, looking at FEMA and NOAA, and we've all done the hurricane approaching, going out to our balconies and moving all the chairs and going out to our patios and moving chairs and tables. Those are flying objects, and those are issues of primary concern as a storm comes in, and the board's been asking a lot of questions for those. But we're raising the concern in the same respect that you're adding what we see as a 300-foot long building, 40-foot wide of 4 stories, that again, a fundamental change that are open and exposed and creating a tunnel. How is that going to be addressed, especially when Pinellas County would issue a evacuation order in the A's 5 days in advance for folks to come and take care of the issues that the applicant's been speaking about? Now, critically, Mr. Chairman, the board members, review criteria, and you've asked a lot of good questions about this. Tierra Verde overlay, land use zoning that affect properties in Tierra Verde should be compatible with the island's established residential development pattern. Tierra Verde Policy 1.3, all development on the island should be compatible with the community and surrounding residential properties. County Code 138.312, under the Type 2, you have the complete control of approval for size, intensity, development configuration, hours operations in terms of compatibility concerns. Adequate separation of the proposed use and related structures from adjacent nearby uses. The use will not create excessive vehicular traffic. Pinellas Comprehensive Plan provide adequate buffering and land use development transitions to minimize incompatibility of uses. County Comp Plan 2.4, maintain the integrity and viability of existing neighborhoods by promoting high quality development. Policy 2.4.1, protect existing character and promote context sensitive infill development. 2.4.1.5, manage land use compatibility and building scale and character transitions between established residential neighborhoods and adjacent non-residential uses. Under Marina, County Section 138.3312, ensure land use compatibility. Mr. Chairman, the codes may allow certain things, but the question you are looking at is it compatible? We don't believe it is, in our opinion. We have a couple videos that I'd like to show you quickly before time runs out. Thank you. We have audio.
This is what's going to create your beeping, I think.
These are taken from a marina basically across the street down the road a little bit. Give you the sight and audio of what's involved with the use of this nature on a continual basis throughout the day. And this is some of the concerns of hurricane potential impacts. Our conclusion are echoed by 3 Pinellas County Commissioners who are in your record. I'd like to recognize Commissioner Vince Nowicki, who is here to speak with you. Mr. Chairman, I would ask for great reference that he be able to take his 3 minutes after myself. Renee Flowers and Brian Scott have all submitted letters of raising serious concerns and the exact same points that we have presented today and that our experienced planner, AICP planner, also notes. Compatibility, traffic, incompatibility are echoed in all those letters. So on behalf of the, 100, maybe 200 residents who are here in 3 and 2 overflow rooms, we ask your serious consideration and to follow all the criteria for compatibility for this site. With great respect, thank you. Happy to answer any questions you might have. And Mr. Chairman, we have the letters from the commissioners to hand out to you, and also a copy of the criteria that I'd like to hand out to you so you have it in front of you. We may.
Okay, he's out of time. It just, the beeping's not working.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's not dinging.
Well, he's finished, so we'll go to question. Go ahead.
Could you pop up on the presentation there? That last screen had a series of like boat trips and things on it that was only there for a couple seconds. Could that go back on the screen? I didn't get a chance to. Could you re-show that last item just so I can read it?
Kayla has it.
Yeah,
Which slide were you speaking of, sir?
that's the last one.
Had something about 13 boat trips a day. It was on your the last item of your presentation.
I think the clerk may have pulled up the applicant's presentation. That's one of my rebuttal slides that you saw.
The hurricane.
Okay.
Operations.
All right. Thank you. That one, that's it.
The last video shown of seemingly damaged dry stack, where is that taken from and what storm was that damaged from?
Repeat the question, please.
The last video you showed.
Yeah.
Showed a damaged dry stack. Where is that and what storm caused that damage?
That was in Texas, and I have to check my note for which storm it was, but we wanted to show an example of what kind of damage can occur, just as an example in terms of open storage. Again, it was primarily in response that that the citizens had asked about as the board is about hurricane.
I just want to know, I don't have any context here, and so we don't know what year that was built? You don't have any information on
No,
that
sir.
building? Okay.
I know the location, I can determine the date.
I had a similar question. I was going to ask that one as well. But for the previous two videos, besides the hurricane videos, those were not the marina in question. Those were a different marina moving boats. Is that correct?
That's correct. A different marina, which is just a stone's throw, but the purpose was to give an audio and visual view for the board members as what kind of activity occurs with this use.
Okay.
But not this specific user, correct?
Is that marina on Terra Verde?
Yes. It's across the street and down the road just a
So
little bit.
this is an existing condition in Terra Verde?
Yes, correct.
This is the marina due south next to the hotel that was shown earlier, that we approved a few years ago. That's the only other marina.
I believe that is correct, sir, yes.
Other questions for the opponent? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect, if we could recognize Commissioner Nowicki, we put a blue card in, but if you would please allow him to speak for his 3 minutes, and I'll leave it at that.
Please.
Having a question.
Yeah.
The existing high and dry marina that's fully enclosed at Tierra Verde Marina, did it have those same lifts? Because they would have had the same lifts to load and unload boats since 1990. Did they have already operating a similar forklift system?
I don't know what their current operation is. I wouldn't answer that because I don't know. I assume they have forklifts of some manner.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask legal. I don't know how much of a procedural issue it is to move the order of the blue cards. They're usually first come, first serve.
That's usually how we do it. If the commission wants to amend their policies and procedures, they can, but at this point, we go in the order that you get handed.
Yeah, so my concern there is that there's potential litigation with this, and I would prefer not to change the order, but I will take a brief moment to see if anyone on the commission has any comments on that.
I guess we're going to hear all the cards, right?
Yes.
All 3,000 of them, however many there are. But so I don't know whether on appeal or on challenge we would, as long as we hear all the evidence, do we think that's an actionable item? That's probably a question for legal. Because if not,
Generally, the basis for taking them in the order which we received as close as we can do that with the stacks and the counting and the separating that we've done for speakers, non-speakers today for efficiency. It's generally because there could be someone that's like, well, I have to pick up my child, I have another appointment, could I go first? And then we would be weighing people's needs and emergencies against each other, so we don't do that generally. That's why we do it this way.
I would prefer to follow our, procedures.
Our established procedures so that we don't get into bickering as to, I should have gotten go before them. We stick with, you filled out a blue card, first come, first serve.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll continue. Can I please have the blue cards?
Okay, I was counting
Kayla,
the
that's the
nuns.
37 first one.
Yes, but downstairs they have another 41, so there will be 78 total.
We'll do so because we have, as was mentioned, overflow rooms, we try to make it where everyone up here has already filled out a card indicating that they do wish to speak, so we're gonna do that stack first. And then we can take a break and allow the speakers that are downstairs to switch with the folks up here, so that way we're not waiting for people to come back and forth, and we can do that in the most efficient manner, if that's okay with you, Chair.
Go a little bit.
Could I ask a question? I have a issue with a property. I've got a city calling me. Could I listen to in the back room potentially and return this call to a city administrator? I just missed a phone call from him.
A 5-minute break for everybody before we start public comment, and then, because I believe Kayla's got 37 speaker cards for those sitting up here, so that'll take about 2 hours. So if we take a 5-minute break now, and then we'll take a 10-minute break after everybody up here's went.
So we're not,
41 speakers downstairs.
okay. We'll take a 5-minute break.
5-minute break.
Watching.
Okay, thank you. That break ended up being very important anyway because we have some logistical challenges with the number of speakers, but I think we are all set now. So we are back in session. Some reminders for public speaking. Please, your name, address, and confirm you've been sworn so that I don't have to ask you because that just makes it go smoother. If you forget, I will interrupt you and ask. I'm not going to be mad about that, but it's just if you can remember, it helps. Your time is limited to 3 minutes, and I will have to, barge in and interrupt you if you go over. If you get to the end of your mid-sentence, it's okay. Just say thank you, and we understand that you ran out of time. It's okay, but please don't make me interrupt you and stop you. We know you have passion here. So given that so many of you are speaking, it's likely that something you're passionate about is something that someone else is passionate about. So my recommendation to you is if there's something that really is important to you in your 3 minutes, focus on that. But again, say whatever you want, but that's my recommendation so that you don't run out of time. And also don't feel that you have to fill the 3 minutes if you've made your point. We understand that as well. Not meant to be a joke, but I'm glad you took it with a light heart. Thank you. So the first, and I've been explained to me that this one's a little bit different. The first speaker is Samuel Burns, but he is going to introduce, but then not speak. He has a video instead of speaking.
And the video's not playing at the moment.
Okay.
It was just a minute ago.
Well, sorry, that's a good point too. Thank you. You actually have to go to the microphone because we need everything to be on the record, and so that's actually can be the hardest part. If you're pointing at something. Just like I moved away from the mic, if you do that, the record becomes unclear. So please just introduce yourself and then we will play your video, sir.
Testing. I'm Samuel Burns. I live at the village at Tierra Verde, and I'm sworn in, and I'd like to give my 3 minutes to a video.
Traffic is already congested, especially on weekends.
You want to restart that?
Now imagine boat owners. Inside these open structures is massive fuel storage, thousands of gallons of gasoline. In a major hurricane, this becomes a disaster, not a storage facility. These towers are 72 feet tall, far above safe industry standards. This structure may also impact nearby antennas, reducing communication when residents need it most. Look at the existing docks. They have not been properly maintained. Broken wood, bent beams, deteriorating structures. If current infrastructure isn't maintained, why trust a project of this scale? Traffic is already congested, especially on weekends. Now imagine boat owners flooding the area, trying to get out before a storm. This project sits near hundreds of homes, on an environmentally sensitive island. This is not just development. This is a public safety risk. The responsible path is clear. Build safe, enclosed storage. Protect the community. Protect the environment. Do the right thing.
Okay, thank you. And when I call names now, I'll read two so that you know when you're on deck. So the first name I have is Paul Lee, and the second card I have who's on deck is Joe Miza.
Joe, you can go up over there.
Yeah, you can alternate too. That's fine. Thank you.
My name is Paul Lee. I live at 979 Landmark Circle on Tierra Verde, and I have been sworn in. I have been a part of the Tierra Verde community for 35 years. This is my home. I've lived in Pinellas County and St. Petersburg most of my life, and I still own property here. You all have letters from Pinellas County Commissioners Brian Scott, Vince Nowicki, and Renee Flowers. They provide a perfect snapshot of our concerns. The scale, the mass, and the intensity of this project is simply too big for our Tierra Verde community. Greenleaf's proposed plan would be one of the largest open racks boat storage facilities in the country. This is not compatible with our surrounding neighborhood. Open bays are an eyesore, which add to the incompatibility. These structures would be less than 1/2 a mile from the Pinellas National Wildlife Refuge. This is home to over 330 bird and animal species, including one of the largest, most viable manatee populations in Florida. This would have a negative impact on the wildlife. I would hope one day your children or grandchildren would be able to enjoy these. Adding 173 more boats, that's not going to help. We saw here in Pinellas County in the last 2 hurricanes what happened all over Florida. At 72 feet high, these open bays become metal parachutes. Approving this just does not make sense. We want sensible development that complements and fits our community. If these are to be built, it should be downsized and enclosed, just like the structure they have on site right now, and like the structure across the street. Regardless of what Greenleaf says, they did not engage our community acting fair. They met us after their plans were already established. That was not ethical. And when we brought up suggestions, they seemed to be very hostile to us. Our residents have submitted 1,287 verified signatures on a petition and over 245 emails stating our opposition. I hope you will take these into consideration. Please review the letters that the Pinellas County Commissioners wrote supporting our concerns. And to close, I want to quote Commissioner Nowicki. He states, "I respectfully urge the DRC to reject the requested major modification and require any future development to be significantly reduced in scale and redesigned to be compatible with the character of our community." Thank you.
Mr.
Building in central St. Petersburg. And you guys over the years have done a great job in this city. These people right behind me want to put 2 72-foot industrial size open air boat storage yards in the middle of Tierra Verde residential tranquil community. And yeah, I get emotional about that. But there's a process here. They started with that image, knowing it wouldn't get through. Then they proposed 2 more 72-foot high buildings. They joined the Chamber of Commerce. They had ex-Mayor Chrisman, is he here? As a lobbyist. All right, he was just here about time. How would you feel if an ex-mayor was a lobbyist? That didn't go down well with the Tierra Verde Next people, and that's why I'm standing here. At any rate, they also funded Pinellas County Commissioners. This is important. It's a process. Why? One other thing happened. Ex-Mayor Chrisman announced to you as a mislead the Tierra Verde Next group basically agreed with them. That's not true. What he basically did is the first time, I guess it was about 6 months ago, that this project was withdrawn was because of parking. They went on camera and announced to you something totally different as a mislead. And that's on record. All this being said, what we really think is going to happen is they're going to get phase 1 through. Then they're going to go take down the high and dry and put their phase 2 in. Happens, doesn't happen, I don't know. But if you allow this to happen, they're going to look at 4 buildings over there. They may say no, they may say yes. But think about what you're going to vote on. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Debbie Hubley, and on deck is Rajan Kaul.
Hello, my name is Debbie Hubley. I'm sworn in. I live at 236 First Street West, Tierra Verde. I'd like to talk briefly about who oppose and who is in agreement with this mass development. Those who oppose it are residents from Tierra Verde, St. Petersburg, Tampa Bay, Florida, and 12 countries. This island is coveted by people everywhere. Nobody wants this development because it harms the community and it harms the island. And again, spoken earlier, there are 1,237 petitions that were signatures that were signed in opposition, and 2 that were signed by the marina. Marina had them sign, and 2 residents of Tierra Verde signed that in agreement. But they also said, one of them also said that if, felt like if they didn't sign it and they have a big boat in that marina, that boat potentially could suffer. That'd be like an issue with them. And the other one was an owner that owns a boat company that makes covers for the boats, makes money from the marina. So they felt like they had to sign the marina's petition in agreement. And obviously Greenleaf Capital is supporting this, and also Greenleaf paid or contributed funds to gain support from those people as well that also support that. So basically, based on the petition that we had, and again, the petition was only out for 2 weeks. So, but in those 2 weeks, we got over the 1,200 signatures, and 99.75 oppose this massive build of this marina. So I urge you to also please do the same and consider all that. Thank you. Oh, and for the record, I have all the petitions right here.
Okay, can you give those to the clerk, please?
Okay, thank you.
Rajan, and then on deck is Vicky Brennan.
Good afternoon. My name is Rajan Kaul. I live at 1109 Pinellas Bay Way South, and I have been sworn in. First, guys, I'd like to thank you. I realize this is a volunteer job, and you guys are devoting your personal time to this, so thank you on behalf of our community. I'm here to discuss some issues that actually you all brought up related to height restrictions that are tied to this parcel. I think both the staff and the applicant acknowledged that this is a type C2 designation. What they forgot to mention to you, which some of you guys brought up, was that it comes with a 42-foot restriction. Okay? And, we can't belabor any more details on why or what it came. Oh, one other point I think the applicant made was that there was a 2015 case where the height restriction was granted to 50 feet. However, since nothing was built, that entire approval expired in 2019. So as far as the record is concerned right now, this parcel has tied with it a height restriction of 42 feet. Okay? Here comes the applicant in the current case, right? No mention of any height restriction. Oops, this is behaving. Completely ignores the height restriction that exists tied to this parcel. To add insult to injury, staff goes along with it. We recognize it's a C2 designation, which normally carry without restrictions a 75-foot height limit or 100-foot, depending on the property. But this particular parcel comes with 75 feet or 42 feet, and that's established. Why is 37 years worth of the record being erased? And what's the point of having height restrictions if you're not going to adhere to them? I'm going to run out of time. I'm going to skip through the C2 thing. The retail portion of this property is being reduced by over 90%. Maybe it's time to call this a marina, because it looks like a duck, it walks like a duck, it must be a duck. Let's redesignate this as a marina. Finally, guys, in summary, I would urge you that before you move to the merits of the case, to address the critical issues related to zoning, because otherwise you're just basically offering every developer a blueprint on what to do if they want to ignore their height restrictions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm not sure why it's working now. Thank you, TV.
Wanted to make sure.
On deck is Mark Higley.
Hi, Vicki McCash Brennan. I live at 126 First Street East in the village of Tierra Verde, directly across the bayway from this proposed development. I have a PowerPoint, yeah.
The hurricane?
The hurricane one, yeah. I'm opposed not only because this is out of character with our residential community, but also because these structures violate multiple safety standards for wind in a known hurricane zone. We have submitted multiple engineering documents to prove it, but this is common sense. Thank you, Kayla. Anybody who has lived through even one hurricane knows the damage they can do. There is a reason nobody builds this kind of structure this tall in a hurricane zone. There are three major problems with Greenleaf's towers. The first is the open face design. A partially enclosed building acts like a huge parachute capturing wind. The pressure builds from inside and the structure becomes unstable. The second is the sheer height. This plan violates a well-established engineering threshold of 60 feet for this type of structure because taller than that greatly increases the pressures during high wind. The third is that these buildings, each as long as a football field, face each other, creating a massive wind tunnel. Try walking between two very long, tall buildings in 100-mile-per-hour wind. You wouldn't even be able to stand up. Any one of these issues creates a disastrous situation. Other way. Okay, there's overwhelming established engineering evidence that partially enclosed structures are unsafe at this size and height. Miami-Dade's high-velocity hurricane zone standards, which are the toughest in the country for a reason. Miami is in a hurricane zone, and so are we. All of Tierra Verde is a coastal high-hazard area, but these buildings would violate that high-hazard standard. There are many, many documented failures during Florida hurricanes of boat storage facilities. Hurricanes Wilma, Katrina, Ian, Milton, and Irma caused dry wrecks boat storage facilities to collapse. There's ample evidence of that. But think of other issues of this kind of failure. Boats are topped off with gas before they're stored. In a wind event, you have tens of thousands of gallons of gas and oil, potentially creating a devastating impact on the island and the marine life that surrounds this area. Fully enclosed boat storage is the industry standard. Greenleaf knows this. Their own engineer admitted that partially enclosed is not as safe as an industrial-looking fully open storage or a fully enclosed storage, such as what they have on the site now. They are opting to build something cheaper with much higher risk. Our position is simple. Deny such a risky, unproven structure, or tell Greenleaf to expand their safe storage at a safe height of less than 50 feet. They want you to do something risky, we ask you not to let them. Thank you.
On deck, Melanie Simon.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Higley. I live at 725 Monte Cristo Boulevard, and I have been sworn. I have a relatively long tenure here in Tierra Verde. If any of the commissioners remember the Tampa Bay Storm Arena football team, I was an equity owner of the game, and we brought that down in 1990. And the first thing I did was put a boat in the high and dry of the current property that we are, so I'm very familiar with it. Some of the slides that indicated, or the video that indicated the noise and such is true. That's it is very loud. In any case, my background is I'm a retired Medicare legal analyst, and I work with regulations. So I'm not going to speak today with any emotion. I understand a lot of people just don't like this project, but I just like to bring up 3 or 4 issues for the commissioners to evaluate whether it complies with your commission county adopted standards. First, the proposed facility appears inconsistent with the county's comprehensive plan, in my opinion, particularly the coastal management and future land use elements, which require that development in coastal high hazard areas be limited in intensity and compatible with surrounding residential uses. The boat facility proposed in this scale is described as one of the largest in the state, and I've got serious questions about compatibility and risk concentration. Second, the project raises significant concerns regarding transportation concurrency and evacuation capacity. Tierra Verde relies on limited access via the Pinellas Bayway. I know very well. The additional traffic generated by this use, particularly during peak and evacuation periods, must be demonstrated to meet your level of service standards and not degrade hurricane evacuation clearance times. I've not seen any sufficient evidence these standards are met. Third, under the land develop regulations, development must be, quote, compatible in scale, intensity, and operational impact with adjacent residential areas. The massing, traffic generation, and operational characteristics of the facility appear inconsistent with those requirements. Fourth, the project warrants careful scrutiny of stormwater and environmental impacts, including runoff from the boat storage areas, potential contaminants, and increased impervious surface in sensitive coastal areas. I recognize that the applicant had further discussions with the community. I've just recently moved back, and I requested from the community individuals that I have if there has ever been previous discussions, compromises, or whatever. And the answer that I have is they claim they withdrew their last 90-foot tower application because they listened to the community. Everyone in this room knows they were told the 90-foot towers were dead on arrival and forced to withdraw it. I recognize my time is out. I do appreciate your attention to the matter.
Thank you. On deck, Lisa Kettner.
Hi, my name is Melanie Coleman Simon. I live on 1109 Pinellas Bayway in Tierra Verde, and I have been sworn in. Video's gone. Thank you for your time, and I'm going to talk to you today about how the proposed marina development cannot be approved due to the substantial current noise violations, and call out the inaccurate information in Greenleaf's noise study. The current marina violates noise ordinances hundreds of times a day. We pay the price right now, and our complaints are ignored. The noise measurements Greenleaf has provided to you are not accurate, as you will see. This is the residential area that currently violates Pinellas County noise ordinance. Every day, these surrounding homes will have to listen to thousands of beeps that ruin our peaceful living, and this is in violation of the law. In Greenleaf's noise study, they used a 500-foot measurement to the closest residence to decide if their forklift backup alarm is within legal limit. This 500 feet is the wrong measurement. Here's what the law says very clearly. It's from the source to a residence lot line that you'll see in the red square there. That's 41 feet on one side and 200 feet on the other. This is why Greenleaf's current operations violates our peaceful living today and every day of the year, and they're asking you to dramatically increase that amount of noise. You can't allow them to make us suffer even more by adding 50% more forklift trips. This is a residential neighborhood, not a warehouse. They didn't even calculate the effect of wind on the noise, which is substantial, especially on a barrier island, nor did they add the tunnel effect between the football field-long buildings that not only increases the real noise level, but increases the wind to deliver it to us. They exceed legal noise limits under all conditions. Why must you deny this application? 1, Greenleaf's noise analysis is false. They violate noise ordinances today. 2, please don't let them significantly increase it as if that we could take it any longer. These are our homes that we live in. And 3, Greenleaf knew all along when they bought this property. They knew this. This isn't a claim to hardship. It's their attempt to claim a bigger ORI. Thank you very much.
On deck, John Convey.
Go to audio.
Oh, Kayla, can you bring up the overhead?
Yes. She got it.
There you go.
We need to restart.
Kayla, can you restart the clock?
I'll try and get the next one. I'll get it
placed more easily the next time. My name is Lisa Kettner. I live at 885 Monte Cristo Boulevard in Tierra Verde, and I have been sworn in. I'm going to continue with the discussion of the noise argument. I pose this development as is on many grounds, but today I want to speak about the pool noise. I believe Greenleaf's pool and its related noise assessment violate 3 different city and county ordinances at a magnitude of greater than 20 times the legal limits, because it's locating the pool about 82 feet from the nearest homes. 82 feet, as you can see in this diagram. No commercial pool should be allowed in such close proximity to any residential neighborhood. These points and many other details are documented in a memo that was previously provided to this board, but I'm just going to focus on the potential 3 violations. First, in its noise analysis report to this committee, Greenleaf omitted the peak noise measurement that's required by Pinellas County law. It's required. Pinellas County law requires reporting both average and peak noises, and Greenleaf reported only the average noise. One has to ask why, and the answer may lie in the 2 other ordinances. The other ordinance, also the Pinellas County noise ordinance, they're both under the same section, mandates a limit of 60 decibels for impulsive or peak noise. That's comparable to normal conversation. When Greenleaf reported to you, they reported an average noise level of 48 decibels. 48 decibels. However, according to the underlying noise study that Greenleaf itself sourced, the pool will generate a peak noise level of 104 decibels. That's more than 20 times louder than the legal limit of 60. 20 times. Even the study's authors termed that alarming. And thirdly, the City of St. Petersburg noise ordinance is simple but clear. It states that it prohibits, quote, loud and raucous noise. That seems fairly straightforward. A pool, it's hard to imagine a commercial pool that doesn't have loud and raucous noise. Greenleaf proposes to locate that pool about 82 feet from the nearest homes, which would seem to be unavoidable violation every single time it's occupied. Finally, Greenleaf claimed that the pool area would generate noise at or below the level of the Residence Inn in Port 32. However, those pools are surrounded by 3 buildings and are 400 feet from the nearest street. 400 feet. And they're talking about locating their pool about approximately 64 feet from the nearest building. On those grounds, I'd like to please ask that you deny their application. Thank you.
Thank you. On deck, Evelyn Bless.
Bring up the Greenleaf Maritime.
Was that submitted?
Assigned to me, yeah.
Right here?
How do I?
Good afternoon. My name's John Convey. I live at 319 6th Avenue North, Tierra Verde. I've lived on the island over 30 years now, so I appreciate your time today. So today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about how Greenleaf routinely violates laws without any thought about the community. For the last 18 months, Greenleaf has allowed a customer to operate a 24-hour, 7 days a week international maritime operation from their marina. The Tampa Bay Pilots Association runs 3 very large industrial boats 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Every time a large ship arrives or departs Tampa Bay, these pilot boats meet the ship and drop off or pick up a pilot. This is an international commercial maritime port operation operating out of a residential-only marina. Just to give you an idea, just a random day in the past, we've taken a look at 61% of the time they're operating out of the normal business operation hours. The laws are very clear, both county and city, recreational boating only. No 24 hours a day, 7 days a week operations, no adverse impact at all. They fail on all these and more. Greenleaf has made our lives very difficult with their flagrant violations of normal residential laws and standards. Please deny this application, as Greenleaf is incapable of following the laws that they are supposed to prevent from making our peaceful island a nightmare. So, that's all I have. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
On deck, Jeff Comrie. Sorry, I know I'm getting these off a little bit. I'm doing my best with the names. No, Evelyn, no, you're up now, man. Oh, she needs that. Okay, we're good.
Hi, my name is Evelyn Bless. I live at 390 4th Street North in Tierra Verde. I've lived there about 10 years, and I love it here. It is a very special place. And I'm here today to talk to you about parking, specifically parking spaces.
And ma'am, you've been sworn, yes? You've been sworn in?
Pardon me?
You've been sworn in? Can you confirm you've been sworn in, please? Thank you.
Greenleaf, there are not enough parking spaces for Greenleaf's plans. They are doing a numbers game to try to find parking credits that they can use to make the number of spaces fit. It's not realistic by any standard. It's been called a farce or a steal. And here's the deal. If you look at the numbers, Greenleaf has 206 spaces required. There are 210 available. That's 56 spaces short. So what can they do? They don't have enough parking. You can see what they do in their parking table. They want to claim 15% deduction for being close to the Pinellas Trail, where people will supposedly bike and walk to the marina area. That's 40 spaces. Then they also claim 29 boat slips will be reserved for people who come on boats to eat at the restaurant. That's 29 more spaces gone. Total reduction, 69. Neither reduction makes sense. These are not realistic credits. The credits have to be realistic and related to business, or you don't get them. The law says you may grant credits, not shall. In this case, it is they should not get these credits. They are imaginary credits. If you look at the bike racks, the 40 space reduction because people will bike or walk to boats. Do you think you are going to bike or walk to your boat if you're carrying a cooler, fishing gear, more clothes and friends? It's ridiculous to think about that. And we live in an area where people do not even bike or walk to restaurants unless they live just a block away. So who is actually going to use this reduction? Only Greenleaf to get the parking spaces. There hasn't been a single bicycle wreck in all the time that the High and Dry has been open. If you look at the 29 space reduction for boats, the law says that those boat slips must be exclusively and permanently dedicated to restaurant use. In other words, they must be vacant unless used for the restaurant. Greenleaf has already said they want to use them for short and long-term rental. So it's a made-up excuse. It's an imaginary deduction for credit. Parking is already bad. I urge you to divide. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. On deck is Corrine St. John. Overhead.
Kayla? Yes. Yes. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jeff Comrie. I live at 137 First Street West in Tierra Verde. I have been sworn in. I've been there for 11 years. I'm also an investor in these types of things. I've seen and read a lot of prospectuses, and I generally get highly involved and active in these investments. I can tell you in all the prospectuses I've read, I've never seen one so egregious and bad for a community as this one. Okay. Having said that, we have tried in good faith to have Greenleaf engaged with us from the very beginning in the planning phase. And you know how this goes. You know, you're thinking about building something, you get with the community, you tell them what you're going to do, you get the feedback, you listen to them, and you make adjustments so you can actually get this thing passed with the support. They refused at every single opportunity to engage with us in the planning phase. And we even went to their parent company, which is a public company, to the CEO and begged them, guys, come on, engage us so we're not in this big fight in the end. Now, in the DRC, your own requirements are community engagement. Zero, none, nada, not a single bit, okay? Besides that, you know what? We wanted to share with you guys, if you'll appease us, what we actually were going to compromise with them. And it's really straightforward. There's 4 things. One is, let's get the height restricted at 42 amended to 52 feet, okay? The other one is, let's use some safe enclosed boat storage. You know, they already own a safe enclosed boat storage on the premises. All they have to do is expand it. But they don't want to because it will cost more. They want cheap and tall at our risk, and there's no way we can allow that. That's a non-starter. The other one is, give them some parking credits even though they're not earning them. And let's be very clear, they are not earning those parking credits, all right? Let's give them some anyhow. The last one is, let's relocate the pool to at least 150 feet from a home. As you saw in the picture, do you really want a commercial home in your front yard? All right, it is in people's front yard. I live 2 houses away from it, trust me, all right? Let's just get them to do some common sense things. But why does this make sense for not only them, but us too? Okay, they tried to reference the hotel because of the height. I'm sorry, there's a great precedence on the island already. You guys already approved it several years ago. It's Port 32, it's the other marina. Port 32 engaged the community from the beginning, all right? Very beginning, understood what the problems were. They built it to the max height they could. You guys gave them a 2-foot variance, which we fully supported, to get some nice things on it. All right. Was that really 3? I'm going to leave it up here so you can read it as I walk away slowly.
Thank you, sir.
It didn't work out too well.
On deck now is Sebastian Font.
Which one was yours?
Are you ready?
I don't know which one's yours.
Right. Hello, my name is Corinne St. Jean. I have been a resident of Tierra Verde for 23 years, and I have been sworn in. I live at 973 Landmark Circle in Tierra Verde. I am here in opposition to the height of the towers in this Greenleaf proposal. There are 5 reasons why I believe you should deny this today. Number 1, I believe Greenleaf's ask of a 72-foot height is not merited and needs a variance request. Greenleaf's argument that they are entitled to a 75-foot height maximum rests entirely on the assertion that Pinellas County Ordinance 25-3 is null and void. This assertion is based on SB 180, Section 28.1. I posit that SB 180's retroactive effective date to August 2024 does not override the laws in effect in 2011 when Greenleaf bought the property when the maximum height was 42 feet, or when in late January 2016, DRC itself approved the permit stating a maximum 50-foot building height in 15-3213. Oh, here. 50 feet. Most important, I posit that Ordinance 25-3 with a 50-foot maximum was duly adopted in January 25 and remains in effect as enacted. The power to declare a duly enacted ordinance void is exclusively judicial. This is not something the DRC can declare. I believe they are not, you are not, the body to agree or rule on the validity of that ordinance. Besides that, Greenleaf cites only a portion of SB 180 that claims the ordinance may be null and void. Greenleaf has cited only one subsection of SB 180 while declining to address the immediately following subsection that qualifies it, to wit, more restrictive land development regulations remain enforceable when the associated application is initiated by a private party on property they own. That is from section 28, subsection 2. They didn't go from subsection 1 to subsection 2 to find this. Section 2A and B says that it can remain enforceable. In conclusion, the DRC should reject the applicant's arguments. Number one, given the language in section 28.2. Number two, given the 42-foot height in 2011. Number three, given the last permitting approval for these parcels from DRC in 2016. And at the very least, number four, require an applicant to obtain a circuit court ruling that ordinance 25-3 is void as applied before this application is considered on its merits. Number five, by the way, is Commissioner Renee Flowers saying to approve a project that differs from this.
Ma'am, please, thank you.
An amendment to the current plan.
On deck, Blake Finnegan. You can go.
Good, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Captain Sebastian Font. I live at 545 Pinellas Bayway South in Tierra Verde. I have been sworn in. I'm the owner of Island Ferry of St. Pete, and I hold the City of St. Petersburg business license. Besides being the owner of a successful business on Tierra Verde, I also live on Tierra Verde with my wife and 3 daughters. I object to the proposal on many levels. I'm going to go straight to the hurricane evacuation risk. Because my family and my business, we've been through more than just a few of those. Florida statutes have designated Tierra Verde as a coastal high hazard area, meaning that even in a Category 1 hurricane, we're most likely to be impacted. State and Pinellas County law sets a 16-hour hard limit on evacuation times. So any development that adds even a minute of friction to our only exit, like 500 boat owners scrambling to secure their vessels, it's going to violate that statutory cap. So I'd like to refer the commission to the court case of Matino versus the City of Marathon in 2022, where the Florida Court of Appeals blocked the approval of an expanded housing because the city could not prove that they could maintain a 24-hour evacuation period. So adding a massive warehouse of fuel and projectiles to our only evacuation route adds real risks to our 16-hour evacuation mandate. And when I say projectiles, I mean pieces of the building flying off. But I'll come back to that. The traffic study done by Greenleaf does not address the dozens or maybe hundreds of boat owners that are going to come in with their trailers, have their boats splashed, go down to Fort DeSoto Park to trailer their boats, and then come back out and leave the island. Most boat owners know that high and dry building is the worst place to be in during a hurricane. Let me give you some examples. 2012, Pasadena Marina, 50-foot high building, pieces ripped off from it from Tropical Storm Debbie, wasn't even a hurricane. 2024, Pasadena Marina, 50-foot building, about 40% of it is now missing, it's just gone. My marina, Tierra Verde, Port 32 Tierra Verde Marina, 50-foot building. There was a giant section of the roof that was ripped off, landed in the parking lot, could have killed someone. It looked like a small house blocking the parking lot. Imagine now a 72-foot building, much higher wind signature, pieces getting ripped off and landing on the bridge. And I'll just leave you with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On deck, Dr. Dorino.
Good afternoon. Turn this thing, is it on?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Blake Finnegan, 636 Shore Lake Place, Oldsmar. I have been sworn in. I won't continue to belabor the points we've already heard from the affected parties today. I think they did a great job at pointing that out. I'm here on behalf of Landsmart. I'm a planner with them. I was retained specifically to review the application for compatibility. I'll keep it short and sweet today for you. As previously noted, this is not simply an existing marina continuing operations. This represents a marked departure from prior approvals, with building heights increasing along with expanded uses and capacity. Given the site's proximity to residential uses, compatibility is the central issue here. You all must determine whether this level of intensity remains supportable under the applicable review criteria. The present question whether the proposed development remains within the planning framework that supported the prior approval, and whether the resulting site design, height, intensity, and operational character satisfy applicable compatibility and development review standards. The issue is not whether redevelopment is allowed in abstract, but whether this specific proposal at its proposed scale, configuration, and level of activity can reasonably coexist over time with nearby uses, without causing undue direct or indirect impacts. That is the appropriate standard for evaluating compatibility here. Thank you.
Thank you. On deck, Jack Parker. You can begin. Yeah.
Rafael Perino, yes, I have been sworn in, 128 First Street East in Tierra Verde. Good afternoon. You're going to hear from many people today who have concerns about the proposed marina development in Tierra Verde. You've already heard it. I'm here to speak to you about something else you may not have considered. I understand the owner of the property has certain rights under current zoning laws. I understand the owner of the land seeks to exceed those limits of that zoning. I also understand what's right, fair, reasonable, just, and honest. And this proposal is none of the above. You're going to hear much today about the technical issues associated with this proposal. There's little doubt that the quality of life in Tierra Verde will be severely diminished as a result of noise, pollution, increased traffic congestion, and damage to the environment. I want to address an issue that you may not have considered. That issue is the damage that will be done to the confidence in our local elected officials and to you. My wife and I moved here from Northern Virginia 5 years ago. During my 5 decades in the D.C. area, I served as advisor and chief of staff to a Fairfax County Board of Supervisors member. During the 1980s and 1990s, when Northern Virginia was exploding in population density and population. I also served as president of a revitalization effort in Arlington County. In both capacities, I worked closely with elected officials and county staff and developers and homeowners on many land use issues. That's not happening here. I know how this process should work, and it's not working. When we arrived in St. Pete 5 years ago, we heard stories about part of Tierra Verde being annexed by the city of St. Pete. There was always an undertone of suspicion, cynicism, distrust, derision, and skepticism about how and why this was allowed to happen. Well, now we know why. The city of St. Pete had major redevelopment plans for this small strip of annexed land. Little we know that the plan would be what's on the table today, with guess who, a former mayor, as the lead paid lobbyist for the developer. Let's be honest, everyone in this room smells something wrong here. This proposed development is simply unjust, unfair, tainted, disrespectful, and suspect at best. We encourage you to reject this ill-advised proposal and see for what it really is. If this board wants to foment suspicion and distrust among the electorate in Tierra Verde, this is a great place to start. And shame on you, Mr. Former Mayor, for turning your back on the residents of Tierra Verde for personal financial gain. And to the elected city and county officials who may be here today or listening, you can be assured that the residents of Tierra Verde will not forget this issue on election day. We're highly organized, we're highly educated, we're determined, and we're here. And if County Commissioner Nowicki is in the room and he left earlier, I want, and we all want, to thank him personally for having the guts to take a position in our favor on this issue, because your colleagues on the County Commission clearly didn't do that for spurious reasons. Thank you very much.
On deck, Deborah Young.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jack Parker. I live at 449 3rd Avenue North, Tierra Verde. My parents was on Tierra Verde, and my grandparents also lived on Tierra Verde starting in 1962. I want to comment
Mr.
on a
Parker,
couple areas that have already.
can you confirm
I have
you've
been
been
sworn
sworn?
in.
Thank you.
Apologize. I want to comment on a couple of things that have already been addressed: the hurricanes and the overlay for Tierra Verde. Now, we're all aware that hurricanes come and we evacuate, and they are totally unpredictable. No matter what codes you met on your house, no matter about the windows being hurricane-proof or doors, you never know. Things go flying, parts go flying. I'm very concerned about a couple areas on the new proposal. The first is the fact that it's open. That makes it very susceptible to high winds. I mean, a cup with wind on it is much more susceptible, particularly at altitude at 72 feet. It's windier up there. It doesn't have the ground to slow down the wind. The other concern that I have is the fact that what's inside of these barns. These are all fiberglass boats that are raised up and just set on the rails. They're not tied down, they're not secured, and they've got wind rushing through them at 72 feet. There's our boats that can go flying. You've seen this on TV. You've seen it in the papers. No, excuse me, online. They don't have papers anymore. But you've all seen it. We've lived in Florida a long time, and it's horrifying, and it doesn't make any difference what codes they were or not. It's a risk. And I'm concerned about the residents of Tierra Verde, the dangers that they face. I mean, for example, these boats can fly into cars, houses, and one big issue is they right next to the main two-lane road off the highway. That can be filled with boats. Nobody can leave, nobody can come on the island. Emergency vehicles can't leave or come on. I'm very concerned about that for the residents of Tierra Verde. And I'm also concerned, not concerned, I appreciate you bringing up the overlay. The overlay was developed back in 2008. We worked hard on putting that together. I was part of that. And it was officially approved by the county. The entire island voted on it, and it became part of the comprehensive plan of Pinellas County, March 18th, 2008. After that, of course, annexation went through. That was challenged. The height stayed the same. Even when the hotel was built, yeah, it's 85 feet. Thank you for your time.
On deck, Karen Huber.
My name is Deborah Young. I live at 650 Colony Road, Unit 603, Tierra Verde. And I want to go on record that my husband and I are strongly opposed to the Greenleaf Capital
Ma'am,
Boat
you've been
Storage
sworn?
Committee. What's that?
You've been sworn?
I've been sworn. I want to say first that my comments are very similar to what you've heard, and I think you can tell by all of the great points that have been made. We could be here for days. And I feel strongly that people have done a lot of research, and we have substantial reason to be upset with the Greenleaf Capital proposal. We're not against development, but we don't believe a boat warehouse, the third largest in the country, belongs on an island with 1.2 square miles in a densely populated residential community, as you saw from previous pictures. An open 72-foot storage will not only be unsightly, but poses dangerous risks, as you've heard earlier, from hurricane and also an accident on the bridge. That is our only way on and off the island. Should there be an emergency and we can't get through, we're all in trouble. Yes, we're for progress, but Greenleaf, all we're asking is meet with us, listen to us, work with us, plan with us. We want to have something that makes sense for our island. Give us a reasonably sized marina with shops and restaurants that our community can enjoy and support. Thank you, everyone.
On deck, Sheila Connolly.
Hi, my name is Karen Huber. I have been sworn in, and I live in the affected area. My address is protected under state law. I am here today because Tierra Verde is my home, and I am opposed to the project. The proposed giant open boat storage barn is completely incompatible with the character and scale of our small residential neighborhood. It fails to meet Pinellas County's compatibility requirements, and the application should be denied. The project also is the complete opposite of the goal of sustainability. It will dump more oil in the water, cause more traffic with cars and boats in an already overcrowded space. For years, the owners of the property had been poor neighbors. The property has been allowed to deteriorate through demolition by neglect. I recently walked by the property myself. There are numerous vacant boat spaces sitting empty today. The business is struggling to lease the spaces that it already has. The constant changes in the scope of the project raise serious concerns about financial stability of the owners. And let's be honest, none of this would be possible today without the shady annexation of the county property that occurred years ago. Finally, I ask you to remember who is truly invested in here. Please ignore the paid lobbyist opinions, for they are paid for. I took off from work today because this is my home and I live here and no one is paying me to speak. Trust me, the paid lobbyists and the property owners would not want this next to them. Thank you.
Thank you. On deck, Mark Siegler.
Hello, my name is Sheila Conley. I live at 795 Colony Road, and I have been sworn in. We moved to Terra Verde because the community and the natural beauty that surrounds it 5 years ago. I'm asking you, please, do deny this proposal. This proposal does not take into consideration the Terra Verde community nor the impact on the environment as it is currently written. 175 more boaters, their guests, and pets coming over the single-lane bridge to the roundabout and looking for the closest beach to hang out at is Shell Key. This is said to be a bird and turtle sanctuary. Unfortunately, Shell Key is already packed and abused by boaters and their pets. Please, we'd all like to see this location developed to support the Terra Verde community and the environment. The location has great potential, but not as is currently proposed. I'd like to thank the DRC for your time and support and pray this is denied and revisited soon. Thank you.
Thank you. On deck, Phyllis Rideout. I might have that one wrong.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Sigler. I live at 800 Colony Road, Unit 301 in Tierra Verde, and I have been sworn in. I want to talk to you today about two topics, and the first thing I want to start off with is that I support the right project done the right way. This project with the high structures and the way that is open, and then those channels present a significant hurricane risk. And you've heard better arguments. My concern is around public safety. And I'm not concerned about life jackets flying off. I'm concerned about boats flying off. And we have seen in other hurricanes, in other areas, where boats collapse on the towers, and then we get flooding that brings them into onto the roads. We have two main roads, one main road, but we have another road which is Madonna, and many neighbors in our community has the only way in and out of them. Out of Tierra Verde, we only have one, which is the main bayway. So I'm bringing that to your attention. The second part that I want to talk about is protecting the environment. We all heard this particular project is going to store a lot of fuel, chemicals, solvents, and boats full of fuels. We saw Piney Point and how Piney Point affected all of Tampa Bay. if we have a catastrophic hurricane and we have a collapse, we could have a catastrophic spill. This is only phase 1 of a potential phase 2 project. So approving this project as it is in essence creating a precedent for the next project. We have not seen a Category 5 hurricane yet. We got close a couple of times, but one is coming. So we're asking you to please take this into account and make sure that the right project is approved the right way. A bad project will have significant effect on St. Petersburg, because if indeed we have a catastrophic event in here, you can rest assured that all of the monies that you raise through taxes, property taxes, and so forth are going to be impacted. So please, I'm asking you to take this into account in your deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On deck, Sandy Lamb. You can start, ma'am.
My name is Phyllis Rideout, and I have been sworn in. I am a resident of Tierra Verde for the past 23 years. I am vehemently opposed to this project. It provides no benefit to Tierra Verde, Fort DeSoto, and Pinellas County. It will impact traffic big time. It's already a nightmare. The study that was done by the DRC was only from Monday through Friday traffic. It did not take in account weekends. They are trying to blindside us. Greenleaf said that by eliminating the businesses, it would be traffic would be eliminated by 37%. That is not true. The study has to be redone. Their type of adding a 3-story building with an open-air rooftop bar is unacceptable. Their proposed strip retail office and warehouse provide no benefit to Tierra Verde, Fort DeSoto, Pinellas County, and visitors. The former long-standing businesses and gas station were substantial and financially important to all. They provide a walkable destination to Tierra Verde residents. They provided close, convenient services to Tierra Verde and local people. Greenleaf is trying to blindside everyone. They need to redo the IT inputs to their traffic study. It is not up to date. Their investment is only a financial interest and no respect for our community. It is a detrimental addition to Tierra Verde.
Thank you, ma'am. On deck, Barbara Hetrick.
Hello, my name is Sandy Lamb. I have been sworn in. I live directly across from the proposed project. I've lived in Tierra Verde for 25 years. It's my paradise. I have not heard anything positive about the proposed plan, and I have great concern. I wanted to go on record today because I have a voice, and I think it's very important for all of us to speak up when we have concerns and there are issues that impact our daily lives. And thank you for hearing us out. I also want to bring to the attention of the committee, I'm not sure if you're aware, there are 2 rooms full of Tierra Verde residents and community members, my neighbors, downstairs. Not sure if you're aware of that. And they've been here since probably around 11 o'clock this morning. It's very important to us, and we appreciate you hearing us out. I had several topics written down that I wanted to bring to your attention, but they've all been well covered here today. And another concern that I have is the property values. Most of the people that live in Tierra Verde have been there for a very long time. Like the one gentleman said, his family and families before him have been there since the beginning almost. I want to leave my property to my daughter, but I said I'm directly across the street from this proposed plan. How's that going to affect my family? How's that going to affect me? I have great concern for the safety issues. I would like you to consider this image. I'm your grandmother. Think of me as your grandmother. And I'm in my little apartment across the street. I know some of you may think that's funny, but just for a moment, indulge me. I'm across the street in my little apartment that I adore and that I've loved for many years, and we get another storm. As they have all said, this is a huge safety concern. And not just for the property values and the things that are going on, but you've heard from everyone here. I don't think I need to reiterate what everybody said. I would think on the basis of what you've heard already, it would be enough to deny the proposed plan. And I'm like the gentleman before me. I'm not for dissolving the entire plan, but let's just make a plan that everybody can live with safely moving forward. I don't want to give anybody credence to move forward because they got approval on this plan to go ahead and have a more disruptive or destructive plan moving forward. I think that's about it, but I do appreciate your consideration in this. And like I said, I would think that this would have been enough for you to understand how important it is to the people and the safety concerns that we have. The traffic issue, if you come to Terra Verde, maybe you live in Terra Verde, but it begins on Thursday night and it goes through about 10:30 Sunday night. So if you get a chance, take a ride out to Terra Verde and see for yourself. Please, I ask that you go and you look at the property. Thank you.
Thank you. On deck, Nick Staple.
Hello, I'm Barbara Hetrick. I live at 106 First Street East in Terra Verde, directly across from the proposed proposal that you're going to be looking at, and I have been sworn in. I basically came today to voice my opposition to the plan that is before you. I'm not against having a marina. It's been there for ages. I very much oppose the way it is being processed and designed right now. It's not safe for our community, as you've heard, and it's definitely not compatible to the paradise that we all live in. Thank you.
Thank you. On deck, Gay Lazor.
Good afternoon. My name is Nick Stapel. I reside at 755 Colony Road, Unit 605, Terra Verde. I've been sworn in. My question is, has a safety risk assessment been carried out by the developer as to how this open storage 72-foot unit would hold under a potential 5-category hurricane? We heard this morning, well, the boats are heavy, so they will not tumble down. But what's the risk that actually happens, that the boat will tumble down, or that the unit itself, the storage unit itself, will be compromised under these conditions? I think that's something that we should look into. The second question is, if and when there is a Category 5 hurricane and boats come down or the unit is compromised, who's liable for this? I heard this morning the boat owners are responsible for taking care of the safety of their boats. There's nothing on those boats. Who's responsible if these boats tumble down? Spills, maybe safety for people? That will be worthwhile looking into. Thank you very much.
On deck, Joel Johns.
Good afternoon. My name is Gay Leisure. I live at 609 Santa Maria Drive, Terra Verde. I've been there for about 20 years, and in that time I've seen it grow quite a bit. One of the things that I'd like to talk about today is, I wonder if all of you have been to the park we have at the end of the island, which is only, the island is only about a mile long, but we have a wonderful park at that end, and it's visited quite a bit by everyone in the community who wants to go swim or be out in the sunshine or watch birds. Anyway, excuse me, that isn't what I meant to say. As you rise over the bridge, at the peak of the bridge, you can see from 180 degrees from east to west for me. And these, after you pass the peak of the bridge, you can see that horizon all the way down almost to the bottom. However, these 72-foot high structures that Greenleaf is planning exceed that and would block that view immediately. After the peak of the bridge, you won't have the visibility to the west as we all would like. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. On deck, Catherine Challenger.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Johns. I live at 755 Colony Road. I have been sworn in. Many very important and very salient points have already been made. I'm not going to waste a lot of your time with going over some of the ones that have been covered. But I think there are 3 areas that have been covered in general that have a big impact on all of us. Daily life is one thing as far as what you're used to and being able to live in an environment that's comfortable. I think another one is the ongoing congestion. And then the third one, and not the least important one, is safety. Unless you currently live in Tierra Verde, you cannot begin to appreciate or understand or even project what the concerns are with traffic and the congestion. Last Sunday, earlier on a Sunday morning, as I was about to approach the bridge, one car after the wall to wall, no space in between, down over the other side, and that was early on a Sunday. Go out to the Bayway, and many times you'll see a backup of over 2.5 miles from the intersection at Isla going out towards 275. And we've already been in it in the opposite direction. I know from a very close friend that they had problems after they had left the island coming back from the airport. They couldn't even get off the exit ramp off of 275, whether it was 54th Street or whether it was on the Bayway. So the problem is there now in spades. What's it going to be like with a development like this? Well, you can only imagine, but it's not going to be good. I think that, if we think that people only come to the marina twice a day, that's a fallacy. I've been a long-time boat owner. I've had boats at marinas. I've had boats at yacht clubs. And frankly, between the number of times you're in and out of there on a daily basis, and if you have friends, the cars that they bring, it's not going to be just a matter of 1x. It could be 2x, could be 3x as far as the traffic goes. But that is a safety concern, let alone anytime there's any projected storm or any projected problems that are on the horizon when we have to worry about getting off the island. Because that one access point is like trying to take a 5-gallon jug of gasoline and pour it down a 1-pint funnel. It's not going to work very well. A lot of spillage is going to happen. A lot of damage is going to happen. And it's going to take a long, long time. I think that pretty much summarizes my concerns, and I will yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. On deck, Denise Perino.
Where's Denise? Have you called my name yet?
Yeah, I'm just going to do next. You're ready. Please. Yeah.
Okay, Denise. Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Challenger. I live at 121 First Street East, Tierra Verde at the Village, and I have been sworn in. I'm a resident of Tierra Verde and have lived across the street from the marina property for a long time, 35 years. I'm here to speak against the proposal before you today. Others have and will talk to you about the intrusion of this monstrous project on our residential community, the pollution and danger to the environment, the visual impact on our island, the increased traffic, and the danger it poses if and when a hurricane hits. I want to talk about our rights, or rather, our lack of rights. It is perhaps ironic that this year we are celebrating the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding. Our forefathers founded this country, and many gave their lives because they had no representation in the government that ruled them. Our island community faces the same type of issue today with this project. Our elected representatives in the county said the marina property must be developed with the residential nature of the community in mind. The property owners didn't like that, so they seceded from the community and joined the city of St. Petersburg. They don't live on our island, and they have their office in Tampa. I don't believe they live in St. Petersburg either. The city was glad to annex the land because it added to St. Petersburg's tax base and cost the city nothing to service the property. We residents of Tierra Verde had no say, no vote in the matter, even though the property remained physically on our island, and it isn't contiguous to St. Petersburg. Now, just like the foreign government that ruled our nation 250 years ago with which we had no representation, you are being asked to allow a project that the residents of our peaceful community don't want as designed. We have no choice in the government of St. Petersburg, the people who appointed you and who pay the salaries of the commission staff, but what you do today will affect us deeply. As we celebrate our country's 250th birthday, I'm asking you to consider the founding principle of our nation as you vote. Give us the representation our forefathers fought and died for 250 years ago, and reject what would be an outrageous scar in the midst of our community. Thank you.
On deck, Elliot Berger.
Hello, I'm Denise Perino, and I have been coming to St. Petersburg for over 73 years. I was born in St. Petersburg. My father and family came in the 1930s, and so I spent my life coming back to visit family and to see how the city has changed. I remember Tierra Verde going out the road to Fort DeSoto and it being mangroves. I understand it has really changed over those last 70 years. However, it needs to be, people need to think about the green and about the people and about how it's going to impact the community. And I'm in full support of the Tierra Verde group, and I feel like we should not accept their proposal. And I have been sworn in. Sorry. Thank you.
On deck, Donna Bornhurst.
How do I turn this on?
You need, sir?
She'll-
Dock camera?
She's got to turn it on for you.
My name is Elliot Berger. I live at 650 Colony Road in Tierra Verde, and I have been sworn. You've heard quite a bit already about the concerns that the owners have about traffic, but I want to take the opportunity and actually share some data with you today. You heard that the original traffic study conducted by the applicant used Monday through Friday data, which is totally irrelevant to our community since the great majority of our traffic occurs on the weekend. So they went ahead and did a Saturday study, which is equally flawed. They included traffic from a number of the properties that are on the site that are no longer in existence, and those numbers, frankly, should be removed from their analysis. So even though they claimed that the existing traffic is 296 cars, when you actually adjust it for reality, it comes down to 160. Based on that analysis of 298 and a proposed new number of 198, the applicant claims that their proposal will actually reduce the amount of traffic coming onto the island. It's simply false. Instead of having a reduction of 37% of traffic coming in, their proposal would actually include an increase of 24%. So we just wanted to bring that point to the committee's attention, and that's based on a single car coming in for the facility. And we all know that when you've got guests and family coming in to spend a day with you on your boat, there will be multiple cars coming in. So again, their representation is a gross underestimate of the actual traffic that we'll be facing in Tierra Verde. Thank you so much.
Thank you. On deck, Mary Teeter.
Hi, my name is Donna Bornhorst, and I live at 650 Colony Road in Tierra Verde. And I'm here to also oppose the Greenleaf Capital marina as it stands now. And I urge you to consider whether this project.
Ma'am, you have been sworn.
Oh, yes, I have. So sorry. I urge you to consider whether this project truly serves the long-term interest of the community. Growth and development should be thoughtful and sustainable, preserving what makes Tierra Verde special rather than eroding it. I respectfully ask that you oppose the Greenleaf Capital Marina proposal and prioritize protecting our natural environment, maintaining community integrity, ensuring responsible development practices. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. On deck, Lauriston Clement.
Ready. My name is Mary Teeter. I live at 108 10th Street East on the island of Tierra Verde, and I've been sworn in, and I'm still swearing. I'm so incredibly disappointed in the lack of common sense that surrounds this entire project. No common sense discernment has even been used. It's a gross misrepresentation by the officials who have a duty to protect us from these exact misguided intentions by the Greenleaf Capital Group. Someone has allowed the framework, but no one is considering the impact and the if. While property owners, Greenleaf, have a right to develop this parcel that has been strategically annexed by St. Pete, the residents who will be impacted for the future years to come deserve a project which enhances our island. Instead of becoming a permanent eyesore, an enormous environmental threat, and a traffic safety nightmare, all could be resolved if the project was designed and intentionally developed with common sense from its inception. Why not include some residents on a development planning committee from the beginning? Why do we have to become a David and Goliath battle to be heard? The island is a national park, something that gets bestowed, and now we're going to develop more marina space to expand the breadth of environmental impact, and this should be carefully reconsidered, if not outright rejected. Additionally, the history of the island's annexation, combined with the involvement of a former city mayor representing Greenleaf, raises serious concerns among residents, especially me. It creates the perception that influence and power are being used to shape outcomes in ways that disregard the community's best interests. Many residents feel this reflects an inappropriate use of authority and resources. There's also a concern that prolonged processes and repeated proposals may be intended to exhaust community opposition over time. Regardless, we residents remain committed to being heard. We ask for meaningful representation in the development process and urge decision makers to halt any project that does not genuinely enhance and protect the future of our island. Just because it is within code doesn't make it right or shouldn't be reduced because of the fuel and environmental runoff. We expect you all to represent us in our best interests. Thank you.
Thank you. On deck, Maria Ann, what's that? Vidito. People probably accidentally say Vito a lot, I would think. But
My name is Mary Ann Vidito. I live at 630 Pinellas Bayway South. I have been sworn in. And first of all, I'd like to thank the Tierra Verde Next for doing such a great job. This is such an important issue. And they've covered everything except maybe one point I would like to make, and that is that the Pinellas County ordinance that created the overlay for Tierra Verde did state that development should be consistent with the island's character and or enhance the viability of local businesses that serve the community. And to me, that's another area where Greenleaf Capital has been very misleading. They say they've
have some retail square footage on the property. It has nothing for the community. In fact, they have removed the important conveniences that we had, such as a gas station, dry cleaners, restaurants, bait shop, wine shop, hair salon, etc., that were useful to the community. That was the intent of that statement by the county, saying that there should be business community in keeping with the atmosphere of the island. And that would be one thing. I know it's over and done, but it just shows that they're not being totally honest with what we can trust them to come up with. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I think I got a card out of order here. Is Lorison Clement here?
Chair, it looks like Lori Clement had to leave.
Okay. So I'll note on the record that she was against. So then now it's Dean, I don't know, is this a Stanks? Hanks. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's a very fancy H. Thank you. And then on deck is Florence Bonavilla.
Hi, my name is Dean Hanks. I live in the village of Tierra Verde, and my address is 138 1st Street East. I'm in 304, and I have been sworn in. All of these things that have been said today so far is precious to me. I've been on this island. I bought my first house here in 1985, and I'm never leaving, no matter what happens. But anyway, my main concern is the traffic. The traffic to and from Tierra Verde is unbelievable, not just on holidays, Saturdays and Sundays, but at peak times it is really, really bad. The traffic sometimes is backed up all the way to 275. And when you live on an island, you call it home, and you go to church on Sunday, and it takes you an hour to get home when it normally would take you 20 minutes. This is a farce to add another 200, 300, 400 automobiles coming onto the island. Not only is it the island, but people at St. Pete Beach, the people at Isla del Sol, all of us are encumbered with the traffic to and from. Other things that I would like to mention is about the roundabout. This roundabout is not shown very clearly in the pictures that we have seen. The roundabout is 20 feet from the water. And right on the water is this where this additional marina concept is for. We have none of the businesses that was appealing and desired by our community. But they're planning on another 711 boats. So you know that there's going to be a lot more traffic there. We just don't feel that an industrial company should be in our little man-made island if they want to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. On deck, Ken St. Jean. Ma'am?
My name is Florence Bonavia. I live at 138 First Street East, Village of Tierra Verde. And my village is directly across from the proposed new marina. And as Dean Hanks mentioned,
And ma'am, you've been sworn.
there is a roundabout.
Ma'am, can you confirm you've been sworn?
Yes, I've been sworn. I forgot about that.
Okay.
And I would just like to express the feelings that everyone else here has expressed so wonderfully, so dedicated to their research and their time that they put in to document so many problems. It is from my investigation, this Greenleaf Marina was not designed for the community. It was designed for maximum profits. They're backed by a Wall Street company. And that's what their concern is, profits. They're not concerned about the community. They're not concerned about the noise. They're not concerned about the safety. And I hope that you please deny this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last would be, in this group, Commissioner Nowicki. Okay.
We'll get him.
Good afternoon. Ken St. Jean. I have been sworn in. My address 973 Landmark Circle, South Tierra Verde, in which I've been a resident for 23 years. I am opposed to the marina plans as submitted. The planned racks are way too high and open on one side. This makes no sense in this coastal environment, especially right next to a residential neighborhood. I hold professional mariner's credential and have logged thousands of miles on the east and Gulf Coast. Marinas with open racks are generally poorly occupied and in need of repair. Consumers who make an investment in recreational boating today want to store their vessels in an enclosed and secure environment. Everyone knows we live in a hurricane-prone area, but the reality is damage is more likely to take place from an afternoon microburst with no time to prepare at all. Please substantially reduce the height and enclose the facility in a manner that is consistent with Port 32, who have proven to be good neighbors. They can make it happen. Their facility is perfect for our community. I think Greenleaf should be able to somewhat clone that. Thank you.
Good afternoon now. My name is Vince Nowicki, 5250 12th Street North. I'm actually a St. Petersburg resident. Unlike a lot of the folks here, I'm also your county commissioner that represents the entire city of St. Petersburg and Tierra Verde. And with that, I want to acknowledge something important. I don't believe there's good or bad people on the side of this issue. It's an applicant that sees opportunity and residents that see consequences. And it's your responsibility to find the balance. And I think you guys are taking that very seriously. But balance matters, scale matters, and compatibility matters. Because not every new project that fits on a parcel fits in a place. And respectfully, I do not believe this proposal in its current form fits Tierra Verde. This is a constrained barrier island with essentially one primary road in and out. That's not emotion, that's infrastructure. We already have Fort DeSoto traffic, campground traffic, boat ramp traffic, tourists, cyclists, pedestrians, evacuation traffic, all relying on the same roadway network. Now add one of the largest boat storage facilities in America. More boats, more trailers, more congestion, and more strain. The roads don't get wider, the evacuations don't get easier, and the hurricanes don't get smaller. And importantly, these concerns are not emotional, they're rooted in the adopted Tierra Verde community overlay itself. And I appreciate the applicant and the opposition both pointing out the policies of the overlay, but neither of them mentioned the vision of the overlay, which was adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, that says the overlay vision specifically small businesses and commercial uses to serve and to complement and support island residents. That's what you're deciding here today, if what this fits in with the vision of the overlay. And both of the policies of the overlay were talked about, but nobody talked about the vision of the overlay. And so I think it's important to focus on that vision piece that says small businesses and island residents. And that language matters because the residents are asking a very rational question. How does the largest regional boat storage operations in the country primarily complement and support island residents? I haven't heard that, how it supports them. There's a difference between boating that complements a coastal village and intensity that overwhelms it. This will maximum intensity, its maximum storage, and its maximum throughput. I'm skipping ahead because I'm running out of time and I don't want to get beeped. The residents aren't anti-growth, they're reasonable growth. And leadership is not asking what fits on paper, it's asking what fits in place. Because once you trade compatibility for capacity, we never get it back. And that's decisions I've had to make, and I know you all have to make, is that once you decide if this is compatible, we can never get it back. I think this project is too big and too intense. Thank you.
That is the last of our stack. So we're going to go into recess.
We're going to take a recess, and if for some reason you filled out a card and you didn't get to speak, I don't think that should have happened, but if it does, please stay up here. If not, then please go switch with your neighbors and other fellow speakers that are willing to speak downstairs. The people that have filled out cards to speak downstairs, please come upstairs. And if we could have 10 minutes to get that.
We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Thank you, Chair.
so I imagine some of these names have left. So if you know a person that I call has left, let me know. Otherwise, we'll call a couple times and then we'll move on. The first name is Bob McDougall. Oh, I'm messing that one up. Was that? Yes. So I've been close on most. That one, I don't think I'm close. I'm sorry, sir. And then next on deck is Lee Davis.
Ready?
Yes.
My name is Bob Middaugh. I live at 220 First Avenue North in Tierra Verde. I am sworn in, and I am the closest house to the proposed pool. I would consider an honor to wake up every morning and see a beautiful pool out there. We've lived there for 3 years now, and that's why we came to this community, boating community. Like, here's a marina, places to eat, lovely. First major purchase was a boat down there at the marina, Tierra Verde Marina, and we learned how to boat. And they had a job opening a year later, and I was getting sick and tired of being retired, so I went and joined them. I now work at the marina. I'm a dockhand. I take care of all 340 vessels, and we have a good time. Most important thing is safety. Make sure nobody gets hurt. There's a lot of wildlife down there right now. If you go down and look, dolphins, sharks, everything is down there that you can imagine. And I hear the concerns about the traffic. Most of that, it comes from the Fort DeSoto area. If they would repair all the stuff down there and get the boats in and out quicker from their launches, we wouldn't have probably 20% less than that. The rest is just people going down to DeSoto to visit. So most of these homeowner or boat owners here don't have their boat here. They have their boat here, but they don't live here. They live in other states. We only see them maybe once, twice a year. Some of those boats have not moved in 7 years because people they can't make it here. But they pay the price, and which is great. We take care of everything for them. You'll see a lot of the racks that are open boats where there's nothing there, but that's rented. A lot of those boats go to the areas around here and the residents of the island, and when they're done with them, they bring them back and we put them on those racks. So every rack is rented out there. But I just want to say, it's a lovely community. I love living here, and I would enjoy an upgrade and just see everything go as well. And thank you for having me, and appreciate it.
Thank you. On deck is Ann Baronico Lee. Is Lee Davis here? No? Okay, so I'll note for the record that Lee Davis was against. So then on deck will be Alex Ondieko. Okay. Man, these are harder than the morning ones, or the earlier ones. Sorry. Please.
Hello, I'm Ann Baranco Lee. I'm a 27-year resident of Tierra Verde on Landmark Circle, and I was sworn in.
Thank you.
I just wanted to voice my opposition to this plan. It is not compatible with our needs, and I think it would be a detriment to our island.
Thank you. On deck, Phil Maynard.
Good afternoon. My name is Ale Onderco. I live at 755 Colony Road, and I have been sworn in. I have lived in the island of Tierra Verde for 30 years, and I'm here to support my beautiful fellow neighbors and my amazing Paradise Island against this project that one of the neighbors that already spoke called really disrespectful. Again, we're not against progress. We want a great marina, but when we talk about the height and the traffic and all the subjects that we already addressed, I don't want to keep on talking about the same thing, but our marine life, our traffic, the noise, everything that has been addressed, we really are all here to beg you to consider and deny this request by Greenleaf. Thank you so much.
So I heard someone say Phil Maynard has left. Okay. So then next is Judith Malone.
Was Phil Maynard for or against?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. He indicated he was against. And then after Judith would be Laura Davis.
Hi, I'm Judith Malone. I've been sworn in. I live at 760 Pinellas Bay Way, and I moved there in 1999. So I've seen a lot coming and going. But lately, the traffic has gotten to be unbearable. In order for me to leave the island, I have to go south and turn around, and that's a 2-lane road that merges into 1 lane to go into the 1-lane roundabout to go onto the 1-lane bridge. It takes me forever, and that is, and it's bumper to bumper on the weekends. So I would appreciate it greatly, and I'll invite you over for coffee, anything on the weekends, even a little donut, and come and stay with me and take my route and see what we go through. But the traffic in Tierra Verde is not just all boats traffic, because parking down there is inexpensive. All the neighboring beaches, their pricing to park is unreal. So now we're getting all of that in addition. So I would hope that you would oppose this, because I oppose it, and let them regroup and come to the community with something that would work. Thank you.
Is Laura Davis here? Okay, I'll note for the record that she was against. So Judy Willis? No, I will also note that she was against. Tom Scholberg? No, I'll note that he was against. Colleen Parodi?
Good afternoon. My name is Colleen Parodi. I live at 728 Monte Cristo Boulevard in Tierra Verde, and I was sworn in. I've lived on Tierra Verde for 8 years. I just want to say that Greenleaf is not being honest. Their current proposal identifies 3 meetings they've had with the residents. All of those meetings were objected to the height, the density, and the industrial park. But those meetings all took place in 2025, and it was related to the proposal in November 2025. We're here about the other most recent proposal, which they haven't met with us to talk to us about what we want, what we would like, what we would work with them for. They then put their proposal in, and then they met with us. When we talked to them about compromise, they basically laughed at us. It wasn't just rude, it was disrespectful. They say they're listening to the residents. They're listening to the residents by monitoring our social media. And so they saw that we don't like the industrial look of the towers, so they are now going to put some siding on the towers, on 3 sides of the towers. That's not an answer of meeting with us. Another area that they look at us at social media was that you've taken away all our services, which you have. Those were good services that we used, and the local people supported those businesses. And now, what do they say? Oh, well, we'll make our restaurant public. Well, they need us for that restaurant, because without locals, if you only had your boat owners, they're not going to support that restaurant. You need local people to support a restaurant. Otherwise, you're going to have spoiled food, waiters not getting tips, people not earning a wage. So they throw us a bone and say, you can use the restaurant, but you can't use anything else. There's no services for us at all. So please consider what they've done, how they haven't worked with the community. And all we're asking for is please work with us, lower it, enclose it, make it safe, keep it away from the hurricane dangers. Consider those, look at it. We've lost a lot on our island, and we really would like to work with Greenleaf, and we're open to it, but we need your support in denying this proposal. Thank you very much.
Patricia Goska? No? Okay. She noted she was against. Rick Riacroft? There we go.
Hi, I'm Rick Hirakoff. I live at 128 12th Street East in Terra Verde, and I'm opposed. As I was listening to some of the testimony
Sir,
earlier,
you've
I
been
was,
sworn.
Pardon me?
And you've been sworn, sir.
And I have been sworn, yes. When I was listening to some of the early testimony, I was really amazed when it was questioned about the hurricane preparedness. And the response seemed to be, even what they're currently doing was kind of scary. It's like you kind of tell some of the boat owners to get their stuff together. And then I guess they moved the big boats down. I mean, I would have been a whole lot happier saying, well, we've got a 30-point plan. We go through, we secure this, we secure that. We've got a bunch of professionals on it. We thought this out. We have a plan. And then I guess council also mentioned that they really haven't had a plan or haven't come up with a plan. That's to come later. And the other thing I was really kind of amazed at the council mentioned was that the boats are kind of small, 56. They don't really get tossed that much in a storm. And that kind of disputes what we saw in Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans. I mean, there were 100-foot boats tossed, 60-foot boats were a quarter of a mile in, half mile in. I mean, that really flies in the face of what historically happened when a Hurricane 5 hits. There are going to be boats everywhere. I mean, you can't deny logic in that or reality in that. And I think there's a lot of overbuilding. There's a lot of, everybody talks about too much building on the coast, but it looks like we're fixing to do it again. Too much potential for damage. There's nothing that says a Category 5 can't come through here. I mean, we've been blessed so far that it hasn't happened, but I just don't understand putting more boats 72 feet in the air in a neighborhood. I don't get it, but thanks all, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next is Paul Mahler. No, I'll note that he was against. Is Lisa Lamparty here? Okay, and I'm going to call the next name so we can try and be more efficient. Pamela Scholberg? No. She noted she was against. Bart Paroi?
Hi, I'm Lisa Lamparty. I've been sworn in. I live at 261 Monte Cristo Boulevard, and I've been here for 14 years. My big concern is the safety. It was brought up about the open storage.
Confirm you've been sworn.
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I've been listening.
I talk fast, sorry. Is about the concern for the safety. You have hundreds of boats. There was thousands of gallons of gas, one spark, and kaboom. We only have one way on and off this island. It's very close to the southeast corner of the one rack that they want to build. I also want to bring up some concerns that was brought up from today. For the marina, that says it's your responsibility to secure your boat. So if we're having a hurricane, do you think I'm going to run to the marina and get my beach towels and my cooler and my personal flotation devices? No, I'm going to be securing my own home, not worrying about that stuff. That debris is going to fly everywhere. A lot of people don't even live in this state, so their stuff is still there. Who's going to do that? Another concern, too, is I was just at Fort DeSoto at North Beach on Friday, and there wasn't a whole lot of traffic of the boats there. What was really the traffic is from Fort DeSoto from North Beach. There was hundreds of cars in that parking lot. So I just wanted to say with that, the access to the bridge in the event of a hurricane or something, if we lose access, we're not going to have 911. So thank you so much for your time.
My name's Bart Perotti. I live at 728 Monte Cristo Boulevard in Tierra Verde. I've been sworn in, and I'm opposed to the Greenleaf proposal for the redevelopment of the High and Dry Marina for many reasons. One, that personally impacts me is my futile attempts to leave the island anytime from the late afternoon to sunset due to traffic on the weekends. I understand that the Greenleaf boasts that they will reduce the already congested traffic by 37% with their new addition of 200 dry racks. Of course, to promote this, they needed to identify businesses like the gas station and say, since we got rid of that, we did good by the community. Look how we made it better for them. Right now, all it is left on that dismal and dystopian property are two businesses that broker boats and rent them and a marina office. Yet they are using some inappropriate logic to defend inputs into the ITE formula that calculates generic trip counts. They believe their logic lets them use what was once were retail businesses at the marina as existing. They could then use these numbers to compare to what they are proposing. And since garbage in equals garbage out, the formula yielded them a 37% reduction in trips. They are counting as existing at least 4 businesses that closed down over a year ago. The standard exclusion rate to use them, the term existing, is 1 year. The Jolly Roger was a small one-level and rather quiet restaurant that closed in November 24. They are still counting on the Jolly Roger as an existing high-turnover restaurant. They instead will substitute in their new proposal a 3-story building with an open-air rooftop bar on the top, loud and lighted. I'm sure that for all to see, we'll hear it from miles around. What a benefit to the community that would be. Besides the Jolly Roger, the ice cream parlor, hair salon, Circus Pizza are all given examples to show how they are going to make traffic better for the community by closing these needed, appreciated services. Residents must now leave the local roads to travel miles for what was within walking distance. These so-called reductions, along with getting rid of popular Shell gas station, are ludicrous. In closing, Greenleaf needs to redo their ITA inputs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, so this card is not a pronunciation problem. I can't quite read it. It's Mary with an address of 1031 First Street. Is Mary here? Okay, Mary was against. Is Peter Fowler here? No, Peter was against. Is Tammy Parker here? All right. You can use that one, it's fine.
Okay. All right, let me get ready here.
On deck would be Dr. Firestein if she's here.
Okay, I'm ready. Good afternoon. My name is Tammy Parker. I live at 1100 Pinellas Bayway South, Unit L1, Tierra Verde. We've lived there for 9 years, my husband and I have been sworn in. My husband and I urged the DRC to oppose the updated Tierra Verde Marina redevelopment proposal. First, I am here as a voice for all the marine life and the ecosystems that cannot speak here today for themselves. This proposed marina increases from over 200 to over 700 boats. That will increase pollutants over time: fuel, oil, heavy metals, microplastic, and untreated runoff. This leads to long-term degradation of the water quality. Tierra Verde is a home to seagrass beds, mangroves, and shallow estuarine environments, which support an incredibly rich biodiversity. A variety of juvenile fish species, seahorses, manatees, and nesting shorebirds. They rely on us for their survival. Increased boat density creates long-term prop damage. Propeller scar through seagrass beds take decades to recover, and many never fully return to their original state. These props not only scar the seafloor, but they make life for a manatee very stressful. Ask Tampa Bay Watch how precious our ecosystem is in and around Tierra Verde. I am a member. I have volunteered with many of their restoration projects, and as Tampa Bay Watch says, we need to protect, restore, and educate. Our precious environment is a Pinellas County aquatic preserve, hopefully for many future generations to enjoy. I've been blessed to raise my 4-year-old grandson in Tierra Verde. You can look on Google Maps at low tide, and you can see many of the past propeller scarring trying to heal. Finally, I want to address safety concerns. I see no one can forget the hurricane season 2 years ago with Helene and Milton. This marina is not fully enclosed, and when a hurricane comes, all these boats need to be relocated or secure to limit projectile objects to surrounding homes, property, and people. Also, additional boat owners and guests will strain already heavy holiday and weekend traffic on and off the island. I have seen traffic backed up for miles south of the roundabout traffic. And traffic from the new marina redevelopment will create longer wait times since the marina traffic enters into the roundabout first, having the right-of-way to incoming traffic coming from visitors from Fort DeSoto Park with campers and boats. Last safety concern is our fire department that's located on the island. If they get an emergency call, I am not sure they could get to a resident in the needed time to help them. Please oppose the redevelopment project.
On deck, Deborah Hubley. Is she here? Oh, okay.
Good afternoon. I was sworn in. My name is Dr. Rosalind Firestein. I live at 135 First Street East on Tierra Verde. I don't know the woman who just spoke. We are very much in line with our thinking. Good late afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm as a native Floridian and someone who has been involved in environmental advocacy since the first Earth Day. I am speaking today from both personal experience and deep concern for the island of Tierra Verde. I strongly oppose the current Greenleaf HCI proposal as planned. I believe it is incompatible with the fragile ecosystem, wildlife habitat, and hurricane vulnerability of this island community. I am speaking for those who cannot speak for themselves. The manatees, birds, the marine life that depend on this area for survival. This site lies within a recognized manatee corridor, as she spoke earlier. When the Piney Point occurred, 20,000 manatees died. I've been, as Caleb probably knows, I've been writing many letters and in contact with Evan Wimberly, Nooms from coding, and even Corey from building, and I've been steered into some very good directions. And one of the results is the Osprey and the Eagle's Nest are an open case, and that was not addressed by Greenleaf at all. Also, the fuel tanks, they're closed but not sealed, and they're being monitored by Nick Pure. So your own city employees are doing a great job of monitoring this. This is very essential because these are threatened species. So the active nests on the tower, the cell tower, and on their signage is sensitive to noise, vibration, lighting, and construction activity. It can lead to nest abandonment. These birds come back every year. I've watched them come back. And this leads to their reproductive failure. At the same time, the proposed open boat rack towers raise serious structural and safety concerns. They're extremely tall, open-sided structures planned for a hurricane-prone and vulnerable coastal zone. When entering the open structures can create what's called a ballooning effect. We know these risks are real. During Hurricane William, I turned in a picture of this, similar boat structures in South Florida suffered catastrophic collapse and damage to the surrounding environment and wildlife. And these boats don't just fall down. The whole structure collapse. We know these risks are real. What concerns me the most is that there still appears to be no fully consolidated wildlife impact assessment, no clear independent structural review. I heard them say they're going to apply for some of those things. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. On deck would be Stephen Firestein. Is he here? And then Deborah Hubley. Oh, okay. I have another card. I'm sorry about that. So, Stephen, you're up. Thank you.
Well, good evening. You heard from my better half. So I'm going to, as she was my captain and I was the slave on the boat, so I did all the grunt work. Well, let me just say, I've been
We still
sailing-
need you to say your name, address, and
Stephen Firestein and I have been sworn in, 135 First Street East, Terra Verde. And I have been sailing for 52 years. I have been a water person on boats for almost 75 years. I come here today hearing what Greenleaf has proposed, and I want to say that both their staff and their attorney is offering up hypothetical information. I have seen 45-foot boats thrown several hundred yards. I have seen 50-foot boats torn apart and the pieces of those boats strewn for miles. I have seen boats in Iowa taken out of slips and tossed a quarter to a half a mile due to a tornado. Hurricanes produce tornadic action. The open environment housing that they want to have for their boats that are going to be 72 feet tall is a catastrophic event waiting to happen on our little island. We know what Milton did, and we know what other hurricanes have done. In our Tierra Verde complex on the village, we have a 46-slip marina. We saw 5 boats sink, torn apart, and strewn about. So I just want to say I am very concerned. Also, their staff, their manager right now came up here and told you folks that he has enough staff. What is enough staff? And what's 3 days' notice? When we were in the Bahamas and a hurricane was coming, we had a week's notice. The marina took care of us. Not one boat in this marina of 46 boats was damaged. And that's because we knew from the marina staff they were capable. We don't even know how many staff they're going to have hired. We don't even know how many staff they have presently. They're not telling you. They're not telling us. So what I'm saying here, and I'll put my business consulting hat on. I was a business consultant for 25 years. I would never work for Greenleaf Development. And I have quit projects like Greenleaf's because the management didn't care. I am community oriented. Thank you so much.
thank you. Carly Beffeler. And then on deck would be Beverly Valentine.
Hello, good evening. My name is Dr. Carly Beffeler. I live at 323 First Avenue South in Tierra Verde, and I have been sworn in. I am here in opposition to the Greenleaf Boat Storage Project. My husband, Dr. Adam Beffeler, and I have been providing medical care in St. Petersburg hospitals for the last 10 years. Myself as a family medicine doctor who provides obstetric care, and my husband as a neurosurgeon who provides trauma care for residents of Pinellas County and beyond. We moved to Tierra Verde in 2017, which seems like 9 years seems like a long time to us, but a lot of the community members here have been here much, much longer than I. So thank you for being here. When the old Tierra Verde drawbridge was replaced with a fixed bridge, we breathed a sigh of relief because an obstacle between our home and the hospitals in St. Petersburg had been removed. Now we face a new threat. We are not the only residents of Tierra Verde providing emergent services to those off the island. Tierra Verde is a home to orthopedic surgeons who provide trauma surgery care, neurologists who urgently provide patients with stroke symptoms and with evaluation, and many more. As you can imagine, sometimes in the practice of medicine, time is of the essence. The travel time from Tierra Verde to local hospitals matters. This is especially important on the weekends when physicians often take call from home. As you have heard, expected changes to traffic on the weekends have not been reported. I am here to point out that the repercussions of the proposed project, including the increase in traffic that this project will bring, does not just affect beachgoers and members of the community, but also services that Tierra Verde residents provide to residents of St. Petersburg and the greater area. I cannot speak for all the emergency personnel living in Tierra Verde, but for myself and behalf of my husband, who wanted to be here, but well, when I wrote this, he was currently operating at St. Anthony's Hospital, but I hope he's done by now. We have grave concerns about any increase in the traffic in Tierra Verde. Our island community simply does not have the infrastructure to absorb the congestion that a project of this magnitude would bring. For these reasons, in addition to all the other problems that you have heard about today, I urge you to vote no on this project.
On deck would be Kim Frederick.
My name is Beverly Valentine. I live at 795 Colony Road. It's been a long afternoon for all of you and for all of us. I thank you for your volunteer time. After listening...
Can you confirm you've been sworn, please? Can you confirm you've been sworn, please?
Oh, I have. This hand. You've heard lots of information from Greenleaf, and you've heard lots of factual information from the community. I would ask you to seriously consider ever voting for something when you do not have a hurricane report that's been done extensively. If it were, and on behalf of myself, we are not opposed to development. We are opposed to unreasonable, environmentally unfriendly, residentially a nightmare for what it looks. So if something were proposed as an enclosed structure, we know from statistics, even in Miami, that it could be made environmentally safe. I've heard them say for the present proposal that there would be time for the employees to get the boats ready. I have not heard one thing about what they're going to do with the fuel. There's one thing about life jackets flying around, and it's another thing for the amount of fuel that these boats would have. Environmentally, it could be catastrophic for the area. So I thank you for your time. I ask you to consider it carefully. And please do not give in to big pockets and lots of money. Thank you.
And then on deck would be Dr. Valentine.
My name is Dr. Kim Frederick. My original thoughts were going to be totally related to safety and environment, but I really feel like that's been well covered today. So I kind of wrote some notes based on some things I felt like weren't covered to a certain degree. I first would like to address, and this is relative to safety, the statement that Greenleaf made that 20,000 pound boats don't fly. And we've already had several people actually witness that yes, they do. Yes, it can happen. But more important, even if they somehow don't fly, imagine 20,000 boats, 20,000 pound boats stacked. That's a lot of weight. When that open boat rack collapses, it's going to crush. And we will have the release of some fuel. And I had to look this up. The size of the boats that this project can have can be as large as 42 foot. It was either 40 or 42 foot. That length boat can hold, just one boat, can hold 300 to 800 gallons of fuel. One boat. If only one boat gets crushed or gets flown, we're going to have a problem and going to be spewing all of that fuel into the water and onto the island. These are kind of isolated things, but something that was brought up, but just briefly, just recently, the city of St. Pete, or I should say St. Pete Beach and Pastor Girl, have increased the amount of money that they're charging hourly to park. And that is going to substantially increase the amount of traffic we have going to Fort DeSoto, because we're $6 for the day. They are, I've been told, $6 to $7 an hour. We're already seeing, I think, the increase, but it is going to continue to increase as people get there for the first time since the increase, realize, oh gosh, it's so expensive, and they're going to probably stay that day, but the next trip, they're going to come to Fort DeSoto. Something that was mentioned too, we have lost so many services on our island, including the gas station, which I don't know if this group is aware. That was the only, we had 2 gas stations on the island. The one that they shut down is the only gas station that was accessible if someone was towing a boat. The other gas station, you cannot, with a boat, get in because the way it's configured. So we have people coming on the island thinking they can fuel up, and they can't because they're closed. So they have to leave the island and find somewhere on the mainland to get gas. That's going to continue to increase our traffic. I think the question that, okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
On deck, Chris McNor. Can't quite make out the second letter there. Please.
Good evening. I'm Craig Valentine, live at 795 Colony Road. My lovely wife just spoke. I was also sworn in, so you know all the above. We have lived in Pinellas County for 50 years, and we love it here. We've been in Tierra Verde now for 6 years. We love it there also. But the impact that this is going to have on our community is quite devastating. And as you've heard, I'm not going to go into all the statistics about the 2.7 million visitors we have just to Fort DeSoto. I'm not going to go into all the other stuff. You've heard enough of it. You've given up all your time today. You know, it's into the evening now, and I really appreciate what you're doing. But this would be a terrible mistake if you go ahead, as the proposal is on the floor right now, and approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. So Chris, again, I can't quite make out the second letter. Chris Minor or Chris McNor? No? Okay, he was against. Ann Narongolo? And then if you're here, Susan Alston is on deck. Kayla?
Yep. Hi, my name is Ann Norungalo. I have been sworn in. My address is 135 Yacht Club Lane. That's in Tierra Verde. I have lived in Tierra Verde for 31 years. A review of the Greenleaf traffic study yielded several serious errors. The most egregious was the spare road capacity calculation method and conclusion. The annual trip data from 2024 was used for the main road, State Road 679, over the one-lane bridge into and out of Tierra Verde and Fort DeSoto. They indiscriminately selected 2024's 14,800 number as a daily average, projecting 1% annual growth to create a 3-year projection showing there was spare road capacity out to 2027. They used this base number even though it was lower than the year before, 2023, at 17,300. Why was it a negative growth between 23 and 24? Because Fort DeSoto had been completely closed for the last 3 months of 2024 due to the hurricanes. Instead of an increase in the daily average trips year to year on State Road 679, the numbers decreased by 2,500. The projection of a 1% annual growth rate for 3 years was based on the lowest, but not the correct number. It would take 17 years at that 1% rate to even get back to 2023's average. This is totally incompatible with reality, but it did generate a spare capacity number that was favorable to Greenleaf. The relevant data here was ignored. My neighbors and friends have pointed out traffic is an issue. The study they used was AM and PM, Monday through Friday, versus the true peak, which is the weekends in Tierra Verde. And that's due to Fort DeSoto. On Memorial Day weekend in 2025, a total of 30,000 trips in and out of Fort DeSoto were reported by the county. Imagine that Saturday with 6,000 vehicles with beachgoers leaving and merging into the one-lane roundabout with hundreds of boaters leaving the marina at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Is Susan Alston here? No, I will note that she was against. Mary Convey? And if you're here, Janice Moran would be next.
I need the overhead. Hi, I'm Mary Convey. I live at 319 6th Avenue North, and I've been sworn in. I've lived on Tierra Verde for 25 years, and I would much rather, probably like you, be sitting on a dock tonight with my dogs having a docktail instead of hearing negative responses to this project, proposed project. But I would urge you to consider all that you've heard today. And I think most of us are in agreement that we just want to compromise. We really do. I miss going to the restaurants. I miss going to get my hair done. I miss the dry cleaner, all the little retail stores that we had. We miss those. We would love to have a compromise and have something that fits in with the community. The things that we've heard today are a little troubling to me when I hear about Greenleaf taking the boats from the very top rack that would be the most vulnerable and putting on the racks to the bottom. I guess they admit that they are in a vulnerable spot, but where are the boats on the bottom going? These are the ideas that we can't really grasp or hold on to when there's not enough evidence on what their safety plan is. I come from a risk mitigation background for the last 12 years of my career, so I'm very safety oriented as well. We're leaving it up to 720 boat owners to be responsible for securing their own boats in a storm prior to evacuation requirements. You're washing your hands of responsibility and moving this to the boat owners. When they talk about, nobody's really mentioned this too, the number of boats that are going in and out and the safety with the rip current that happens at the Tierra Verde Marina right now. 13 boats per day is what Greenleaf stated they have on an average. But last Monday, which is not a holiday, there were 102 cars in their parking lot. The numbers just don't quite add up when they say that there's not going to be a huge increase, not only in cars and traffic, but in boats. And then how are they going to help those people and the dock hands and the people parking at the marina or getting in and out of the marina? That current is ripping and it's really strong. So I think if we could all start over and try to be friendly again and come up with a compromise like this little cartoon showed, we'd be in a better position. Thank you for your time, and I'm sorry we've gone so late today.
Thank you. Eric Green, if you're here, you're on deck. Janice?
Ready? Hi, my name is Janice Moran, and I live in Tierra Verde at 1109 Pinellas Bayway. And I am sworn in, and what else?
Oh, you're good.
Okay. I would like to express my strong opposition to Greenleaf's marine project. I was really encouraged to see swarms of people from the island today. That speaks volumes. people care about our environment. They're not just in a home somewhere. Community comes first, and they know they have a voice, and we're trying to, get this resolved because that massive 2-tower project can't be on this island. I call it a large-scale boat storage warehouse development. It's not a marina. Facilities of this nature belong in appropriately zoned industrial areas, not within a residential coastal community like ours. The central concern I have is the lack of transparency in how the project has been presented. Greenleaf, if you noticed their pictures, their renderings, there was not one picture of the bridge in relation to those 2 towers and 72 feet space between. None. Now, they showed aerial views, or it was off the map. What we need to have is eye-level perspectives that reflect what we would actually experience when entering Tierra Verde. From that vantage point, the reality is clear. 2 massive storage buildings rising higher than the bridge would dominate the entrance to our community, obstructing scenic views of the island and water. In addition, the proposed development raises serious concerns related to hurricane risk and emergency access. Tierra Verde is a coastal community where safe evacuation and clear access to the bridge are critical during storm events. Large-scale warehouse structures at the entrance could create dangerous wind tunnel effects, increase debris hazards, and potentially impede visibility and traffic flow at a time when residents most need safe, efficient passage. Okay. Is that it? Okay, thank you.
Is Eric Green here? He did not note whether he was for or against. Is Janice Olivia here? She left, okay. She noted she was against. John Waterman? Please come up. And if you're here, next would be Wade Cullis. Does it matter which? No, it doesn't, please.
So my name is John Waterman. I live at 678 Cortez. I was sworn in. What else?
You're good.
Okay. So I had written something and my phone died a long time ago, so I can empathize with everybody. I'm really impressed by the community. I'm a paid consultant. I help businesses. I'm not paid to be here. None of these folks are paid to be here. I don't know what's in the heart of these folks here, but they are paid to be here. I would hope just the sheer numbers of community as a ratio to those who are paid to support this project. I'm for development. I just for reasonable development. And as a business consultant, the fact that the community where this is being placed hasn't been engaged is just a huge issue for me. I was there for Helene. I helped my neighbors. I'm a neighbor. I live there. There was no one from Greenleaf there. In fact, we were cut off for 3 days. Couldn't even get off the island. I help people move debris, large, items, roofs, cars, and yes, boats. It was a nightmare. And when I was listening to the presentation, I was reminded of, I think it's Mark Twain, what is it? Lies, damn lies, and statistics. So anybody can make any statistic look however they want. I deal with accountants. I deal with that kind of stuff all the time. So I'm used to it. At a minimum, I would like this to be tabled, and I'd like Greenleaf to actually, in earnest, speak with the community. I think if you bought a piece of property, you're entitled to develop it, but you have to develop it within reason. This is not the Port of Tampa. This is not Long Beach, California. This is a little coastal community. This is not a marina. This is a dry boat storage. And somebody did point out that in all the renderings, there's nothing for scale. These are taller than the bridge. And I just said, we couldn't even get off the island during Helene. And then 10 days later, we got hit with Milton. So the debris that couldn't have been picked up from Helene became, dangerous potential flying objects. So I'm for that area being developed. I'd like it to be developed reasonably, all due respect, not, financed and forced down our throats. My wife and her parents built our house 26 years ago. We love it there. So I would like to have some kind of compromise that, I don't know, it's just as reasonable. That's all I'm looking for. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Is Wade Cullis here? On deck would be Barbara Prast. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Wade Cullis. I live at 318 8th Avenue North, and I've been sworn in. I'm here to point out the real task that you have this afternoon, and it may not be as obvious as we've all spoken about, but there's truly a bigger task than maybe you've contemplated, and that is that the site plan that you've been presented is not properly labeled. It should be labeled Phase 1. We all know, and I think you all know, that there's a Phase 2. There's absolutely a Phase 2. There's no question about that. And we all know what is on Phase 2. Phase 2 has 3 more buildings, 72 feet high. The westernmost building, 72 feet high, is 100 feet from some of my neighbors' front yard. So the decision that you're making today is not about 2 buildings 72 feet high. It's about 5 buildings 72 feet high. If you were to approve this today, you set the precedent for the height of the buildings. I can promise you they could have that site plan on your door before you get home tonight. It is done. There's no question it's coming. Please keep that in mind. You're setting a precedent for 5 buildings 72 feet high. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And the last card I have is Linda Carboner.
Might be able to dim that light over there.
I mean, unless she sends us a picture of that, we can't keep her phone. She has to send us that. She can't just use her phone because we can't keep her phone.
Unless you text it to yourself right now. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. My name is Barbara Prast. I live at 1100 Pinellas Bayway, Terra Verde. I have been sworn in. I've been a resident of Terra Verde, or my parents have been a resident of Terra Verde since 1990. My kids grew up in Terra Verde. I'm speaking today. I'm vehemently opposed to this project for several reasons, which a lot of people have already stated. I am a registered nurse for 30 years at a pediatric hospital. I still am practicing. I tried to show a picture of what it looks like in front of my condo starting Thursday night all the way through Sunday evening. I literally counted probably like 70 boats this weekend. So it's only growing. When the word keeps getting out, but my concern is, maybe we haven't addressed this, is water safety. EMS cannot handle any problems that happen out there. It's unregulated. The county sheriff can't handle the things. More boats are only going to come if this project gets approved. With that big other boat going through, it's a huge safety problem. So I'm asking the council here today to vote no on this project. I can only have you come to my place and see how terrible it is, how much pollution is in the water, and I've been a resident, like I said, for so long here. I just want my voice heard along with everybody else's, so thank you.
I need to be sworn in. I'm sorry I arrived late, so I have not been sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Hi, I think I'm last. My name is Linda Carbiner. I live on 441 3rd Avenue North in Tierra Verde. I've just been sworn in. My street is the one that is located directly behind Port 32, which is the other high and dry on the island. My husband and I walk through the parking lot every day, walking our 2 dogs 2 miles. We saw firsthand the damage that was done at that very sturdy marina after the 2 hurricanes came through. So I want to say on the record, I am opposed to the Greenleaf proposal as it's presented. I'm a very common sense type of person. The state of Florida has learned a lot over the years about hurricanes and what they do. And as a result, we have things like the Miami-Dade laws that regulate how buildings are constructed. That's for the safety of the residents and the people who live in the state of Florida. So I'm truly perplexed how authorities would consider approval of a facility that has not been hurricane rated, and it's not located out in the boonies where it's got lots of room for things to come down and cause damage that doesn't affect anything but the other boat owners. This facility is located right in a heavy residential area. And further, it's located right next to the only egress on and off that island. We've heard people talk about emergency access. I'm concerned when the water damage occurred to so many homes on the beaches a couple years ago, some people just don't want to evacuate. And some of those people who did not evacuate swore up and down that because they did not, they were able to save a lot of property damage. They were able to mitigate mold faster than the fact that they weren't able to get back in. If we have boats that are blocking access, do you really think that every single resident is really going to consider evacuating? I think that our biggest issue here is a life safety concern. And I respectfully ask that you deny this application as is presented. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last of the blue card that I have. I will note for the record that we have 100, we received 144 cards from people who wish not to speak, but put on the record that they are opposed to the development. I'm sorry, 142 were against and 2 did not mark for or against. So that is on the record. We have those blue cards. Those will go on the record. Is there anyone else in the room that wishes to speak? No. Okay, so I do think we're going to have some deliberation, so I'll ask the commission, do we want to hear cross and closing and then take a break, or do we want to take a break now and cross closing and discuss? Is there any?
Let's do it now. Let's do it now. Let's do it now.
Okay. So city staff, do you have any cross-examination? And actually, I'll remind the commission, let's keep our comments for deliberation and just ask questions if we need to during these portions. Do you have, staff, any cross-examination?
Staff ways for cross-examination.
Okay. Applicant, do you have any cross-examination?
It's reversed for when we have a registered opponent.
So applicant is last for both? Okay, my apologies. Registered opponents, do you have any cross-examination questions?
For the record, Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. I do have a question for the gentleman who was the dockhand who spoke. Mr. Chairman?
Can you come to the microphone, sir?
Mr. Chair, my question is, just to reaffirm what I heard, that the gentleman speaking said that they did not, in circumstances, they did not see boat owners there for years at a time, being out of town, being away, or disinterested.
What? Why? What are you asking? What do you mean? What do you mean they're not there for?
You directed us to speak to you with questions, sir.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I can rephrase the question if you'd like, but if he's not saying he understands the question, can you make it a shorter question?
Could I what?
Make it a shorter, if he's saying he doesn't understand the question, I can't redirect that.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I heard correctly when you were speaking, that you did not see some, as you work at this facility, you don't see some of these boat owners for years, is what I heard.
Correct.
That's all.
Any more questions for him?
I do have a question regarding transportation. Not for the gentleman.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
For city staff or for the applicant?
For the applicant. According to our transportation report from Kimley Horn, transportation counts were done on weekdays when the great majority of impacts, as we understand it, are done on weekends. So I wanted to ask why weekdays were chosen for transportation analysis versus the peak times as indicated in the Kimley Horn letter.
Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. That is, the weekdays were chosen as required by the city in their review procedures. We did meet with Kimley Horn after the comments were issued. We went through and addressed all the comments. We submitted a revised traffic study to address the comments that were raised. We also included a Saturday analysis, which also showed a decrease in trips.
Thank you. I think that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and thank you.
Applicant, cross-examination.
I believe Nicole McInnes for the record. Bassett Ali with Kimley Horn is the traffic engineer who prepared those comments. Is he here today to be crossed?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Is Bassett Ali with Kimley Horn here today to be?
No.
In accordance with the Jennings case law and also with Rule 9 in your DRC procedures, I respectfully request that his report be excluded because he's not available for cross.
Counsel?
That is the rules. Everybody who spoke or was a report, if they're not available for cross, the rules do direct you to disregard their testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Is Mr. Daryl Forgy here, who prepared the expert planning report submitted in opposition?
No, he's not present. The planner who was here had to leave, who worked with this firm, but he did have to leave.
Okay, in accordance with the same Jennings case law as well as DRC Procedure 9, because they're not available for cross, I respectfully request that any testimony from Daryl Forgy, which is a planning report submitted in the record, as well as testimony from Blake Finnegan, be excluded from your deliberation.
So noted.
Mr. Pressman, I do have cross-examination questions for you too. Mr. Pressman, are you a civil or structural engineer, environmental engineer, or planner?
No.
Are you an architect?
No.
Are you an expert with respect to noise or sound?
No.
Are you an expert in the Florida Building Code?
No.
Madam Clerk, do you mind pulling up an email I just sent you a few minutes ago?
Waiting. Sorry, I'll pause this.
It's in response to testimony that Mr. Pressman provided earlier. I was going to put my phone up here, but I know I can't. I would have to email it in if...
Yeah, as soon as I got it, I forwarded it to Lee.
As long as we're not playing the YouTube videos, we can't have copyrighted comment or content become part of the record.
Okay.
It would just be my screen that I'm going to show, which is this. All right, you're good.
Mr. Pressman, the video that you showed at the end of your presentation earlier, was that the Cove Harbor Marina in Texas?
My only memory of or recollection is that was Rockport in Texas.
Okay. Do you mind reading on the screen the line that starts with yes and ends in 2017?
I can read, yes, the Cove Harbor Marina and Dry Stack Storage Facility, Rockport, Texas, was hit by tornado spawned by Hurricane Harvey in August, yes.
Just noted for the record, the video that was attached that is unable to be played was a video that an excerpt of that was taken from Mr. Pressman's presentation. That relates to a tornado that spawned out of Hurricane Harvey. So just wanted to make sure that the full story was on the record for the commission's review.
And of course, hurricanes spawn tornadoes. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are you able to pull up slides 22 and 23 from Mr. Pressman's presentation?
Let me pause it, Claude. And I'm sorry, what slides?
22 and 23.
Do you know how much time?
I'm gonna have to clear it and then put it back.
Mr. Pressman, are you aware that these photos are not from the current iteration of this application?
That's why I titled the slide as an example, and I was very clear when I referred to the slide that it was an example.
Okay. I just wanted to note for the record that these are not renderings from the current application. That's all I have. Thank you.
Notes as typical and example, yes. Any other questions?
No.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go into closing statements. City staff.
Hello. They're not really closing statements. I just want you guys to know that they are the definitions for the county regulations are in the packet. There's been some language that's been referred to back and forth as far as to what a marina is, what is floor area ratio. In the packet, it's in the city staff report packet. It is included. If you want, it can be brought up on a slide. And again, these are just clarifications for you while you're making your decisions, that those are the definitions within the county code. There was also reference to the Tierra Verde overlay vision. And I just wanted to read the full vision statement for the overlay.
Is this the testimony that was given by the commissioner?
Yes, I'm not questioning the testimony, just I want to read the full statement.
I was going to ask for this, so I'm just confirming it's the same thing.
Yes. Tierra Verde is a beautiful, tranquil, family-oriented residential island community surrounded by natural lands, the Gulf of Mexico and the Tampa Bay. Small businesses and commercial uses serve to complement and support the island residents. The surrounding waters support thriving recreational boating industry with marinas and boat access points that are complementary to the character and scale of the community. So the last sentence was the one that I want to just make sure that was on the record.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you. Registered opponent, closing remarks.
Did you say closing? Bear with me 1 second, please. How much time do I have, Mr. Chairman?
5 minutes.
Thank you. For the record, Todd Pressman, 200 Second Avenue South, number 451, St. Petersburg. First of all, Mr. Chairman, board members, I want to thank the board for sitting through a long hearing. I want to thank the fabulous turnout by residents, by the applicant who have been nothing more than respectful to ourselves and to the residents. We appreciate that. And to the staff, Adriana and Kayla have done a great job with a very big involved hearing with opposing sides, and they're to be commended for how they've handled this flawlessly. Mr. Chairman, board members, I think what's most important is what you have not really heard here today from the applicant, with all due respect. As I listened, I did not hear any reference to the Tierra Verde overlay specifically, or comp plan amendments. There's about 7 or 8 specific criteria, which I won't beat a dead horse as to what they are. You're well aware what they are. But to place emphasis on the Tierra Verde overlay is a very specific and targeted document for a very special 4.61 acres. And as some of the board members brought that up at the beginning, we hope that you use that in significant consideration for this request, which tie into the comp plan amendment or additional comp plan amendments as well. But what you also heard was not a large amount of residents. Mr. Chairman, board members, you heard from an entire community today. I've been doing this a long time, 25 years. I sat on 4 or 5 land use boards. This is an unusual, unique, and extreme example of just not residents and nearby residents, but I'm going to say it again, an entire community who has spent the entire day, in the middle of the day, of a work day, to come down here, and they have spoken passionately, and they have spoken beautifully. I also want to recognize County Commissioner Vince Nowicki, who I think spoke great, County Commissioner Brian Scott in support of the residents, and County Commissioner Renee Flowers also in support of the residents. What I heard from the applicant, with due respect to the applicant, primarily is what's pushing this is demand of the market. That was one of their first slides. I'm certainly not speaking for them that clearly, but that's my impression. They spoke about the market and the demand for boats, but that's not what this issue is about. This issue is about a much larger, much higher dense, much higher, and a fundamental change of the facility from being 95% enclosed to being installing a tremendously large exposed dry racking system of 4 floors. And the only negative comment I would make, not personally, but in terms of application-wise, is on the hurricane preparedness. Because what I heard, and you've heard from other residents who caught it as well, is that the plan would be to move boats down. Well, I don't know where you move boats down if you got boats there already. And I think the gentleman, the dockhand, made it very clear from his own experience working at this marina that they don't see these boat owners much. So when a storm is coming or hurricane's coming, if they're not seeing them for years, I don't know how this thing is going to get cleaned out or cleared out or made safe. My personal opinion is I think that element is less than half-baked, and that's a significant concern for this region. So I'll just close again with thanks for everyone involved, including the applicant and the board and your time today and the staff. You've heard from residents with great passion, and they're asking for your help today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Applicant.
Hi, Nicole McInnes for the record. I do have a number of experts who are going to testify in closing, so I'm going to try and rapid fire go through them. So bring up Anthony Saravanos to start.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, everyone. First, I wanted to just start off. My name is Anthony Saravanos, 1371 Playmore Drive, Palm Harbor. I've been a resident of Pinellas County for over 40 years. I wanted to start off and thank, yes, I have been sworn, thank you. Thank the Development Review Committee and staff for an incredible job, and I want to also thank everyone who's spoken to allow this democratic process. I think this is very important and appreciate it. But I did want to clarify just a couple points that I think are important. One of the items that was mentioned had to do with fueling. I wanted to be clear about a couple things, that the fuel dispensing on the property is not changed. It's not changing. It's exactly what has been done and what will continue to be there in terms of tank capacities, dispensing, all of that is exactly the same. I wanted to also mention that from an environmental perspective, we get inspected through a third-party company monthly called Guardian Fuel, annually, a company called Spatco, and then through the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection every 3 years. There's a process if there ever were to be a fuel spill, and we have a company that would help us with cleanup in case that happens, absorbent booms, things like that. The other point I wanted to make is right down the street at 500 First Avenue Southeast, there's the St. Petersburg Municipal Marina with over 600 boats that sit in the water. These are boats that are tied to pilings and cleats. They have bilges. They have mostly diesel engines. What we have on this property and what we're looking to have are 4-stroke outboard engines that are out of the water, inspected. This reduces environmental risk for fuel, oil, and all sorts of things dramatically. I just wanted to make that point, and thank you.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Spidell. I'm a planner with Barbara's Kramer at 2002 West Cleveland Street in Tampa, and I have been sworn. I'm an AICP certified planner with over 20 years experience in both the public and private sectors. And I'm here to just briefly talk. Nicole told me I only have 30 seconds, so I have to talk fast. I'm here to support city staff and city staff's planning report. They did a very detailed 1,200-page report, and we planners are always sort of confronted with the reality of, popularity and what people wish the regulations would say versus what the regulations actually do say. So Mr. Pressman just mentioned the Tierra Verde overlay. Yes, we would agree that totally applies to comp plans, rezonings, and conditional uses. This is a site plan. This is a type 2 site plan to be reviewed in accordance with the current regulations that are in effect right now. And the countywide plan has it as retail services, the comp plan has it as commercial general, and the zoning is C2. So those are very intense uses. So the Tierra Vera, so it covered the overlay. And so basically compatibility, we heard a lot about compatibility, but compatibility is not the same as, it's a condition in which different uses can coexist in relative proximity to each other. And staff has done a great job to make sure that that has been complied with. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gary Ubelauer. I'm Executive Vice President of a consulting company called ECT. My business address is 17715 Northwest Shore Boulevard in Tampa, and I have been sworn. I'm going to call to your attention two clarifications with respect to noise and a lot of the comments regarding noise that were made today. The first is a lot of commenters were examining provisions in the Pinellas County Code related to noise. However, if you look at section 58-455, in part 2, it exempts any municipality that has noise regulations from the county standards and applies the city standards instead. Such is the case with St. Petersburg, who has adopted Part 2, Chapter 11, Article 3 of the City Code as the noise regulations that apply here. Those regulations exempt unamplified human voices at the swimming pool. They exempt normal marina operations, which would occur across the facility. They exempt warning devices, such as the beepers. And so therefore, all of the concerns about noise are in fact not regulated by the city.
Thank you. I need a short break before we deliberate. Does anyone else? Well, I need one, so. So we'll take 5 minutes, please.
5-minute break.
Please take your seats. We're going to get started again.
There we go.
Is that, we're on?
We are.
And hangry is what you are.
All right, we are in executive session now. I know that we're going to have comments, but I think we have some questions as well. I would actually like to start by asking city transportation staff question. So for the Bayway Bridge, do you know the capacity of that roadway? Is that something that is in the study?
Yes, there's a number in the study. Tom Whalen, by the way, Transportation Parking Management at the city. Yes, there's information. We get the information from the Ford Pinellas Level of Service Report, which is based on state DOT data for level of service for different types of roadways, state or other types of roadways. It depends on the number of lanes, number of signals, things of that nature. But yeah, we do have that data.
And so from the transportation study, when I was reviewing it, I understand there's questions about the capacity of that road and when it should be measured and things like that. But can you, it doesn't have to be an exact quantity, but can you approximately quantify what percentage of capacity remains on that road after this study?
Well, according to the Ford Pinellas report, the road's at about 33% of its capacity right now based on the traffic counts. The consultant produced their traffic impact study, and they looked at what the existing development generates versus estimated to generate versus what the proposed development is estimated to generate, and concluded that the proposed development would generate less than the current development. And there's some question about whether the current uses in the plaza are still active or not. Maybe we should not consider all those uses to still be trip generating uses. So, but I think if you looked at this development as a project on vacant land, or you only included some of the uses on the current site, like the slips, you would still see that there is available capacity on Pinellas Bayway to handle the trips both north and south of Madonna Boulevard.
Okay. And that was going to lead to my question is how close we are to that capacity. Yeah. Okay. Anyone else have questions for Tom?
So in other words, you're not at capacity, but you're going to have some peak times where you will see some backups. Is that correct? Because there's a lot of talk about backups in that area. Is that kind of a natural ebb and flow across most city streets?
Yeah, it is. I mean, the level service report is based on weekday PM peak hour conditions, and that's the way we approach our traffic impact review for developments. We try to be consistent and always use weekday PM peak hour. There's been some comments that the weekend is different here. I don't really know for sure how different it